Mother's Love. Chapter 62. You Mian held the phone in his hand, his expression blank and confused for a moment. The boy stood there, showing a rare look of helplessness that he had never shown before. Pei Yg was right behind him. Even though You Mian came to his senses and immediately put his phone back in his pocket, it only took a moment for him to hear Pei Yig's voice asking, "What's wrong?" You Mian tilted her head and looked up, and met Pei Yig's cold, dark eyes. You Mian pursed his lips. He didn't know why Pei Yg made him want to share. So he smiled calmly, curled his eyes, and said, "Enter the second round of the Star Cup." Pei Yig's frown relaxed instantly, and You Mian saw him showing a handsome smile. In an instant, it was like the glaciers melting and the cold water boiling. "Congratulations." Pei Yig's voice was a little hoarse when he said this, with mixed emotions. The man did not conceal the joy in his eyes. You Mian scratched the thin calluses on his fingers nervously for some unknown reason. Hong Sheng, who was among the staff not far away, was sitting behind the camera and watching this scene with a teasing raised eyebrow. This was the first time he saw Pei Yg like this. He took the initiative to invite a group and took people to go skydiving together. Hong Sheng felt that Pei Yg had a different attitude towards You Mian from the moment they first met. In the corridor that day, he held You Mian's hand for only a few seconds, but the other person's brows were already tightly furrowed. Perhaps Pei Yg himself didn't realize it at that time. But fortunately, I seem to have figured it out now. Hong Sheng stared at Pei Yg and You Mian with a smile, then when he looked down at his phone he found that the originally 3 related hot searches had suddenly become 4 or 5. 2 more entries about Bai Lin were pushed up and quickly entered the top 10 of the hot search list. Hong Sheng frowned and took a quick look, only to see that all the new entries were related to a Star Cup competition that Bai Lin participated in. #Bai Lin Xingqian Cup Oil Painting Group First. #Bai Lin's work received strong praise from Spear Knock. #Bai Lin's oil paintings of everything. Hong Sheng clicked on a random post and saw the square filled with cheers from fans. "Ah, baby Linlin is really impressive. It is said that Professor Spielnock is a well-known professor at the University of Dole in the UK. He reposted Bai Lin's work on his Instagram account. Baby Linlin must have been recognized by professionals in the industry. Damn, how proud. Linlin is only a junior, and he has already achieved such great success. He has a bright future. I am just dragging down some amateurs who are about to graduate but still don't have an offer. Linlin, go ahead bravely. We will always be your strongest support. Don't worry about other people's slander or anything else. You are always the best, the brush is in your hand, the strength lies in you, no one else can take it away. Some people should open their eyes and see who is riding on whose popularity. Linlin is not afraid. Please stay away, all the sour chickens, this is Linlin's topic. I wonder if a certain amateur is also participating in the Xingqian Cup. I saw him on the public list, how come the results are out? He won't be eliminated in the first round, I'm dying of laughter. Can any sister tell me about the value of Professor Knock? I don't hear this name often. I'm speechless. Just go find it yourself. The professor is very famous and a professional. I saw You Mian on the list of finalists. He is actually the first in the sculpture group. I am really surprised at the water level of the Star Cup. He can get first place with such a level. It is generally acknowledged that the value of oil paintings is higher than that of sculptures. What is this? I am dying of laughter. How is it different from the ornaments sold on the street for a dozen yuan? I really can't see what's so good about it. The level is not that good either. How did it win first place? What are the looks of the judges? A quick aside, You Mian passed the preliminary round and got the internal recommendation from the judges. Why? Are there still such quotas for the judges? How disgusting. Why is there such an open backdoor now? I really hope Linlin stays away from people like this, who have no real ability but only rely on their looks. What is this sculpture? I have no idea what it is. What does it have to do with the universe? Linlin's oil painting is still the best. The first place in the sculpture group is at the level of an elementary school student, ha 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 ha. Bai Lin's mobile group chat kept ringing with messages, but he couldn't open it to read it now, so he could only secretly turn off the mute function. Soon, an entry "I can't understand You Mian's works" slowly emerged. Huo Yanji hadn't come back yet. Hong Sheng sat behind the camera and silently scanned the entries for a while. After a few seconds, he walked directly to the preparation area with his mobile phone. Pei Yg couldn't help but stop Hong Sheng when he saw his anxious movements, and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Hong Sheng's gaze unconsciously turned to You Mian, his brows tightly locked. "You two didn't see the trending searches, did you?" You Mian and Pei Yg looked at each other. You Mian immediately took out his phone and opened Weibo. The glaring entries and countless malicious intent instantly came to his face. Pei Yg leaned over and took a few glances before immediately turning off You Mian's phone. "Don't look at it yet." Pei Yig's voice was cold, with obvious anger. The hostility lurking in the dark was ready to take action, but You Mian was calmer than he thought. Pei Yg frowned and asked, "Do you need my help? JL has the most mature public relations team in Huajiang City, and can almost suppress all these slanderous remarks." When You Mian looked at Pei Yg, she understood what he meant. But what he wants is not to suppress the trending search. Old scars will not heal by constantly applying medicine. They must be picked open and the rotten flesh cut off in the bloody mess before the wound will heal. So You Mian smiled and said, "Let them have a party." When Hong Sheng walked into the preparation room, he saw Bai Lin sitting at the front of several rows of chairs in the room, and other guests in the small room were also sitting or standing nearby. You Mian and Pei Yg arrived late, following behind Hong Sheng. Hong Sheng stood at the door, shook his phone, and asked with a smile, "Bai Lin, is the result of the Xingqian Cup competition you participated in out?" Bai Lin's face was still pale. He immediately became alert when he heard that. He blinked obediently. "Really? I don't know. I'm still feeling a little uncomfortable. I didn't have time to check my phone." Hong Sheng raised his eyebrows and said, "Really? I see you're on the trending search." As soon as Hong Sheng said this, everyone in the room looked over. Guan Tong picked up the phone excitedly. "Honey, I remember you're participating in the competition too." Guan Tong paid attention to You Mian's expression and felt relieved when he found that it was not ugly. The expression is normal, so the result should be good. But before Guan Tong could open Weibo with his phone, You Mian sat beside him and gently pressed his wrist. "Don't look at it yet." You Mian saw those hot search terms just before coming in, and of course also saw all the questions and doubts. Due to the inherent properties of works of art, some viewers like them while others just don't. Different tastes and aesthetics will lead to different evaluations of works. Since You Mian has chosen to take an unconventional approach, he will bear these doubts, even if there are people behind these doubts deliberately fanning the flames. Guan Tong had the experience last time and realized immediately why You Mian didn't let him watch. Guan Tong immediately frowned. Did someone say something nonsense again? You Mian smiled soothingly. People's words are the most difficult thing to control. But no matter what they say, it is a fact that I got a ticket to the second round. Guan Tong opened his eyes wide and laughed in surprise. He hugged You Mian tightly. "Congratulations. You Mian." Pei Yg stood aside and frowned slightly as he watched Guan Tong's actions, but soon relaxed his brows. Several people who were sitting in the front row and quietly listening to their conversation couldn't help but turn around and say congratulations. Yan Tingxuan said, "I knew you could do it." Young Guanqing clicked his tongue. "Not bad, You Mian." Seeing that everyone's attention was on You Mian, Bai Lin immediately opened his phone in panic and exclaimed, "I seem to have also received the notification for the second round of competition from the organizer of the Star Cup." Bai Lin said with a timid smile. Bai Lin scanned the screen of his phone and said to Hong Sheng who was standing at the door, "I saw the director was trending. Maybe my fans were too excited and didn't expect to drag You Mian into it." You Mian raised his eyes slightly. Bai Lin clasped his hands together and lowered his eyes innocently. "On behalf of my fans, I want to apologize to you, You Mian. They just like me too much." Bai Lin's words were incoherent, and the people who hadn't seen the trending searches all looked a little confused. You Mian lowered his eyes indifferently and did not respond to Bai Lin's words. Pei Yg suddenly said coldly, "Since you know that you are a public figure, you should set a good example." Bai Lin's expression froze. He clenched his fingers tightly and forced a smile. "Yes, I know, and I tried my best." Hong Sheng raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose. "Bai Lin, I need to contact your agent. After all, it is the show broadcast period now. If this kind of trending search continues, it will affect the show." Hong Sheng has been in the circle for many years, so he can see that all these hot searches about Bai Lin were planned by someone behind the scenes. Less than half an hour after the results of the Star Cup came out, it became a hot topic. Hong Sheng simply didn't believe that there was no internet trolls or marketing company behind the scenes. But he didn't expect Bai Lin to ask for so much, and even wanted to drag You Mian down every time. For the show, Matching Heartbeats, although the heart-beating guests will not be built into the image of good friends, at least they will not be dragged down and put on the hot searches all day long. Hong Sheng realized that he had to discuss this matter with Bai Lin's agent, so he immediately got Mu Zi's contact information from Bai Lin. Bai Lin's smile became more genuine when he heard the belated congratulations from Yan Tingxuan and Yan Guanqing behind him. He quietly opened the group chat on his phone and found that all the die-hard fans were already partying. "Lin, why didn't you talk in the group today? I miss you so much. Go check out the hot search terms, especially the one about amateur works that you don't understand, and push it up." Ha 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 ha, a lot of passers-by clicked in to ask about You Mian's work. I sent them all the comments I copied and pasted before to educate them about the water content of the sculpture group. Can you tell me which judge gave me the internal recommendation? Bai Lin spoke at the right time and typed the 2 words Chin Lan. Ah, the baby is coming out. I found Chin Lan from the sculpture department of University A. How is he? What is his title and level? Can you report him? I can't find a breakthrough point for now, which makes me unhappy. Put the entry for knock on the list as well. Don't let the popularity drop. It will be easier in half an hour. There are water troops to help. If a passerby asks me, I will say that You Mian's works are incomprehensible, cheap, in street stalls. Can you get the plagiarism? Are there any sisters who can compare it? It is difficult to plagiarize. There is no sculpture of this type, and the pictures do not match. It is difficult to accuse of plagiarism if there are no similarities. I can only say that the level is poor. Tisk, bad luck. Bai Lin took a quick look at the hot searches and found that they were all about his own team. He then secretly picked out a few pictures of Xu Ming's show stage layout from previous years from his album and sent them to the group chat. Bai Lin, hey, I noticed that everyone is quite interested in my profession. This is the stage layout I helped to set up at home a few years ago. The level is very immature, so please don't spread it to others, just let your family see it. Wow, it's Xu Ming. Is Lin related to Xu Ming? Shocked JPG. Damn, Xu Ming's shows in the past 2 years have been very popular. I didn't expect that Lin did the stage layout. Great, baby. Why don't you send out such a professional and excellent thing? Isn't Lin's father Yu Jiwan? Xu Ming is very powerful, but I didn't expect Lin to be a rich boy. Wow, the second generation of rich people is so capable. Lin will be the heir of Xu Ming in the future. Awesome. The actor I'm a fan of suddenly became a wealthy heir. So cool. I searched and found the announcement of Xu Ming's shareholders meeting a few months ago. Lin accepted the equity transfer. Bai Lin narrowed his eyes and smiled happily. He had been waiting for this moment. Sure enough, the next second, endless doubts broke out in the group. Why is the person who transferred the equity to You Mian? Same name. Damn, You Mian's last name is also Yu. What kind of rich family scandal is this? No wonder Lin didn't let us spread it, so there is this layer of relationship. You Mian is 1 year older than Lin, right? Is he Lin Bao's older brother? Bai Lin's expression was sinister for a moment, and he sent out the sentence he had prepared long ago. Please don't make random guesses. Bai Lin sent a crying emoticon. I am indeed the only son of the Yu family. It is just that due to various reasons, I have only returned to my own home in the past 2 years. You Mian is also my brother in name, but he does not want me to call him that. This paragraph contains an explosion of information. The news spread quickly in the group. Ah, what does that mean? My head is going to explode. Is it time for the entry to be updated? Lin Bao, don't be afraid. Keep talking. This crying emoticon pack gives me a bad feeling. Did You Mian bully you? Does this mean that Lin has only recently found his biological parents? How pitiful. I didn't expect Lin's life story to be so tragic. Bai Lin typed quickly, I have been abroad before, as everyone knows, and I only returned to Huajiang City in the past 2 years because my parents found me. Before, they always thought You Mian was their child. Crying JPG. Oh my god, I'm so shocked and need to digest it. Didn't You Mian spend more than 20 years as Lin? I am so furious. How dare such a person show such disrespect to Lin now? I've always wanted to say this but never did. You Mian is so arrogant in the film. I don't know what he's arrogant about. He doesn't even pay attention to Linlin. Then he was just pretending not to know Linlin. Fuck, I want to cry. Linlin is so pitiful, living alone in a foreign country without a father or mother. Luckily he is back now. I'm speechless. Let the guy who took over other people's lives pay the price, okay. The life of luxury should have belonged to Linlin. Why did he occupy it for so many years? Fortunately, Linlin is back now. A few minutes later, You Mian and Bai Lin's names were put together for the first time and topped the trending searches at the same time. Hashtag Bai Lin You Mian True and False Master. Chapter 63. And it isn't ta static system. Our solar system is spanning, flying thought space at 134 miles per second. Turning in circles, as part of a vast collection of stars and star systems, close black lens bracket. 1. In the business car of the production team on the return trip, You Mian sat by the window in the second-to-last row wearing earbuds. The documentary in the earbuds spoke fluent American English, calmly and gently explaining the mysteries of the universe, the Milky Way and the stars. You Mian didn't look at his phone. In the sound of the documentary, he began to recall everything, under the moon, the blind man catching stars with steel texture and smooth lines. As a result of the clasped hands posture, the iron fingers dug into the arms, creating painful indentations. Every inch and every centimeter of the line was carved by him with 100% concentration. Cheap. I can't understand it at all. The first place in the sculpture group is this level. Boring. It's like something you can buy at a street stall for just over 10 yuan. You Mian frowned slightly, and tried to concentrate on thinking about the form of everything. Where can it be improved? Where can it be better? Is he being too picky? Is there something wrong with the creation of the work itself, or is it just the audience's biased evaluation? Amidst the countless noisy and chaotic sounds, suddenly. Very beautiful. In a trance, a cold male voice penetrated the English commentary of the documentary beside her ears and returned to You Mian's mind. That was the determination Pei Yiji showed as he stood at the door of the sculpture room and walked in through the mud. It was Pei Yiji who approached the all things under the moonlight and said it beautifully with an attitude of absolute appreciation. The man's burning eyes crossed the distance of time and light years, and reappeared in front of You Mian's eyes, shining brightly. You Mian's absent-minded expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look at the roadside stall under the lit street lights outside the window. Countless pedestrians are shouting and countless tourists are sightseeing. A wide variety of goods are placed on small rugs on the ground. Second-hand Polaroids on sale at a discount, old books that I only read twice and then sold. As You Mian drove past the street corner at high speed under the bazaar lights, he caught a glimpse of an artistic iron sculpture lying idle in the corner of a stall. The iron sculpture looks like a flower, growing vigorously upwards. It was an old desk lamp with simple lines. Qin Lan's vicissitudes of life voice once again rang in his ears. No matter how noble or humble art is, it can be displayed in sculpture halls, art galleries, and on the world stage. So why can't it be placed on a bookshelf or a bedside table? Even if it's buried in the earth, even if it's broken into pieces. Even if it's broken into pieces. Qin Lan frowned his serious and old-fashioned brows tightly, and asked in a sonorous and powerful voice, You Mian. It is valuable. Its value, everything about it still exists. You are a sculptor. Your hands give life to it. Never, ever treat it as a dead object. In the fleeting light and shadow, You Mian suddenly realized. Suddenly, a large, bony hand gently pressed on his ear bone, and the documentary sound in the headphones was paused. You Mian tilted her head and unexpectedly met Pei Yiji's obsidian eyes. The man's voice was so soft that only the two of them could hear it. Pei Yiji said, Listen to my voice, listen to the voice closest to you. Everything is very beautiful. It deserves the first place and deserves everyone's praise. It should have received the warmest fanfare. Don't care about the vague anonymous slander, care about me. You Mian blinked, and the corners of his eyes suddenly turned slightly red. Pei Yiji raised his hand to touch it, but found that the red color disappeared in You Mian's smile in an instant, as if it was an illusion. The boy turned his head away coolly and hummed, the sound coming out muffled from his nasal cavity. Pei Yiji suddenly lost control and his throat felt slightly dry. He wanted to get JL's public relations team to immediately suppress all the rumors, regardless of the consequences, until not a single one of them could be found on the entire internet. I would rather send out a lawyer's letter with the most serious wording, dig out those scum hiding behind the internet one by one, let them be judged by the law, and give You Mian the most sincere apology. These abilities are in Pei Weiji's hands, but he really has no way to use them. Because of You Mian's determined eyes and rejecting attitude, Pei Weiji was willing to endure and show the greatest tolerance. He trusted You Mian and admired You Mian, so he also believed in every decision You Mian made. Since You Mian chose not to suppress public opinion, Pei Weiji would just do the same. You Mian's muffled voice sounded from the window, "Have you seen the trending searches?" Pei Weiji sat beside him in silence, without hiding anything, and hummed an acknowledgement. When the hot search terms started to ferment completely, they could no longer be suppressed. The program crew has no position or qualifications to intervene in this kind of wealthy family gossip and scandal, let alone anyone else except the parties involved. On the way back to the cabin, Pei Weiji saw the first trending search that had become an explosive word, and his eyes were cold. "I was adopted by Yu Jiwan." Before You Mian could continue, Pei Weiji pressed his earphones again. Accompanied by the sound of the documentary, Pei Weiji said in a deep voice, "You don't need to open your scars twice." You Mian was stunned for half a second, and realized that he would have to explain this matter to the other guests when he returned to the cabin. Pei Weiji didn't want to fight for these few seconds, nor did he want You Mian to talk about these things again. You Mian took off his headphones on his own initiative. He turned his head to look at Pei Weiji and asked in a low voice, "If I was really such a vicious person, occupying more than 20 years of other people's happy life like a thief, would you still?" You Mian suddenly got stuck. The dim lights on the roadside quickly passed over Pei Weiji's high-nose bridge, making his eyes look even colder. What else could it be? You Mian himself hadn't figured it out. But even so, Pei Weiji answered quickly and without hesitation. He said, "Yes." You Mian was genuinely stunned. Pei Weiji looked straight into You Mian's eyes. "I have good judgment, You Mian. You said that I have good observation skills. I never doubt my own vision." You Mian blinked. "Even if I really am a thief?" Pei Weiji said yes. You Mian, "Even if I am really a very bad person?" Pei Weiji said, "Yes." Pei Weiji indulged You Mian's assumption. He was very proud of his observation skills, and it was not a lie. He noticed the name You Mian the first time he saw the venue layout at Shuming's show. An artist's style cannot lie, and the work of a sincere person is always passionate. Pei Weiji said, "I will always stand on your side." In his more than 20 years of extremely self-disciplined life, Pei Weiji was willing to make this extraordinary and biased promise. You Mian was silent for a long, long time. At the end of the documentary, the boy said softly, "I'm not a bad person." Pei Weiji looked at him gently, his tone the same as always, full of endless trust. You Mian blinked her amber eyes slightly and was surprised to find that her heartbeat was actually a little fast at the moment. The business car drove into the mountains, and the outline of the heart-warming cottage could be seen in the distance. Bai Lin, who had been sitting in the front row, suddenly stood up with his phone in hand and walked to You Mian. He put on a pitiful look and said hesitantly, "You Mian, I'm sorry. I didn't expect the chat with fans in the group to be sent out." Guan Tong sat behind You Mian, and the atmosphere in the business car was silent. Guan Tong, who had just woken up from the bumpy ride on the mountain trail, rubbed his eyes and patted You Mian's shoulder in confusion. What happened? When Guan Tong opened his eyes and saw Bai Lin standing in front of him, he was almost frightened. The rest of the 8 people in the group were leaning back in their chairs to rest. Bai Lin's voice was not loud, but it was enough to attract everyone's attention. What's more, the road is now bumpy, and those who are sleeping can't fall asleep even if they want to. Has everyone not seen the trending searches? Bai Lin's voice suddenly rang out. You Mian frowned and looked at him coldly. Bai Lin almost swallowed the words he was about to say, but he still said them unwillingly. The relationship between You Mian and I is actually a bit complicated. You can understand it by looking at the trending searches. Guan Tong frowned, and did not open his phone directly as Bai Lin said. Instead, he supported You Mian's shoulders from behind the chair and asked softly, "Are you okay?" You Mian. The boy smiled calmly, his eyes bright. You Mian said, "Look if you want to. I also have something I want to tell you all." The business car was parked outside the heart-beating house, and the staff of the program team were also taking the time to make public relations preparations. Hong Sheng scratched his head in distress. Why didn't he ask more questions at the beginning? He didn't expect that Bai Lin and You Mian had such a relationship. If I had known, I wouldn't have included Bai Lin, and it would have caused so much trouble. The 8 heartthrob guests had different expressions when they walked into the cabin in front of the camera, and the atmosphere was silent. Yan Tingxuan didn't expect that You Mian's identity would be exposed, and he didn't expect it to be revealed by Bai Lin. Huo Yanji was in a daze, as if he had just woken up from sleep and his mind was still not clear. Yun Guanqing glanced at Bai Lin coldly and narrowed his eyes fiercely. Guan Tong scanned the trending searches, unable to conceal his shock. The production crew had prepared dinner long before they returned. After a quick wash, the group gathered in the open-air courtyard on the first floor. A huge white curtain was opened under the night sky, revealing an open-air movie-watching dinner that had been carefully prepared. But at this moment, no one was in the mood to have a lively meal, and the scene was very quiet. Guan Tong was the first to pick up the food with a smile. He picked up the movie list and flipped through it. "Why are you all so cold and silent? Why don't you choose the movie you want to watch later?" Shen Nanzhao leaned closer and whispered, "Let's see something romantic." You Mian's eyes swept across Bai Lin, then glanced at Yan Tingxuan and his group, and finally fell on Pei Yiji who was beside him. The boy said calmly, "I am indeed the adopted son of the Yu family. I didn't say it at the beginning of the show because I have no relationship with the Yu family now. Yu Jiwan is not my father, Bai Lin is not my mother, and Bai Lin is not my brother. So I am still that Yu Mian, Yu in Yu Ji, and Mian in Mianchan Luin." Guan Tong looked up in surprise, and Huo Yanji had an ugly expression on his face. Yan Tingxuan lowered his eyes in silence. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Yu Mian continue to speak calmly. 2 years ago, I learned from Yu Jiwan that I was not their biological child. They found Bai Lin, and I also recognized my identity. Know your own identity, is not only what Yan Tingxuan said, but Huo Yanji also often said it to Yu Mian. But at this moment, listening to Yu Mian say it herself, they actually felt a burning pain on their faces. Yu Mian said, "I don't think I owe the Yu family anything, and I have returned everything that doesn't belong to me." Bai Lin. Yu Mian suddenly looked at him, and asked coldly in front of Bai Lin's surprised eyes, "Perhaps you also know why I have been kidnapped so many times in these years." Huo Yanji and Yan Tingxuan were stunned, with surprise in their eyes. At the same time, a well-known art blogger with millions of fans on the internet released a new video. Watching the Star Cup preliminary round, the work that surprised me the most was this one, Blind Children Under the Starry Sky. At the beginning of the video, the blogger, who looked like a middle-aged man, posted the work of Bai Lin, who ranked first in the oil painting group, next to his own. The first thing he said was, "I didn't know that the enrollment level of University A had dropped so much. Now even an oil painting of this level can win first place, the Star Cup. I am really enlightened." The blogger commented mercilessly, "If you say this is the work of a primary school student, then I would considerately say that there is a lot to look forward to in the future. But if you say it is the first work in the Xingqian Cup oil painting group, then I can only curse him as rubbish." Chapter 64. The blogger's style has always been so sharp. If you can't accept it, please quit as soon as possible. The middle-aged man in the video was wearing thick myopic glasses. Although he looked honest, his words were extremely professional and sarcastic. The base of this oil painting is well laid. Although it's not that amazing, it's at least acceptable. Lu Hao pointed his mouse at Bai Lin's work that was edited next to him. He frowned and said mercilessly, "The problem is that what I don't understand the most is why he added a large piece of pure color here in the later stage. There is no technique or skill involved. Just spread the paint over a large area of cloud blue. It's such a stupid method. There is no skill. It looks like an amateur." Lu Hao frowned and smiled. If it weren't for the first place in the Star Cup, this work wouldn't even be good enough to be put in an exhibition. It was quite decent at the beginning, but it was so stupid at the end, with so many contradictions and abruptness that it made me feel like there was more than one person who wrote it. Lu Hao talked freely, his eyes showing a look of boredom and annoyance. He finished describing the painting at a rapid speed. "In short, it's rubbish. I won't say anything else." "Who's the first in the oil painting category?" Lu Hao looked down at the name. "Bai Lin, tisk, his painting is indeed rubbish, nothing wrong with it." The middle-aged man spoke Mandarin with a slight dialect and spoke without any scruples. "I heard he's a little actor, working in the entertainment industry." Lu Hao smiled, "Please bear with me if you're a crazy fan. The video that was edited and posted was surrounded and scolded by fans. Who is this? Is he trying to attract attention on purpose? What kind of messed up people can judge the work of the first place in the Xingqian Cup group? Funny, I think the blogger is really uncultured. Lin's work ranked first in the oil painting category. Could it be that the judges couldn't see that? Is the blogger more professional than the judges of the Xingqian Cup? The inexplicably attracted fan group immediately aroused the disgust of the usually quiet art fans. Where did these brainless fans come from? Lu Hao is a serious graduate of the oil painting department of University a few years ago, right? He is also a direct senior of this Bai Lin of yours. Hao's comments are as sharp as ever, thumbs up. I am a junior in the Department of Design, and I can see that something is wrong. It has been hyped up a lot, but anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that this painting is rubbish. There is no other adjective, it is just rubbish. It has no shape and no color. I haven't watched it for 2 years since I went abroad. Is the Xingqian Cup so bad now? The first place in the oil painting group is at this level. Who is Bai Lin? He's an actor and a student of a university. Why are there so many people with mental problems rushing into Brother Hao's video? Don't worry about those things when drawing. What matters here is your ability. Okay. Bai Lin is just not good at drawing. I told you so. Although Lu Hao's fan base is not at the top level on the site, he has a strong ability to attract fans vertically. Almost everyone in all walks of life who has a little knowledge of art knows Lu Hao, a science blogger. Moreover, Lu Hao has been visiting various art exhibitions at home and abroad for many years, and has evaluated countless works of masters or experts. This is the first time that he has attracted so much abuse, so much so that the blogger's fans who usually lurk quietly began to feel confused and angry. Science videos, if you don't like it, just leave it, okay. People are crazy about anything that has something to do with the entertainment industry. There are people in the comments who are questioning Brother Hao's level. What elementary school student? Those who have eyes can just read the introduction. He was the gold medalist in the Xingqian Cup oil painting category 2 years ago. His final oil painting is now hanging in the Huajiang Art Museum. Bai Lin is nothing. Fans who come in should just follow him and call him senior brother. The pre-edited video did not contain any real-time insults, so Lu Hao continued calmly. I was upset when I saw this when I opened the official website of the Star Cup. I thought the level of the Star Cup in the past 2 years was just like this, but I didn't expect to see such an amazing work. It's really amazing that Lu Hao, a sharp-tongued blogger, can praise you for being amazing. Art fans all ignored the fans' fury and waited with barrage of comments. Lu Hao removed the painting of Bai Lin and posted a sculpture instead. The sculpture group, All Things, released on the official website of the Xingqian Cup was photographed in the sun. I saw that the thick sky made of pitch-black copper and iron had hollowed out points of light from the sun in advance. The struggling and twisted little man opened his mouth wide, his nostrils seemed to be breathing, and his eyes were dark and empty to the point of being creepy. Lu Hao was still amazed after watching it again. Tisk, I remember this junior fellow was called You Mian. I was invited to attend the 20th anniversary celebration of Huajiang Art Museum. I saw his previous 3 works at the exhibition hall and I felt that this person was definitely talented. Lu Hao's comments showed his fondness for the steel skylight. He pointed his mouse at the steel skylight. Do you see these dots? Why do I say he has talent? Look at the lines where the light leaks through. Each spot shines right on the joints and corners of the little man below, deliberately using a light curtain to cover it, illuminating its distortion and pain. What's even more amazing is this orange-red planet. Lu Hao smiled and shook his head. I really don't know what material it is made of. It can actually emit such a bright light. When the darkness reached its end, a planet suddenly appeared in my empty eyes. What would a blind person see in the universe? Lu Hao sighed deeply. Look at his carving skills. Every skin texture is lifelike, as are the depressions on the arms, the strength of the fingers, and the distortion of the face. 1 point more would be too much, 1 point less would not be that flavorful. Lu Hao spent a lot of time analyzing this work, and finally smiled and said, in fact, the ability of this student cannot be summed up by just saying he is talented. To carve such a work, he must have spent countless days and nights polishing, pouring in his hard work, and concentrating on it. His efforts must exceed his talent. Lu Hao laughed and waved at the camera. I wonder if You Mian has the chance to see my video. I'm looking forward to seeing your work in the final of the Xingqian Cup. It's amazing that I can hear a venomous blogger praising someone like this. A student from the Department of Sculpture said that this basic skill is absolutely at the god level, and it really cannot be summarized by the word talent. Just this facial shaping alone is enough for me to study for a year. I cried my heart out. The depressions on this arm are absolutely beautiful. They are made of steel. I am in awe of them. The first place in the sculpture group is convincing. I am also a graduate of University A, and I like this for my junior. Mian Ji's direct junior is here to make a statement. He was always the first to come and the last to leave in the 4 years of teaching on the first floor of the sculpture department. He is a true art academy master. He once taught a few small classes to our freshman class. His skills are really amazing. I dare say that his sketching and coloring skills are second to none in the entire A University. After half an hour, the short video quickly received over 200,000 likes and over 100,000 reposts. The autumn breeze was blowing gently, and fallen red maple leaves were floating in the pond in the courtyard in front of the Japanese cottage. Kidnapping, Bai Lin's face stiffened. What kidnapping? I don't understand what you are talking about. You Mian's usually gentle eyes now contained a hint of cold anger. You Jiwan knows, Bai Lin knows, and you all know it very well. When Bai Lin stood up in a hurry, he accidentally knocked over the chair behind him. There was a loud bang and the scene instantly became cold and solemn. Everyone present had different expressions. Guan Tong listened to the gossip about the wealthy family while looking at You Mian worriedly. He couldn't stand the online abuse, let alone You Mian, the person involved. Do you have any evidence? Bai Lin forced a laugh. Your parents raised you, and now you can clear yourself of any connection with them by saying you adopted them. You Mian, you are so heartless. Huo Yanji's head exploded with a loud bang. The scene of Bai Lin's comfortable life abroad and the expression on his face when he begged him to return to China to find out who had taken his parents away replayed in Huo Yanji's mind like a video. If the Yu couple adopted You Mian, why did they only start looking for their biological child 20 years later? But if the Yu family couple had been looking for Bai Lin all along, then it doesn't make any sense at all. Huo Yanji frowned fiercely. Everything went so smoothly on the day Bai Lin returned to China. But now when he thought about it, he found many things that were wrong. Yan Tingxuan, who was standing aside, already felt his heart tremble when he heard You Mian say the word, kidnapping. He was the person who knew best what You Mian had experienced in his childhood, and he also knew best how many times You Mian had been absent from get out of class without reason and had returned home covered in scars. The other party casually said that something dangerous had happened, and Yan Tingxuan ignored it. But now Yan Tingxuan only felt that his heart was being tightly grasped. He knew from the beginning how Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin treated You Mian, so when the word, kidnapping, was related to Bai Lin's life experience, Yan Tingxuan was smart enough to connect everything together immediately. Yan Tingxuan's whole body was tense and stiff, and cold sweat kept coming out of his palms. If his guess was correct, he would never be qualified to ask for any love from You Mian in his entire life, let alone any hatred. Evidence. You Mian lowered his eyes and repeated these two words calmly. He does not have a complete chain of evidence now, and does not have the evidence that is enough to bring down the entire Yu family. You Mian tried his best to suppress his heart that was beating wildly, not sure whether it was due to anger, excitement, or hatred. Complex and surging emotions intertwined in his heart, but when You Mian raised his eyes, he was more indifferent than usual. The beautiful amber eyes were as cold as an icy lake. Pei Yg sat beside You Mian, and his brows suddenly frowned slightly. When Bai Lin saw You Mian's expression, he felt that he had the upper hand again. You have no evidence, right? Bai Lin skillfully posed as an innocent and pitiful victim. You Mian, I know you've always been unwilling to accept this, but the fact is, I am the biological child of the Yu family, and the blood relationship cannot be severed. Bai Lin approached Huo Yanji timidly. These things on the hot search are facts. It was wrong for my fans to release these things in the first place, but I don't understand why they have to hide them. Upon hearing this, You Mian did not get angry but smiled instead, and his eyes unexpectedly became peaceful and gentle. Yes, there is nothing to hide. You Mian smiled in agreement. Because from the beginning to the end, he was not the one who needed to hide. When Bai Lin saw You Mian smile, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The next second, in the silent night, everyone could only hear Bai Lin's cell phone ringing frantically. Bai Lin frowned and wanted to turn off the call, but he never expected that the person calling was You Jiwan. Guantong looked down at his phone during the break and was surprised to find something. He leaned over to You Mian and whispered, "Dear, all the trending searches just now have been removed. Not a single one is left." In the most searched entry of "True or False Young Master," countless people were digging into Bai Lin and You Mian's background. They almost turned Xu Ming upside down, including Bai Lin's daily life studying at a university, and even Bai Lin's life abroad. They seem very happy to see their idol transform from an actor into a wealthy heir. With an additional identity, they seem to have gained face. But this carnival for fans came to an abrupt end, and all the entries disappeared completely in an instant, without a trace. You Mian lowered his eyes and immediately realized who had done it. On the other side, Bai Lin turned around timidly and answered the phone. You Jiwan's furious voice rang in his ears. "Bai Lin, why are you always so disobedient? Why didn't you discuss this with us before you made such a big mistake? Do you know what you have done?" You Jiwan smashed all the vases in the study. At this moment, his chest was still heaving violently from the anger and fear he had just felt when he saw the number one hot search term. A hoarse and serious voice roared, "If you want to enter the entertainment industry, I have to make 3 rules for you. You can't put these people in front of the camera. Where did you hear my words? Stop recording the show, get back here right now." Bai Lin was suddenly scolded and his face turned red. You Jiwan had never treated him so harshly. Bai Lin held the hung-up phone and subconsciously turned to look at Huo Yanji and Yan Tingxuan. But at this moment, everyone was silent and no one noticed Bai Lin. At this time, You Mian also received the message from Ku Miao. "Mian, take a look at this short video I forwarded to you. The blogger's analysis is great, and the number of likes is about to exceed 500,000. As soon as You Mian clicked on it, he only saw the words "This video has been removed." After Hong Sheng received the call from the Yu family before Bai Lin, he immediately stopped all filming. He walked to the dinner table, glanced at Bai Lin, and asked, "Is everyone okay? Can the recording continue?" The popularity of the topic of the real and fake young master has already made the matching heartbeat program a hot search again and again. Hong Sheng did not interrupt the recording of the program because of the tremendous pressure. On the one hand, it was because his profession did not allow it, and on the other hand, it was because Pei Yg had just called him without blinking an eye for another huge investment. Hong Sheng understood Pei Yg's meaning, so there was a pause. Bai Lin was shocked and frightened, with a sad face, and said timidly, "Director, I may have to leave for a while." Although leaving like this at this moment was more like fleeing with the tail between his legs, Bai Lin had no choice. Yu Jiwan's call not only went to Bai Lin's cell phone, but also to Hong Sheng. Of course, Hong Sheng knew that Bai Lin would say that. It seems that this time the gossip and scandal about the wealthy family has had a profound impact. Hong Sheng agreed immediately. After watching Bai Lin get into the program crew's car and leave the heart-beating house with a wronged look on his face, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the silent dinner table, You Mian stood up and apologized to Hong Sheng. "Sorry, director, I couldn't control my emotions and affected the recording." Hong Sheng had already accepted Pei Yig's huge investment, and was now worried that You Mian would not record the variety show if she was unhappy, so he hurriedly said, "It's okay. This happened suddenly, and everyone is a little emotional. It's not just your problem." Hong Sheng was not lying. Ever since that post topped the trending search, the mood of the other people in the room was also unclear. Obviously continuing recording is not a good option now. So Hong Sheng clapped his hands and said, "Everyone calm down, tonight's recording will be postponed, and we will record together tomorrow." You Mian's tense shoulders suddenly relaxed, and his clenched palms also loosened their strength. You Mian could more or less guess why Bai Lin left. He lowered his eyes and thought calmly that this would be Yu Jiwan's last attempt to save the situation before Shuming building collapsed. Chapter 65. Although Hong Sheng said this, a group of people were sitting at the dining table and no one left first. "No matter what happens, we have to eat." Shen Nanzhao smiled and became the one who spoke up to break the silence. You Mian picked up the chopsticks. When he moved, everyone else followed suit. The argument or quarrel between You Mian and Bai Lin just now always seemed a little confusing to others who were unaware of the situation. Shen Nanzhao had heard of the 2 real and fake young masters of the Yu family, and he felt that You Mian looked familiar and strange when he first met him in the cottage. But Shen Nanzhao didn't expect that You Mian was actually the adopted son. Then the other party is not only familiar with Bai Lin, but should also be very familiar with Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji. Shen Nanzhao's doubts were hidden in his heart, while Guantong's curiosity was exposed. Since You Mian chose to expose this conversation on the show, he didn't want others to be silenced. So You Mian breathed a sigh of relief, smiled sideways, and asked, "What do you want to ask?" Guantong watched the person being caught quietly, her heart suddenly raised, her flamboyant pink hair drooped down, as if she was fluctuating with You Mian's emotions just now. "You Mian." Guantong sorted out his words and asked carefully, "Have you known Bai Lin brother Yan and brother Huo from the beginning?" Yan Tingxuan, who was sitting on the other side, instantly tightened his jaw, while Huo Yanji was in a trance. You Mian responded calmly, "We had a good relationship before." The two words, before, and, not bad, instantly summarized all their previous relationships and also expressed their current situation. Guantong understood it instantly, and also had the answer to Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji's strange behavior in the cabin at the beginning. No wonder Huo Yanji had been paying so much attention to You Mian on the first day he entered the cabin. It turned out there was such a relationship. Pei Yiji had a stern demeanor. The man suddenly said in the quiet atmosphere, "You Mian, just say what you want to say. There is no need to answer our questions." When You Mian lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembled slightly and she pursed her lips. When Pei Yiji said this, everyone present paused for a few seconds. Guantong suddenly realized that although Pei Yiji's words were direct, they were actually correct. None of the guests in the cabin took the initiative to talk about each other's family background, and they only knew each other's professional identities and names. It was only because the matter between You Mian and Bai Lin was put on the hot search that it caused many problems tonight. You Mian could have ignored these curious looks and questions. Young Guanqing supported his chin and smiled lazily. "Boss Pei is right, You Mian, there are some things we won't ask about." Young Guanqing didn't mind other people having secrets, especially after he knew about You Mian's involvement with the Yu family. Interesting people are right in front of you, so why bother about the past? It's just that You Mian put up layers of barriers in his heart, preventing anyone he didn't approve of from approaching him. Even if young Guanqing wanted to change his method and get closer now, his chances were slim. But when he saw Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji beside him, he sneered softly. After all, he was much stronger than these two people. You Mian said directly, "I have said almost everything I can say. If you want to ask anything else, I don't think I can answer it." There was a relaxed smile in the boy's eyes, and he looked relaxed. It seemed that he was not affected by the hot search except for those few seconds when his emotions fluctuated in front of Bai Lin. Guantong looked at You Mian's smile and felt completely relieved. "The fact that our family affairs have been exposed gives me goosebumps all over my body when I think about it." Guantong put himself in her shoes and immediately hugged You Mian's arm and wailed, "Let's put this matter behind us. Don't mention it anymore. Things that are trending can be big or small." Guantong did not miss the words, adoption, and kidnapping, that You Mian just said. It seemed that Bai Lin had everything going for him, but Guantong admitted that people's hearts were biased, and he unconditionally favored You Mian. Shen Nanzhao smiled in agreement. "It's really pointless to dig into the matter, so let's not talk about it anymore." Amid the sound of everyone chatting, Pei Yiji suddenly stood up and left. You Mian was stunned, and when he turned around, he saw only Pei Yiji's back. Young Guanqing was sitting not far from him. When he saw You Mian's gaze following him, he smiled sourly and said, "Do you care so much?" You Mian didn't think much about it at first, but was slightly stunned when he heard young Guanqing's words. He seemed to pay more attention to Pei Yiji than before. A few minutes later, Pei Yiji came down from upstairs with 2 bottles of red wine. Shen Nanzhao was sitting opposite You Mian. He was the first to see it and his eyes widened in surprise. Everyone knows Pei Yiji's reputation in Huajiang City. He is a person who doesn't drink or smoke, and he is a high-handed and cold person holding power. Someone who normally wouldn't even drink alcohol at a banquet now walked out with 2 bottles of wine. Not only Shen Nanzhao, but everyone else in the group was also stunned, unable to hide their surprise. Especially young Guanqing, he held his chin and frowned instantly, his eyes were filled with complex emotions. Guantong didn't know about this, so he laughed heartily and asked, "Mr. Pei wants to drink." Pei Yiji placed 2 bottles of red wine on the dining table, pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at You Mian beside him, his eyes relaxed. Celebrate You Mian's winning first place in the preliminary group. You Mian's pupils dilated slightly. After receiving Pei Weiji's first bottle of celebratory red wine, he saw the 2 bottles of wine again. His surprise was not as great as before, but it was still there. Yan Tingxuan raised his glasses and said, "It is indeed worth celebrating." Shen Nanzhao stood up and uncorked the red wine bottle. When he turned around, he found that the staff had already brought 8 bottles of red wine in glasses. Shen Nanzhao said thank you and took it. Young Guanqing said with a long-tailed tone, "Romani Conti, Mr. Pei picked a good one." Guantong's hand holding the red wine bottle shook and he almost spilled it. Shit, is this Romani Conti? Guantong had never drunk it, but he had heard of this famous name. Pei Weiji is worthy of his name. Any 2 bottles he takes out are of this level of red wine. You Mian took the bottle of red wine from Guantong's hand with a smile and poured himself a glass. After pouring it, he glanced at Pei Weiji and asked with his eyes. Pei Weiji picked up the wine glass and gently poured the wine towards You Mian. Celebrate with a glass of red wine, of course. Watching Pei Weiji make an exception for You Mian, young Guanqing felt as uncomfortable as watching 2 people kissing. You Mian raised an eyebrow, but finally restrained himself and didn't pour much. Pei Weiji raised his glass, and others also raised their red wine glasses. Congratulations to You Mian for successfully entering the 2nd round of the Star Cup. When Pei Weiji said this, his obsidian eyes drooped slightly, and his gaze fell on You Mian beside him, with a tender meaning. Everyone clinked glasses in the deep night. Guantong laughed and shouted, "Come on, You Mian. You can do it in the 2nd round." Shen Nanzhao looked at You Mian tenderly and said softly, "Celebrate you." You Mian responded with a smile, taking sip after sip of red wine. The 2nd round, the boy's eyes dropped slightly, his expression inexplicable. Huo Yanji, who was sitting in the corner, lowered his head and saw You Mian's work, everything, on his phone. The man's fingers trembled slightly. He compared it with Bai Lin's oil painting several times, and finally seemed to confirm something that he couldn't believe. His eyes were shocked. Guantong took a big sip and almost choked himself before saying, "Since everyone is drinking, let's not waste the movies prepared by the program team. Just pick any one and play it." Guantong held the wine glass and flipped through the movie list. "Honey, what do you want to see?" Guantong asked. You Mian had already gotten used to Guantong's address. Even though the other party didn't look at him when he asked this question, You Mian habitually replied, "It's all right." Pei Weiji took a few sips with restraint, and the mellow aroma slid down his throat. In fact, not just any 2 bottles of wine are good. Pei Weiji carefully selected these 2 bottles of red wine. No matter what the result is, he will send it out. Pei Weiji turned his head to look at You Mian. In the darkness of the night, the boy raised his head and laughed heartily at Guantong's funny behavior. His beautiful eyes curved into crescent shapes, not at all as dull as he had been in the car before. Pei Weiji finally breathed a sigh of relief, his Adam's apple rolled and his eyes became deep. An Italian gunfight movie began to play, and the tone of the dubbed movie rang in the night. Shen Nanzhao looked at Guantong helplessly. "Guantong, do you still remember that we are a love variety show?" Guantong shook his head while holding the remote control. "You want to watch something romantic? Get in line, watch this first." Shen Nanzhao laughed, but turned around and looked at the giant screen. There were layers of green mountains in the distance and the autumn night was slightly chilly. Everyone covered themselves with the thin blankets that the production crew had prepared long ago behind their chairs. The leisurely atmosphere made You Mian feel a little sleepy. The laughter of Guantong and Shen Nanzhao rang in his ears, and Pei Weiji's fresh breath faintly filled his nose. Amid the leisurely and relaxed chatting of a group of people, young Guanqing noticed that the production crew had turned off the cameras. "Since everyone doesn't want to leave yet, why don't we just complete the date invitation process?" young Guanqing said as he raised his glass and took a sip, his narrow eyes fixed on You Mian. A date invitation. For tomorrow. Guantong withdrew his hand from You Mian's shoulder and saw young Guanqing pointing at the program team's task card that had been placed in the middle of the dining table. Tonight's dinner session is actually also the session for deciding tomorrow's date group. Hong Sheng was worried that everyone was in a bad mood, so he took the initiative to stop the recording. But now it seems that no one is tired yet, and instead they start to have a drink spontaneously. Guantong immediately stepped forward and flipped open the task card, glancing around at everyone before reading it. Is everyone okay? I've read it. Yan Tingxuan said it didn't matter. Huo Yanji raised his fierce eyebrows and forced a smile. You Mian smiled gently and nodded. He was slightly tipsy, and the last of his tense nerves relaxed. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Guantong also became a little excited due to the alcohol. It was worth the night to be able to play some games. The suzerain groups battle for dating rights. Please move to the backyard shooting range. Each guest will have 10 shooting opportunities, and the order of selection will be determined by the number of rings from highest to lowest. As soon as Guantong finished reading it, he felt that the emotions of everyone present became tense. The alcohol made their plundering desire even stronger. Yan Tingxuan's eyes instantly focused on Pei Yg. As long as he could beat him. Before he could continue thinking, Guantong read out another sentence. Since the second phase of the heart-beating house is a double-room mode, each group cannot choose their own roommates. As soon as this small note appeared, young Guanqing's smile brightened significantly. Can't choose the person who lives with you, young Guanqing confirmed. Guantong nodded and smiled. Yes, the director is really good at making trouble. Pei Yg frowned, his jawline tightened, and he stopped rolling up his sleeves. You Mian realized belatedly that not being able to choose a roommate meant he couldn't be in the same group with Pei Yg. If he can't be in a group with Pei Yg, then it can only be the other 3 people. You Mian blinked and suddenly felt that it would be better not to play this game. Guantong smiled and came over to pull him. Let's go to the backyard. You Mian stood up wrapped in a thin blanket. The program staff on the other side became excited when they saw that they could continue recording. Hong Sheng quickly asked everyone to turn on their cameras. He thought that it would be better if the session that had been postponed to tomorrow could be recorded at the original time. A group of people walked towards the backyard. A row of 4 targets were placed at the end of the backyard, and the 4 sites had already been marked by the program team. Huo Yanji walked to the far left and picked up the bow and arrow with a neat and decisive posture. Obviously he had played with it before. When the person he mistakenly thought to be the perpetrator turned out to be the victim, he could no longer face You Mian with guilt as if nothing had happened. As the arrow flew towards the target in front of him, Huo Yanji frowned tightly, and his thick knuckles burst out with terrifying power. Swish, pop. Guantong counted loudly in surprise, 10 rings. Huo Yanji silently drew his arrow and made a gesture, his broad shoulders firm and tense. He was going to win the battle for a date. Chapter 66. The lights in the shooting range were on, and the sound of arrows flying could be heard not far away. Guantong looked at the report on the screen beside him and exclaimed, Brother Huo has full 10 rings. You Mian frowned slightly and looked at Huo Yanji who was standing next to the quiver, only to see that the other party's aura was surging, wildness was overwhelming, and the outline of his arms was slightly swollen as he exerted force. Pei Yg stood there without moving, a calm expression on his handsome face. As soon as Huo Yanji left the court, young Guanqing walked up to him. He drew the bow in a very neat posture, but the moment the arrow flew out, he did not have the same force as Huo Yanji just now. In the last 10 shots, he only scored 63 points. Young Guanqing narrowed his eyes and hissed, the curve of his mouth showing that he was not in a good mood. Huo Yanji was sitting on a bench in the shooting range with his head down. When he saw young Guanqing coming, he raised his crew cut to take a look. Young Guanqing flicked his wrist, and when no one else was paying attention, he said coldly, Bai Lin isn't here, it's interesting that you're so competitive. Huo Yanji lowered his eyebrows and smiled, and his wildness came out when he lowered his eyebrows. I did try hard, Huo Yanji admitted. He looked past young Guanqing in front of him and towards You Mian who was standing against the wall on the other side. Because I wanted to know something. Young Guanqing shook his aching wrist and raised his eyebrows, what's the matter? Young Guanqing knew without a doubt that it was about You Mian. Huo Yanji really said, some of these may be things I misunderstood. Young Guanqing rolled his eyes, looked at the number 63 on the screen, and sighed in bad mood. Guantong's voice came from behind, Brother Yan scored 41 points in 10 games. Young Guanqing immediately turned his attention to the person behind him and teased, oh, the big lawyer isn't very athletic. Yan Tingxuan tilted his head, took off his glasses and wiped them. He walked a few steps towards this side and smiled politely, I have indeed never played with a bow and arrow. I am sorry for showing off my poor performance. When Yan Tingxuan heard that the dating competition set by the program team was an archery event, he knew in advance that he might fail miserably. But what he didn't expect was that Huo Yanji would be the one with the strongest desire for battle. Once upon a time, he and Huo Yanji were also at odds with each other and they were disgusted with each other. You Mian actually guessed some things wrong. Yan Tingxuan did not get along with Huo Yanji at the beginning because he was jealous. Huo Yanji's current appearance reminded Yan Tingxuan of the guy who used to follow You Mian closely. When it comes to the skill of pestering people, Yan Tingxuan admits that he is no match for Huo Yanji. With the Yan family looming over him, Yan Tingxuan wouldn't do it too obviously even if he had a crush on her. But Huo Yanji was different. The way he clung to You Mian at the time really looked like a puppy. Yan Tingxuan dug out the name he hadn't called for a long time, the lost German shepherd wants to go home. Huo Yanji frowned fiercely, and his strong arms tightened. Who are you to say this to me? In Huo Yanji's opinion, the first person to chase You Mian should be Yan Tingxuan. He just wanted to confirm something with You Mian. He was different from Yan Tingxuan. Yan Tingxuan crossed his arms and raised his glasses in a nasty but gentlemanly manner. Guess what the probability is that a treacherous dog will open the door for you if it runs back to its owner's house and tries to pry open the door. Huo Yanji frowned and stood up. He was 2 fingers taller than Yan Tingxuan. He smiled wildly. Are you so angry because he didn't open the door for you? Yan Tingxuan's eyes hidden behind the lenses suddenly turned cold. Young Guanqing sat on the side and watched the 2 men stabbing each other as if jokingly, then his eyes slowly turned to the other side. It's Pei Weiji's turn. The man was wearing a black coat, his profile was cold, his stature was tall, and all the sharp aura of a superior was revealed. Even if the people in the cabin did not admit it, there was nothing they could do about it because Pei Weiji's aura was too strong, so strong that no one dared to confront him head-on. Yan Tingxuan had a quarrel with Pei Weiji in the RV that day, and after he turned around, he broke out in a cold sweat. The Yan family still needs to curry favor with the Yu family, let alone Pei Weiji. But at that time, Yan Tingxuan was so overwhelmed by jealousy and shame that he actually broke up with Pei Weiji without any regard for the consequences. Pei Weiji drew the bow and prepared it. His movements were neat and decisive, without any delay. The voice of the program staff just sounded at this time. I just received a call from Bai Lin. He may not be able to continue the recording for the time being. There is one more guest in the Linglan group, so the last guest will not get the chance to go on a date. As soon as the program staff member finished speaking, Pei Weiji slightly shifted his wrist and released the bow that was stretched to the extreme with a swish sound. Before the arrow reached the target, Pei Weiji quickly pulled out a new one and placed it on his index finger. As soon as he placed it firmly, the arrow flew out. Since he couldn't choose his roommate and had the chance to be alone, Pei Weiji felt that he didn't need to hesitate at all. Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao were standing aside, stunned by the score on the screen. Miss the target, all misses will get 0 points. You Mian stood leaning against the wall, looking as comfortable as a bystander. Before he knew it, You Mian had been staring at Pei Weiji for a long time. The man's handsome profile is mature and restrained, and when he has no expression on his face he always seems unkind and somewhat cold. Pei Weiji has heroic brow bones and deep eyes, so he actually looks very good when he smiles. Especially when Pei Weiji lowered his eyes slightly and leaned over to whisper, he exuded a charm that was difficult to describe in words. The 29-year-old Pei Weiji was as calm as an iceberg, but at this moment, seeing him standing in the shooting range, You Mian vaguely saw the young man with high spirits. Guan Tong said hesitantly, Boss Pei missed all the targets, the total score is 0. Pei Weiji put down the bow and turned his head sideways. He lightly scratched his brow bone with his index finger. The man's broad shoulders stretched out gracefully, creating an arc that made his shirt stand out straight. It looks like I don't have a date tomorrow, Pei Weiji said. You Mian, who was leaning against the wall and silently watching the other person, suddenly saw Pei Weiji's gaze sweeping over. The two people's eyes met, and You Mian saw a smile suddenly appear in Pei Weiji's eyes. The boy stood in the wind, his shoulders slightly hunched because of the cool air. The night blurred his edges, making his amber eyes reveal comfort and rare leisure. Pei Weiji knew that You Mian's expression at the moment was due to his 2 bottles of red wine. Pei Weiji didn't even go to the score screen, but walked straight towards You Mian. You Mian subconsciously straightened his back, but still couldn't stop Pei Weiji's tall figure from covering him in an instant. The other party's breath was like a pool of cold water. Are you sleepy? Pei Weiji's voice was hoarse. You Mian shook his head like a cat with squinting eyes and stretching. The wind was so strong that even the most sleepy feeling was blown away. The staff of the program came out and said, "The 4 guests of the Lily of the Valley group have completed 10 arrows. Now you can invite your date for tomorrow in order from the highest score to the lowest score." The staff member's voice was stuck for a moment. Of course, the lowest score just now is Mr. Pei. You may not be able to participate in the one-on-one date tomorrow. Pei Weiji nodded calmly, the lights overhead in the shooting range casting a sharp shadow on his eyes. The staff member quickly skipped over the topic and said, "So the first place goes to Huo Yanji." Huo Yanji and his group walked over from the bench, and the man whose name was called instantly fixed his eyes on You Mian, who was standing by the wall. "I choose You Mian." As soon as he finished speaking, the wind in the cabin seemed to get stronger. Pei Weiji's Adam's apple rolled heavily, and his eyes and eyebrows showed his irrepressible possessiveness. Huo Yanji looked determined to succeed after he finished speaking. Everyone's eyes were on You Mian. Just when they thought that the first group of one-on-one date guests had been decided, they suddenly heard You Mian tilt his head and look at Hong Sheng not far away and ask a question. "Director, since this is an invitation and not a team-up, can I refuse?" After these words were spoken, Pei Weiji's brows suddenly relaxed. Hong Sheng sat behind the camera and gave a thumbs up, indicating that it was okay to refuse. After all, they set a rule that prohibits choosing roommates from the same room, so those who don't want to choose can of course reject other people's invitations. Huo Yanji was hit hard by this sudden change, and there was an unprepared surprise in his eyes. He won the game and was even on the verge of winning it. Huo Yanji refused to admit it. He took a step forward. You Mian just asked if he could refuse. He hadn't. You Mian looked directly at Huo Yanji and said calmly, "I refuse your invitation." Huo Yanji retracted his steps instantly and stood there in a daze. The staff asked the director if the rejected guests had a second chance to choose. Hong Sheng gave a negative answer. So the staff immediately said, "Huo Yanji's invitation failed, and he will not be able to get a one-on-one date tomorrow." After seeing this scene, Guantong immediately realized how tragic things would be happening next. He and Shen Nanzhao stood aside, glancing at Yan Tingxuan and Yan Guanqing, who were standing not far away like they were eating melons. If these 2 people choose You Mian, they will definitely be rejected. Didn't Yan Guanqing know that he would be rejected, but he still wanted to take a chance. What if You Mian thinks that his previous arrogance and conviction is unfair and wants to give him another chance? Yan Guanqing took a step forward, his eyes more serious than ever before. "I want to choose You Mian," Yan Guanqing said and blinked slightly. The evening breeze blew through his shoulder-length hair, but it also brought You Mian's unhesitating rejection. "I refuse," Guantong hissed, miserably. Yan Guanqing was stunned for half a second, then stood there and smiled with a complicated expression. Yan Tingxuan looked at the previous failures and knew that it would be the same for him, sending out invitations in public and then being rejected mercilessly. It's both shameful and embarrassing. Yan Tingxuan stood in the cold wind facing the boy in front of him, and suddenly realized at this moment why he was drifting further and further away from him. Because they are 2 intersecting parallel lines, they can only have a brief communication. Because they value different things most. Because he is selfish and heartless. In the past 2 days, Yan Tingxuan has seen You Mian's rejection attitude several times, but he didn't care. He fantasized that there was still a possibility that their relationship could be restored. He thought that the reason that hindered him was Pei Weiji and You Mian's attitude. But when he really stood here and really needed Yan Tingxuan to muster up the courage to make that invitation, which had a 0.01% chance of being accepted, he hesitated once again, for the umpteenth time. Yan Tingxuan pursed his lips and smiled meaningfully. People who are selfish to the core are not worthy of loving others, let alone being loved. In the autumn night, everyone heard Yan Tingxuan hesitate for 2 seconds and then said, "I choose Shen Nanzhao." This is the optimal solution after judgment by those who believe in profit above all else. It is also the optimal solution that is so appropriate that it will not be rejected. It is also the optimal solution that is selfish to the extreme. Guantong looked at Shen Nanzhao beside him in surprise. Shen Nanzhao also had a confused expression on his face. The staff looked at Shen Nanzhao and said, "Shen Nanzhao, do you accept the invitation?" Shen Nanzhao's personality made it impossible for him to say such a refusal, not to mention that it was even more difficult for him to say that refusal after the first two people had rejected him. So under Yan Tingxuan's indifferent gaze, Shen Nanzhao agreed, okay. The staff nodded and announced that all the groupings for tomorrow's date had been completed, with only one group of guests successfully forming a team. Hong Sheng hit the board to stop recording. Except for the cameras surrounding the cabin, all other giant machines were turned off in this ridiculous date invitation. Shen Nanzhao frowned and walked to Yan Tingxuan, whose eyes were somewhat empty, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yan, why did you choose me?" Yan Tingxuan raised his head and his expression returned to a flawless smile. "I'm sorry to embarrass you. I really don't know who to choose." Shen Nanzhao took a breath. No matter who looked at it, the credibility of Yan Tingxuan's words was ridiculously low. Huo Yanji, who was at the end of the group, lowered his eyes and glanced at the sketches on his phone from many years ago, then frequently switched between them and carefully compared them with the Star Cup work he had just seen. It really doesn't look like the oil painting that Bai Lin submitted now. It's very different. The brush strokes, colors, light and dark are all different. Huo Yanji carefully looked over Bai Lin's oil painting from top to bottom, and he let out a deep breath. He really could no longer see any of the colors that had excited him before. Huo Yanji was scrolling through the photo album when his finger suddenly paused. It was a picture he had just saved on the dining table. This is a sculpture photo downloaded from the official website of the Xingchen Cup, signed by You Mian. Huo Yanji frowned and remained silent for a long time. 30 seconds later, the screen of his mobile phone turned off by itself. The black screen reflected his complicated expression of extreme confusion but incredulity. You Mian and Pei Yg returned to the room one after another. As soon as the door was closed, You Mian suddenly felt that he was almost sleepy. Pei Yg turned around and stood in the house. The dim light made his eyebrows and eyes look even sharper. After experiencing the series of rejections just now, Pei Yg felt an indescribable emotion surging in his heart. A strong desire to explore swept over him, making his jaw even tighter. "You just rejected them." Pei Yg spoke hoarsely. You Mian stood at the door, looked up and hummed, as if he didn't think this was something worth discussing. When the boy turned sideways, his thin waist was outlined by light and shadow, and Pei Yg heard You Mian laugh. You Mian said, "Have you found the answers to all the questions you wanted to ask but didn't get before?" Pei Yg immediately recalled the offensive words he had said to You Mian when he first met him. The man's face was rarely stunned. Pei Yig's Adam's apple rolled and he said, "There is still one thing that has not been concluded." You Mian walked to the bed and asked, "What's the matter?" Pei Yg sat at the end of the bed, and You Mian's proximity brought the two closer together. The temperature in the closed room gradually rises. Pei Yg looked up at him. "You said your eyes were damaged because you were kidnapped, and the kidnapping was related to Bai Lin, right?" You Mian was silent for a few seconds, and his eyelashes trembled as he pursed his lips. "Yes." Pei Yg recalled the simple night conversation they had in the tent. He looked at You Mian firmly, his gaze strong. "The evidence you are looking for is about this matter." You Mian lowered his eyes. It was simple to prove that he was adopted by the Yu family, but the difficulty lay in proving that the Yu couple had ulterior motives in adopting him, and proving that You Mian himself was a victim and an exploited person. Clarifiers always have a harder time proving themselves than slanderers. You Mian smiled, and his smile made Pei Yg agree with what he had just said. Boss Pei always keeps his word. You Mian raised his eyelids slightly and asked, "So can you help me check the Angxin welfare home?" Pei Yig's dark eyes were sharp. "Of course." You Mian bowed his head and whispered thank you. When Pei Yg stood up, his figure enveloped You Mian's entire body. For the first time, he revealed his possessiveness without any cover. "But You Mian," Pei Yg said hoarsely, "I have already said that I am not a philanthropist." The man's cold aura spread out, which was thrilling to watch. You Mian shrugged. "You said JL also has his own charity foundation." Pei Yig's brows relaxed slightly, but his thin lips were still slightly pursed. You Mian ignored his aggressiveness and showed the kind of gentle smile that she would never show in front of Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji again. He smiled calmly and asked back, "What's wrong, Mr. Pei? Am I not your genius anymore?" Chapter 67. You Mian's voice was tender and gentle, but the alcohol made his tone hoarse, which made Pei Yig's heart tighten. The boy didn't seem to think that Pei Yg would refuse, so this rhetorical question sounded more like arrogance to Pei Yig's ears. Pei Weiji's hot back of his hand accidentally touched You Mian, and fireworks suddenly exploded in his heart. Yes. Pei Weiji lowered his eyes and said softly, compromising easily. After getting the answer, You Mian stopped giving candy, and Pei Weiji also clearly saw the sleepiness in his eyes. The next second, the boy didn't say another word after teasing Pei Weiji unintentionally. He lay directly on his bed and buried his head in the soft pillow. His beautiful long eyelashes trembled slightly, and he fell asleep instantly. Pei Weiji's Adam's apple rolled heavily. Pei Weiji was like a hunter with a gun who was lured by a deer and voluntarily stepped into a trap. At this moment, he was standing alone in the pit and looking up in the direction where the prey was running away, feeling anxious but helpless. You Mian's face was pressed against the soft pillow, the flesh of his cheeks was slightly pressed into a depression, and he slept so peacefully that he had no sense of crisis at all. Under the dim light, Pei Weiji saw the camera on the desk, which was blocked by the coat. The man's jaw tightened for a moment. He turned his head and stared at You Mian's profile for a long time in silence, just like that rainy night. Pei Weiji unbuttoned the collar of his shirt, and his broad shoulders exuded a strong aura in the night. In this night so quiet that only emotions were surging, he finally stood up by the window and sent a message to Vivian. Pei Weiji once again restrained himself, suppressing the plundering desire that was sweeping over him like a wave, paying tribute to his stable and well-ordered life. After sending the message, Pei Weiji frowned slightly and silently said, "Angxin Welfare Home," in his heart. In the dead of night, Pei Weiji's handsome brow bones were made even sharper by the moonlight. He suddenly turned on his phone, selected a Sudoku game with the highest download volume and clicked to install it. The next morning, when You Mian opened his eyes, Pei Weiji was no longer in the room. He slowly got up, washed, put on a loose black sweatshirt that would not get dirty, and went downstairs. The drunken conversation last night made the boy's ears slightly red, but you couldn't tell from his expression. The voices of Guantong and Huo Yanji came from the restaurant on the first floor. The Japanese-style wooden house is well lit. The sound of a stream flowing slowly can be heard in the front yard. Fiery red maple leaves fall leisurely into the pond, creating countless ripples. Guantong, who was chatting, immediately waved when he saw You Mian coming downstairs. "Dear. Did you sleep well last night?" Huo Yanji, who had his back to Guantong, was startled when he heard the voice, and his whole body tensed up. You Mian smiled and said, "Maybe it was the red wine that Mr. Pei gave me that helped me sleep. I slept well." Guantong had a cheerful expression and pushed a cup of hot milk in You Mian's direction. "Brother Yan and Nan Xiao went on a date. I don't know where they went. I'm so envious." Guantong's base makeup is flawless in the sunlight, and her pink lip gloss glows with a glassy luster, making her look delicate and cute. You Mian pulled out a chair and sat in an empty seat between him and Huo Yanji. The boy's hair was a little messy, and he looked dull as if he had just woken up, making people want to pinch his face. Guantong thought so and did so. You Mian, who was taking a sip of milk, looked up at Guantong in a daze. Cameras were placed everywhere in the cabin, and they also recorded You Mian's slightly surprised and confused expression at the moment. Guantong took back his hand, propped up his cheeks and shouted, "Ah, so cute." Huo Yanji clenched the knife and fork in his hands. Upon hearing this, You Mian lowered his eyes helplessly and smiled, full of indulgence. Guantong used a fork to pierce the runny egg on the plate and sighed. Brother Yun went out early in the morning to catch up with the announcement. Now there are only 3 of us left in the cabin. You Mian held the cup and frowned slightly, and asked, "Where is Pei Weiji?" Guantong hissed. In the entire heart-beating house, only You Mian dared to shout out these 3 words so easily. He couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Although after so many days of getting along, Guantong knew that Pei Weiji's personality was not as cold as he looked, but after all, there was a huge difference in identity, age, and status, and he was always uneasy when facing Pei Weiji. Guantong said softly, "Mr. Pei got up very early, and he went out when Brother Huo went downstairs. Today is the last day of recording the 2nd episode of Heart Beating House. The 8 guests who were supposed to date in pairs are now just one group. The rest of the people either left to do their work or simply stayed in the cabin." Guantong, Brother Huo got up very early today, right? Guantong suddenly threw the topic to Huo Yanji, causing the man, who had been silent until now, to pause and his neck became tense. "Ah," Huo Yanji said without disguising, "I woke up early and couldn't sleep." That's right, I couldn't sleep. I didn't choose the person I wanted last night, and I was tormented by the judgments in my mind and had a sleepless night. Huo Yanji frowned and drooped his ears like a big dog. You Mian didn't continue the topic. After finishing a glass of milk, he wanted to get up and asked, "There are no activities for the guests who are left alone, right?" Today's recording mainly focuses on Shen Nanzhao and Yan Tingxuan on a date. The lone guests in the cabin could only entertain themselves, so no one said anything when Yun Guanqing and Pei Weiji left first. Guan Tong chuckled, "I asked the director, we don't have any activities today, so I just want to go out and shoot some vlog material." Guan Tong was very cute. She placed her hands on the sides of her cheeks and said with a sound effect, "Bling bling, how about this makeup? I want to take a makeup tutorial for this later." You Mian has always been sensitive to colors and lines. He nodded after just one look and said, "The outline has a good white space, and the ratio of horizontal and vertical lines is about 1:3. It's just that the pink color on the face may need to be thinner, otherwise the light and dark relationship." Before You Mian could finish, Guan Tong covered her face with her hands, cried out in a helpless manner, and said coquettishly, "You Mian." You Mian was stunned, and saw Guan Tong pretending to cover his mouth jokingly. "Who asked you to say these things? Just tell me if it looks good or not." You Mian nodded honestly, "It looks good. The proportions are quite good." Guan Tong smiled cheerfully and ran upstairs to get his vlog camera. You Mian lowered her eyes with a smile, and just as she was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly heard Huo Yanji say, "You Mian, there is something I don't understand." The boy frowned slightly. Huo Yanji took out the sculpture picture that had been on his phone screen all night and placed it on the dining table. With a swipe of his hand, the album slid to the left, revealing a sketch from many years ago. Huo Yanji didn't dare to look back. He lowered his head and asked softly, "Did you draw this?" You Mian originally thought that if Huo Yanji wanted to talk about Bai Lin, he would just leave, but he didn't expect that the other party would just ask him if he drew the painting. You Mian turned his head sideways and took a look. The sketch seemed unfamiliar, the brushstrokes seemed a little childish, and the charcoal used throughout, and the habit of smudging was exactly the same as his. Huo Yanji stroked the sketch gently with his fingertips. You Mian suddenly remembered that this was one of the countless sketches he drew during the college entrance examination training. During that period, the teacher always said that his sketches focused on the overall structure but lacked details, so You Mian worked day and night in the training classroom and painted for 2 weeks. In order to accurately compare whether he had made progress, he marked a number in the lower right corner of each finished sketch. There is a number 131 in the lower right corner of this sketch. You Mian noticed that Huo Yanji was in a strange mood, but he didn't want to get involved with him anymore, so he gave an answer easily. "I drew it." Huo Yanji swallowed dryly, his mouth and eyes unnaturally blank. At this moment he finally realized what he had missed. You Mian's answer was like a heavy punch, hitting his defenseless heart hard, leaving it bloody and mangled. When he first met Bai Lin, he was in the studio holding a charcoal pencil with this painting in front of him. Huo Yanji did not see the entire painting process, but in that situation no one would think that the other party would put other people's paintings on his easel. What's more, in the following months, Huo Yanji saw such passionate sketches on Bai Lin's easel. Sometimes it's a sketch, sometimes it's an oil painting with brighter colors. Huo Yanji's fingers trembled as he slid his fingers over the table. "You drew this picture too, right?" His tone was no longer a question, but a straightforward statement. You Mian lowered his eyes and answered calmly, "I drew it during the training camp." Although You Mian wondered why all his paintings were saved in Huo Yanji's mobile phone in the form of photos, he did not ask, nor did he want to ask. Seeing Huo Yanji fall into dazed silence, You Mian turned around and left. Huo Yanji clenched his cell phone tightly, and his chest seemed to be burning with an endless fire. The burning pain made his eyebrows twisted. What on earth did he do? For Bai Lin, get close to You Mian. Thinking that Bai Lin was pitiful, he looked at You Mian with an attitude that he had already condemned. He treated You Mian as a substitute in a condescending manner and placed his admiration for Bai Lin on You Mian. Huo Yanji had seen You Mian paint many times, but he didn't know whether it was due to human nature or if his eyesight was really that bad. It was obvious that the real painter was right in front of him, and he had been with the other person all these years. But Huo Yanji just fantasized that if it was Bai Lin, the painting would definitely be more beautiful than You Mian. Later, You Mian became busy with his studies in the sculpture department, and he began to delve into clay and steel, rarely touching oil paintings. Huo Yanji's misidentification has ridiculously continued to this day. It was not until recently that Huo Yanji began to doubt, and by the time he felt the contradiction, it was already too late. The man closed his eyes tiredly. His nerves on the verge of collapse could no longer support the high-pressure emotions that had lasted for so long. He allowed himself to be overwhelmed by the emotions of despair and regret, with his brows lowered and his eyes red. It turned out that the painting that helped him cheer up was painted by You Mian. It turns out that the strength that allowed him to maintain his last bit of vigilance and turn defeat into victory in the boxing ring was all drawn from You Mian's writing. He actually misunderstood it for so long and made the mistake for so long. You deserve it. Huo Yanji felt a dense pain all over his body, and the feeling of despair seemed to have really turned into tangible pain, which was reflected in his brain and whole body. The joint injuries that had been difficult to heal for years began to ache and his eyes started twitching and he felt dizzy. You Mian returned to the room, picked up his luggage and prepared to leave. He was going to start preparing for the second round of the Star Cup. Although the subject matter was somewhat unexpected, his gaze remained sharp. After getting in the car leaving the cabin, You Mian opened the address book and made a call. The call was quickly connected, and a hoarse and serious voice asked, "Xiao Mian." A gentle smile flashed through You Mian's eyes, and he said, "Director, I have some questions and I want to ask you." Lin Yuqing was silent for a few seconds, then he asked directly, "Is it about the theme of the second round of the Star Cup?" You Mian hummed. Qin Lan is a judge of the Xingqian Cup. In order to avoid suspicion and for the fairness of the competition, You Mian cannot ask him. But this time the subject really made him feel at a loss. So You Mian thought of Lin Yuqing and Huajiang Art Museum. Lin Yuqing smiled and said, "Come here. There happens to be an exhibition this afternoon. I also want to introduce you to some people. They will be of great help to you in your future. One of your senior brothers is here now. He has high praise for you. It's a good opportunity to meet him." You Mian felt more at ease listening to Lin Yuqing's voice. The chaotic feeling of stepping on the void that suddenly appeared after seeing the theme also dissipated a lot. After You Mian hung up the phone, she blinked her eyelashes lightly, and Pei Weiji's voice suddenly rang in her ears. "With your level, it is more than enough to win a gold medal." The man's words were very confident, and he didn't seem to think that his words were offensive to others. In an instant, an unreal deep smile appeared in You Mian's eyes. You Mian clicked on the group chat of 8 people in the happy house and saw Pei Weiji at a glance. Pei Weiji's WeChat name is simple, it is his own name, and his avatar is a sharp and neat Pei. Just when You Mian clicked on Pei Weiji's business card page and wanted to add him, she suddenly discovered that the man's circle of friends was actually open to strangers. You Mian saw a circle of friends that the other party posted on September 15th, which was also the only circle of friends that the other party posted. The picture actually showed the clay figurine he had given to Pei Weiji on his birthday. You Mian was vaguely aware of a new emotion rapidly passing through his heart. The next second, with a flick of his finger, a friend request was sent out. Chapter 68. The wind in late autumn was dry and cool. You Mian put on an extra white plush coat when she went to Huajiang Art Museum, just because she was afraid that the temperature would drop sharply when she returned. You Mian put on a shoulder bag, put a brush box and a sketchbook in it, and ran out of the apartment building. The afternoon sun was not glaring. There were golden trees growing on both sides of the street. When the wind blew, the leaves spun and flew into the sky. Swoosh! The wheels of the bicycle clanged as they rolled over the yellow leaves on the ground, splashing a gust of golden wind. You Mian's coat was open and flipped up backwards. The boy pedaled briskly, his chestnut brown curly hair fluttering in the wind. He had a slender neck, straight shoulders, and bright amber eyes curved in a gentle smile, with a crisp vitality bursting out of them. You Mian parked his bicycle outside the art museum, followed the queue to get the entry badge, and walked into the exhibition hall door with ease. Lin Yuqing was tripped up by busy things, so before coming, he informed You Mian in advance that he would let senior brother A come to see him first. Just as You Mian lowered his head to glance at his phone, a simple and honest male voice sounded nearby. "Hello, you must be You Mian, right?" Lu Hao raised his thick black-framed glasses and said with a smile. Director Lin told him not to worry about not being able to find the person, just take a quick look and you will find the most eye-catching and good-looking one in the crowd. Lu Hao thought silently. He didn't expect that the curator didn't exaggerate at all. What he said was quite right, and he really found it. The official website of the Xingqian Cup only has contestant numbers and pictures of their works, but no contestant photos. I didn't expect You Mian to be so handsome. You Mian looked up and saw that the man who greeted him had a fat body, round and sturdy. His eyes were slightly narrowed due to myopia, but his gaze was not as gentle as his smile, but instead it was sharp, and it was obvious that he was a straightforward person. You Mian nodded and replied, "Yes, it's me, you are." You Mian felt that this person looked familiar, and when Lu Hao finished introducing himself with a smile, he immediately recalled it. "You are the gold medalist of the Xingqian Cup 2 years ago." You Mian remembered that he had watched the other party's final work. He widened his eyes slightly and praised sincerely, "I like the person in the glass very much." Lu Hao chuckled, seeming a little shy of being praised. He stretched out his hand to the left and said, "A hero never brags about his past achievements. Now is your generation's time." Besides, the scale of the Xingqian Cup back then was far smaller than it is now. Lu Hao commented objectively, "The judges were also far less well-known than they are now. Although my work won first place at the time, if it were put up today, it would still have too many flaws." The sincerity of Lu Hao's words made You Mian like him even more. Lu Hao led You Mian into the side hall on the left. There are many groups in this afternoon's exhibition, and the sculptures are mainly concentrated in these two sections. Director Lin asked me to greet you well. If you have any questions, just ask me. You're welcome. Art students usually spend a long time in the exhibition hall, which can be as short as 2 or 3 hours or as long as until closing time. If they want to copy or analyze the works during this period, it will take even longer and their fatigue will increase exponentially. Lin Yuqing asked Lu Hao to greet You Mian so that he could help prepare some things while You Mian was observing and analyzing. Usually You Mian would sit cross-legged in front of the work he wanted to copy and start painting. Now, Lu Hao came over with a small wooden stool and said, "Junior brother, take this stool. There is a water dispenser and bread over there." You Mian took the wooden stool and put it behind him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Thank you, senior brother." When the boy smiled, his eyes curved beautifully, his amber eyes like an autumn pool. Lu Hao was struck by the beauty at close range and it took him a few seconds to come back to his senses. The honest man raised his glasses, smiled cheerfully, and said, "I posted a short video a few days ago. I don't know if you saw it." He scratched his head and took a helpless breath, but it was quickly taken down. You Mian shook his head and frowned, asking in confusion, "What video?" Lu Hao waved his hand and said, "I have a sideline as an appreciation blogger. I made a brief analysis of your sculpture from the preliminary round of the Star Cup." You Mian looked at Lu Hao with slight surprise. Lu Hao did not hide his admiration and praised immediately, "Your carving foundation is very good. You have worked hard on it. The structure of your work is also very novel. You deserve the first place. I thought the level of this year's Xingqian Cup had declined, but I didn't expect to see such outstanding works in the end." Receiving such praise, You Mian simply pursed his lips and smiled restrainedly, "Thank you." Lu Hao has been surfing the internet for many years. Even though the hot search for Bai Lin and You Mian was quickly removed and no comments about that entry can be found now, he did read it all at that time. Thinking about the second round of the Star Cup theme competition, Lu Hao immediately understood why You Mian came to find Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing, that old-fashioned guy, never goes online and probably doesn't know You Mian's complicated background. Lu Hao was worried that the old man would rub salt into other people's wounds, so he tried his best to arrange everything for You Mian. Lu Hao pointed to the area nearby and said, "The latest works are all displayed here. If you want to find a more suitable theme, there is an electronic album over there. You can search by name." You Mian raised his eyes gently, "Thank you, senior brother. I am sorry for your trouble." Lu Hao sighed, thinking that this boy could be so beautiful. He didn't dare to think further. He immediately got back to the point and asked, "Do you have a rough idea of the theme of maternal love in your mind now?" In front of You Mian was a postmodern abstract sculpture placed in a glass cabinet. The bright colors softened his gaze slightly, but the words he spoke were not gentle. "I have no clue," You Mian said truthfully. Lu Hao thought so too. It would be strange if maternal love, which is the soul of a work, could exist among such complicated family feuds among the rich. But these words could not be said in front of You Mian, so Lu Hao led You Mian to the electronic album, and his fingers skillfully searched for all family-related sculptures in the past 5 years. Lu Hao said, "A mother's love does not necessarily have to be gentle and great, it can also be strict and harsh." Lu Hao's hands drew a line through the female sculptures with sharp lines, like these. You Mian lowered his eyes and thought, his mind still blank. He thought that this kind of anti-type work could be produced, but it would not be outstanding, especially in a national-level competition like the Star Cup, where it would definitely be drowned out by the works of other people in the same group. Lu Hao flipped through the portrait sculptures one by one, and maternal love does not necessarily have to be human love. Take a look at this one. You Mian discovered that it was a picture of the Earth viewed from the moon. Lu Hao tilted his head and smiled innocently. You can expand your thinking and imagine other carriers of maternal love. Don't we often talk about Mother Earth and Motherland? It's also possible to extend in these directions. Or animals, plants, sprouts of life, etc. At worst, the Virgin Mary is the safest choice. After all, your carving details are much better than those of your peers. As long as the skin texture can maintain your usual level, you shouldn't be eliminated in the second round. You Mian walked forward and took the initiative to flip through it. Seeing this, Lu Hao took a few steps back. You Mian cruelly stated a fact, but this kind of work is very easy to borrow too much from each other. The broader themes such as the Earth and the Motherland, the more likely they are to be similar, and the easier it is for them to be accused of plagiarism. The statue of the Virgin is too ordinary. You Mian knew that someone was watching his every step in the dark, and he couldn't afford to be blamed. Lu Hao took a deep breath and stood aside. He gradually came out of his previous state of being anxious to give an answer. Because Lu Hao discovered that You Mian was not only troubled by not being able to make a sculpture with the theme of maternal love, the boy was more troubled by the possibility of not being able to make a sculpture that ranked first in the group. You Mian actually wanted to create the best work in a subject in which he was at his worst disadvantage. Only at this moment did Lu Hao truly observe You Mian. Stripping away his previous impression of him, the words, "young people are to be feared," emerged in Lu Hao's mind. While he was worried about not being able to produce a work, You Mian was already sketching out what kind of work would be more successful. Lu Hao felt that he could no longer help and standing here would only waste the other party's time, so he smiled seriously and said, "I'm in that office. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I'll stay until closing time." You Mian smiled gently, "Thank you, senior brother." As soon as Lu Hao left, You Mian began to browse through all the works about family in the exhibition hall more quickly. After viewing all the portrait sculptures, You Mian's brows became more and more furrowed. He was no longer confined to works solely about family affection. Instead, he resolutely turned to other sculptures in the exhibition hall and began to draw new inspiration. In his opinion, the key point of the theme of maternal love does not lie in the image of the mother, but in the word love. No matter what form the work is presented in, it should make people think of love at the first second they see it. Love can be strict or gentle, selfish or selfless. Once his mind was opened, You Mian observed the works in front of him faster. The boy was carrying a bag and holding a small stool, walking past the tall or exquisite glass cabinets. Suddenly, he turned a corner and stopped in front of the interactive art exhibition hall. How do I do this? You Mian was watching a VR projection, and when he heard the sound, he subconsciously turned his head. I saw a noble lady in a gorgeous purple dress standing in front of the interactive sculpture, talking to herself with a bit of embarrassment. You Mian noticed that the other party wanted to turn on the switch of the interactive sand painting. Qian Li stood in front of the sand painting with a slightly frowned brow. Just as she was wondering where the interactive switch was, a very handsome boy suddenly approached her. You Mianqing leaned over and opened the built-in mechanism. Along with the sound of gears turning in the sand painting, Qian Li saw his beautiful amber eyes up close. The mechanisms of this kind of work are relatively hidden, but they are usually designed in the lower right corner. You Mian explained softly. Qian Li stared at him in a daze for a few seconds, then immediately broke into a big smile. The woman stepped forward and grabbed You Mian's hands, smiling and saying, "Thank you so much. What's your name?" You Mian was a little frightened by this enthusiastic behavior. She suppressed the urge to retreat and said with pursed lips, "You Mian." Qian Li exclaimed, "My son happened to be away for a while, can you accompany me to visit the exhibition?" The woman's long black hair was tied up behind her head. Her high brow bones made her look more heroic, and she was a person with a very cool temperament. You Mian blinked, thinking that she also wanted to visit the exhibition, so she nodded and said, "Okay, sister." Qian Li's eyes widened instantly and she covered her mouth. "What did you call me?" You Mian was slightly stunned. "Sister." Qian Li was obviously mesmerized by the handsome boy calling her sister. She didn't let go of You Mian's hand and said with a trembling smile, "Why call me sister? Call me auntie." The fine lines at the corners of the woman's eyes also reveal a gentle smile. Just as You Mian was about to call auntie, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. "Mom." You Mian looked at the noble lady in front of him with a hint of embarrassment. Pei Yiji walked closer with steady steps. You Mian had his back to him and could not see Pei Yiji's face for the time being. But he smelled the clean scent on Pei Yiji. The man leaned over slightly and approached You Mian from behind, but his words were addressed to Qian Li in front of him. "Mom, what are you doing?" You Mian turned his head and finally saw the son who had left temporarily that Qian Li had just mentioned. Chapter 69. You Mian stood there, raised his chin slightly and looked at Pei Yiji, with a surprised tone. "Pei Yiji." Pei Yiji just lowered his eyes and hummed lightly, but Qian Li opposite him had already suppressed his excitement because of You Mian's address. He raised his arm carrying the luxury bag, covered his mouth with his eyes sparkling, and did not look as cool as before. You Mian looked at the woman in front of him in a daze. He didn't expect that she was Pei Yiji's mother. Inferring from the result, You Mian now saw some similarities in the straight and heroic brow bones of the two men. "Let me introduce you. This is my mother, Ms. Qian Li," Pei Yiji said, then looked at You Mian and said to Qian Li, "Mom, this is You Mian." Pei Yiji did not address You Mian by any identity, but it was enough to make him seem very special. Pei Yiji stood beside Qian Li. Qian Li patted Pei Yiji on the shoulder, smiled gently and kindly, and said to You Mian, "I'm sorry, Xiao Mian, I just wanted to get to know you so much that I told a little lie. I've seen you on the show before." Qian Li's gaze towards You Mian was so gentle, emitting a tender light. You Mian immediately shook her head. "It's okay, auntie." You Mian stood in front of Qian Li. The boy's coat was soft and clean, his eyes were clear, his back was straight, his body was tall and thin, and his curly chestnut hair swept across his extremely beautiful eyes. When he smiled, people unconsciously wanted to get closer. The more Qian Li watched, the more she liked him, and she also felt that her son was not living up to her expectations. She watched the main program on time and fell in love with You Mian at first sight. Who wouldn't like a boy whose smile can melt your heart? Qian Li knew that Pei Yiji also participated in Matching Heartbeat. She watched the show in the beginning just to see Pei Yiji outside of work, and she didn't think that he could find a partner here. But who would have thought that the attitude Pei Yiji displayed on the show would really surprise even her as a mother? Although Pei Yiji always has a cold face in the show, making it difficult for people to see through his thoughts, only Qian Li knows that Pei Yiji's eyes are clearly focused on You Mian. No matter what the other person does or says, Pei Yiji will always be attracted unconsciously. At that time, Qian Li felt that Pei Yiji had finally come to his senses. Qian Li immediately decided to return to China, and during this time she followed the trend of young girls and joined the cotton cultivation-based super topic. A group of people inside were excited, thinking that cotton cultivation was really going to be successful, but only Qian Li clearly understood what a cold-tempered person her son was. To put it nicely, it's self-discipline and restraint; to put it bluntly, it's bluntness. It's like a lion that always stands by conservatively, preferring to silently pull the bark outside the tree hole and wait for the rabbit to jump out, rather than stretching its claws in and grabbing the rabbit's neck to pull it out. Although Qian Li understood these personality-related things, she didn't want to interfere too much. After all, matters of the heart are their two children's own business, and Qian Li doesn't want to ruin this beauty. Compared to shipping the couple, she also likes You Mian as a person. After such a lucky encounter, Qian Li didn't want to miss the opportunity, so she raised her hand and pushed Pei Yiji, and said softly in an attitude of chasing him away, "You go aside first, Xiao Mian, and I want to visit the exhibition." Pei Yiji's domineering and cold aura seemed like a sleeping lion in front of Qian Li. He raised his eyebrows and asked sideways, "Don't you need me to accompany you?" Qian Li just returned to China today, and Pei Yiji specially set aside a day to accompany her to the exhibition. But Qian Li didn't care about Pei Yiji at all. She just waved at You Mian on the other side. Xiao Mian and I made an appointment to go to the exhibition together. Who told you to leave me here to answer the phone just now? Pei Yiji frowned helplessly and smiled faintly. He watched Qian Li put his arm around You Mian. The boy was 2 heads taller than Qian Li. He lowered his eyes and responded with a gentle manner, answering Qian Li's words. This scene made Pei Yiji's heart suddenly warm up, and waves of numbing electric currents passed through his arms, shoulders, and rushed straight to the top of his head. You Mian, Pei Yiji said in a deep voice, if you have something to do. Without waiting for Pei Yiji to finish, You Mian smiled and said, it's no trouble. I came here just to see the exhibition hall here. Qian Li held You Mian's arm, and the two of them chatted and laughed, and soon left Pei Yiji behind and walked away. Pei Yiji fell far behind the two people, holding You Mian's small wooden stool in his hand. You Mian followed Qian Li and carefully and softly helped to explain the original meaning of the work. After listening to 2 or 3 pieces of works, Qian Li couldn't hide her amazement. She looked at the boy next to her and a complex emotion of heartache and pity welled up in her heart. How could such a good child end up with people like the Yu family? Even though she was abroad, she had heard some gossip from the ladies and knew about the Yu family's affairs. She didn't take it seriously at the time, but now she is involved. Qian Li has lived to this day and has only believed what he has seen with his own eyes and experienced with his own body. As for other gossips, she never listened to them and never took them to heart. The two walked out of the interactive exhibition hall and came to the oil painting section. Qian Li suddenly took You Mian's arm and invited her with a smile, Auntie just returned home today. There is a welcoming banquet tonight. I would like to invite you to join us. Are you willing to come? You Mian stopped in front of a dark-colored oil painting and lowered her head in a daze. Qian Li was a very gentle person, and all her actions expressed her love. You Mian would not refuse such warm kindness. So You Mian smiled and said, I will go. Qian Li couldn't hide her surprise on her face, and said with a smile, really? Then you must come. I'll ask Pei Yiji to pick you up. You Mian blinked, and Pei Yiji's voice came from behind, Mom, you've kept me here for too long. Qian Li hissed, but knew that Pei Yiji was telling the truth. You Mian took the small wooden stool handed to him by Pei Yiji and secretly marveled at Pei Yiji's observation skills. How did the other party know that he wanted to copy the painting in front of him? Pei Yiji stood beside You Mian and said softly, just take your time painting. I'll take her somewhere else to go shopping. Qian Li smiled and waved at You Mian over Pei Yiji's shoulder, see you tonight, Xiao Mian. You Mian curled his eyes and said, goodbye. He sat on a small wooden stool, took out his sketchbook, and almost immediately began to copy. With every stroke, countless inspirations burst into his mind. Tender motherly love. Why must it be a portrait? You Mian raised his head to draw while lowering his head to think. What can show the characteristics of maternal love, which is soft but also has a cold and hard side? You Mian's thoughts came to a standstill again. He wrote with greater force and the colors he blended became much darker. As Qian Li followed Pei Yiji out of the exhibition hall, she couldn't help but turn her head and ask, who is the name of the caller just now, Dr. Wu? Are you sick? Pei Yiji put one hand in his pocket and frowned slightly, Mom, you listened very carefully. Qian Li raised his chin, and his sharp brow bone lines were exactly the same as Pei Yiji beside him. From your tone, it doesn't sound like you are sick. Who did you find a doctor for? Pei Yiji put his arm around Qian Li's shoulders and led her out of the museum. He skipped over the topic and said, Grandpa just called to ask when you're going home. When Qian Li heard this, he immediately quickened his pace. The powerful Ms. Qian Li is not afraid of anyone. She is against everything except Pei Hongru. Pei Yiji said in a deep voice, also, you scared him just now. Qian Li snorted, what do you know? Xiao Mian likes me very much. You Mian was sitting in front of the oil painting and his ears felt a slight itch, as if someone was talking about him. But he had no time to care about those things at the moment, and his men's movements became faster and more decisive. When the time for retreat was approaching, You Mian pulled the small wooden stool and quickly stood up to leave. He had an idea and wanted to go to the sculpture studio to practice it now. When You Mian walked out of the exhibition hall quickly, Lu Hao was just walking out of his office. He saw You Mian, smiled at him and said, brother, put the stool here. Lu Hao tried to stop the man but failed, and slapped his head and shouted, You Mian. The curator will be down soon. But You Mian had already run out without looking back. Carrying a black shoulder bag, You Mian rode her bicycle towards the gate of a university in the pink sunset. As soon as I ran into the first floor of the teaching building, I saw a painting of encouragement written with a golden paintbrush, which I could see every day, framed by glass and hung on the wall above my head. Sail out of the warm harbor, bravely face the storm, don't sigh, take risks. Just like every time he entered the teaching building in the past 4 years, You Mian would subconsciously look up at the calligraphy as he walked towards the stairs. He walked quickly to the door of the sculpture room. Just as he took out the key and was about to open the door, he suddenly heard someone behind him calling, "Senior." You Mian paused in opening the door, turned his head to look at the man, and found that he did not know him. Fang Xiaofeng noticed You Mian's expression and immediately took a step back to show that he was not dangerous. "Senior, I just happened to see you coming to the classroom, so I wanted to say hello." The boy is of medium height and has a handsome appearance. You Mian was sure that she didn't know him, so she asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Fang Xiaofeng immediately smiled excitedly, "I don't know if it's convenient for you, senior. I want you to help me take a look at the work I just carved." The boy's shoulders drooped, looking particularly aggrieved and powerless. "I don't know what went wrong. I can't carve the style and texture that the teacher assigned." You Mian put the door key back into his pocket and asked calmly, "Why are you looking for me?" Although most of the students in the sculpture room on the first floor are seniors, and they are all busy with their own things, there are only a few of them here. But after all, this is a school, and there must be other people in other classrooms. You Mian didn't understand why this classmate came to see him. Fang Xiaofeng paused in silence, unable to speak. Fang Xiaofeng had heard of the name You Mian since he entered college as a freshman, the legendary sculpture master and the #1 student in the Academy of Fine Arts. His classes this semester happened to be scheduled on the first floor, right across from You Mian's sculpture classroom. When You Mian didn't know, Fang Xiaofeng had been silently paying attention to her. This attention had nothing to do with love or anything else, it was just pure admiration. Fang Xiaofeng watched You Mian coming and going late, exhausted from all the work, and watched him carve out one work after another with the utmost concentration, and his admiration for him grew stronger and stronger. "I really like your work, senior. I want to be like you." Fang Xiaofeng showed a shy smile on his pretty face. "You are my goal and idol." You Mian looked back calmly, and the gentle look in her eyes made Fang Xiaofeng a little bolder. The boy bowed deeply to You Mian, "Senior, I'm sorry if I disturbed you." You Mian pulled the strap of her shoulder bag and smiled softly, an extremely friendly expression to anyone who saw it. "Take me there." Fang Xiaofeng's ears instantly turned red with excitement, and he shouted loudly, "Thank you, senior." The boy's voice echoed in the empty corridor of the teaching building. You Mian curled his eyes helplessly, "You're welcome." You Mian followed the boy into the classroom opposite, and after she sorted out the problems with the other party's sculpture with just 2 or 3 simple sentences, she saw that the excitement in Fang Xiaofeng's eyes became more and more substantial. Fang Xiaofeng murmured to himself, "How amazing." You Mian picked up the backpack that he had just put aside and put it on his right shoulder again, then asked with a faint smile, "Why do you want to be me?" Fang Xiaofeng held his breath, his shoulders tensed, and he began to stutter nervously, because the senior's carving skills are very strong, better than anyone else. You Mian lowered his eyes and noticed the thick calluses on the boy's hands, as well as the tools he used and the little bit of clay left. Fang Xiaofeng's sneakers were badly worn out, and his clothes had turned a little white from washing. Looking at the other person's exceptionally bright eyes, You Mian vaguely thought of Guantong. They were very similar, and the way they looked at me was like that of cute little animals asking for petting. You Mian raised her hand and fiercely ruffled the hair of the boy who was half a head shorter than her. You Mian smiled gently and said, "You can do it too." You Mian's voice was not loud, even very gentle, but it brought endless power, causing Fang Xiaofeng's eyes to gradually turn red. Fang Xiaofeng pursed his lips and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, senior." You Mian left the boy's classroom with a smile on her face. When she sat back at her sculpture table, the design in her mind had been changed and modified a few more times. He looked at the clay beside him and suddenly decided on the material he would use. Simple plaster, just use the simplest plaster. Chapter 70. You Mian sat in the sculpture room, drawing shapes while frequently looking down at his watch. Qian Li's invitation echoed in his mind, and he suddenly felt uneasy. You Mian had very little contact with women of such an older age, so during the brief yet not so brief time they spent together in the morning, he chose his words carefully and was polite and courteous, fearing that he would reveal his reservedness. Fortunately, Qian Li didn't care. Instead, he took care of him in every way and made the atmosphere very harmonious. You Mian threw the excess clay used for the draft back into the bucket, and looked down at what he was wearing, a loose, black, dirt-resistant sweatshirt. He stood up, picked up his backpack and walked out of the sculpture room. I have to change my clothes for the appointment. You Mian returned to the apartment, stood in front of the closet and took out the more formal black suit from the row of clothes. The boy walked to the dressing mirror and tied his tie. The dark blue star tie was neatly pressed in front of his shirt. His tight waist outlined a narrow and beautiful line, and his long legs were set off to be straight. You Mian tidied her hair to make it look less messy and frizzy. He smiled gently in front of the mirror, and when his nervousness gradually subsided, he heard the phone on the table ringing. Pei Yg accepted his friend's request and also sent him a voice message. You Mian felt the nervousness from before surge up uncontrollably again. He picked up his phone to play the music and heard Pei Yg's deep voice saying, "You Mian, I'm downstairs at your apartment." A black Maybach with consecutive numbers was parked downstairs of the apartment building. Pei Yg was standing next to the car door. Not long after he finished speaking, he saw the glass door of an apartment in the distance being pushed open from the inside, and a tall and handsome boy walked out. The cyan light near nightfall fell on his body, spreading a soft and cool color. When You Mian slowly approached, Pei Yg could no longer hide the shock in his eyes. This was the first time Pei Yg saw You Mian wearing formal clothes. The ironed black suit outlines the boy's body with strong yet immature lines. His shoulders are straight, and when his neck is slightly lowered, a gentle cold white arc is extended. You Mian stopped and stood in front of Pei Yg, his expression showing helplessness and nervousness. Pei Yg pursed his thin lips coldly, and a warm color appeared in his eyes. Very handsome, Pei Yg praised without reservation. You Mian raised his hand to touch his head, but he didn't want to mess up his curly hair that he had worked so hard to style, so he lowered his head and curled his eyes in embarrassment. Pei Yg didn't dare to say what he was thinking at the moment. He just felt the hot thoughts sweeping over him fiercely, and his fingertips were numb. On the way to Pei's house, Pei Yg calmly sent a text message to Qian Li, specifically asking everyone in the family to dress formally. When You Mian arrived at the Pei family's manor located on the top of a mountain in the north of Huajiang City, there was no surprise in his eyes. All the boy's nervousness comes from meeting Pei Yig's family. It's simple and cute. As for the Pei family's manor covering thousands of acres, they seemed calm and peaceful. But You Mian was still stunned for a few seconds until he followed Pei Yg into the gate of the manor villa. Because he found out that the welcoming banquet that Qian Li mentioned was not actually a banquet, but a welcoming banquet where the family just had a simple meal. You Mian suddenly realized that he seemed to have misunderstood and was dressed too formally. But before he could catch his breath, Pei Yg beside him gently placed his hand on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Don't be nervous." You Mian turned his head to look at him, only to see that the man's obsidian eyes were deep and firm, as if he had already erected layers of fortresses for him. "Xiao Mian is here." When You Mian heard the voice, he turned around and found that it was Qian Li coming down from upstairs. "I thought I would be the one wearing the most formal and awkward attire among all the people, but I didn't expect that Qin Li's attire was also very exquisite and stunning." The lady wore a long dress inlaid with pink diamonds and a luxurious white velvet shawl on her shoulders. As she walked down the stairs with her high heels clacking on the ground, she looked particularly harmonious with You Mian, who was wearing a suit. Qian Li exchanged glances with Pei Yg calmly, and they tacitly and silently built a warm fortress for You Mian. Qian Li held You Mian's hand gently but firmly, and said with a smile, "Everyone else is here, shall we go in together?" You Mian followed Qian Li and Pei Yg into the restaurant, and saw 4 or 5 people sitting at the long table in the middle of the room, some dressed in suits and some in fancy dresses. Judging from their age and expressions, they all seemed to be Pei Yig's family members and relatives. Their eyes fell on You Mian, but he did not feel the embarrassment he had felt at the dinner party at Yu's house at all. These eyes were gentle and friendly. You Mian relaxed instantly. You Mian was led to sit next to Pei Yg. He watched Qian Li walk to the old man in the main seat, hug him gently, and said, "Dad." Although Pei Hongru smiled kindly, Judging from his neatly combed back white hair and the sharp wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, he must have been a decisive person with a similar personality to Pei Yiji when he was young. Pei Hongru smiled and looked at You Mian. Is this kid the special guest you mentioned? Qian Li sat on Pei Hongru's right. His eyes fell on You Mian and he introduced her. You Mian is the kid who recorded the variety show with Pei Yiji. He is a top student in the sculpture department of a university. His previous works have been included in the celebration exhibition of Huajiang City Art Museum. Pei Hongru smiled even more deeply after hearing this. He is knowledgeable, talented, and handsome. He is truly a young talent. Everyone in the Pei family, including Pei Yiji and a group of people who were slightly older than Pei Yiji, went into business. None of them followed Pei Hongru's heart and entered the academic world, holding a pen or a paintbrush. So when Pei Hongru heard that You Mian was an excellent student in painting, his brows instantly relaxed. Studying is good, painting is good. Pei Hongru didn't watch online variety shows, so he leaned on his cane and nodded, saying, since he is Yiji's good friend, we will be family in the future, so there is no need to be polite to him and us. Qian Li curled her eyelashes quietly when she heard the word, friend. You Mian sat upright in the chair, his tone neither humble nor arrogant, and his smile instantly made the capable man feel close to him. Okay, Grandpa Pei. Pei Hongru was called Grandpa, and he smiled so much that the fine lines around his eyes became more obvious. Good boy. Pei Yiji was worried that You Mian would not be used to such attention, so he interrupted and asked, Mom, how long are you going to stay this time? Qian Li. Qian Li opened a clothing design company overseas. The company has been booming in recent years and she has been very busy. Pei Hongru has always wanted Qian Li to return to Huajiang City, but Qian Li would rather work hard outside. Pei Yiji's words directly sent Qian Li out. Sure enough, Pei Hongru's attention instantly shifted to Qian Li, which gave You Mian a chance to breathe. But Pei Yiji's worries seemed unnecessary. The man turned his head and took a quick look, only to see You Mian listening to their conversation while lowering his head and smiling gently, as if many things worth being happy about were happening at this moment. His eyebrows were slightly narrowed in a leisurely and comfortable manner, like a cat lying contentedly in the sun. Pei Yiji's heart softened. The eyes of the elders at the table inadvertently fell on You Mian. Pei Yiji frowned and took the initiative to introduce him. You Mian looked at the four people sitting opposite him and remembered Pei Yiji's uncle Pei Yan and aunt Pei Yanjing, who were sitting next to their spouses. Pei Yan was a very gentle man in his 40s. His serious eyes deliberately looked calm when he looked at You Mian. He asked softly, I heard from Qian Li that you and Yiji were filming the same show. Pei Yan had also heard of that program and heard that it was a blind date program. But seeing that You Mian is so young, why is he thinking about blind dates? You Mian blinked and said, yes. When it comes to dating variety shows, You Mian can't help but feel a little shy. Pei Yan's emotional intelligence is even higher than Pei Yiji's, it can only be said that it is duller and not sensitive at all. So everyone just listened to Pei Yan saying, Yiji is a cold child, it's normal for you to look down on him. If you want to meet more people through blind dates, Uncle has some children of the right age. Qian Li almost choked while holding the black chicken soup and waved her hands to stop it. Pei Yiji's eyes suddenly condensed and his brows knitted tightly. Uncle. You Mian was stunned for a few seconds. For some reason, he suddenly didn't dare to look at Pei Yiji beside him, and quickly declined Pei Yan, who was very enthusiastic about introducing him to a date. Pei Yan looked at Qian Li, who was waving her hands in confusion. What's wrong with you? You Mian tried his best to ignore the burning of his ears and explained, the director said that we can't have contact with other people before the show is finished. Pei Yan suddenly realized and said, so that's how it is. Pei Yiji's eyes darkened and he pursed his lips, looking a little unhappy. Qian Li agreed again and again, yes, that's it. Qian Li used a newly acquired piece of land to attract Pei Yan's attention. Pei Yanjing was thoughtful and calm, just as her name suggests. Seeing that everyone was still talking and laughing at the table, she couldn't help but say, they will probably play a few more rounds of mahjong in a while. If you feel tired, you can go out for a walk. Pei Yiji glanced at You Mian and asked, go out for a walk. You Mian blinked and quietly followed Pei Yiji out of the restaurant. After meeting all the other elders, You Mian felt that this was Pei Yiji's home. All the furnishings here were engraved with Pei Yiji's memories from childhood to youth, and from youth to the present. Going up the wide staircase to the second floor, Pei Yiji led You Mian to the door of a room. The man stretched out his hand and pushed the huge door open. Pei Yiji said, "This is the house I lived in before I was 17. Pei Yiji moved out of the manor and lived alone when he was 17. Although he would come back from time to time, he no longer lived there permanently. The room was kept clean and there was no trace of dust from not being occupied for a long time. You Mian followed Pei Yiji into this spacious bedroom of about 90 square meters. He originally thought that with Pei Yiji's personality, his bedroom would be decorated in completely cool colors, with all items neatly arranged. But to his great surprise, this bedroom was not like that. Instead, it was full of life. The bookcases and desks are both clean white, and there are many notes and equations on the walls. The glass bookcase is filled with reading materials, including some suspense novels. In the vertical tube leaning against the desk, there are golf clubs packed in a bag, and a basketball with an autograph is quietly placed on the ground. You Mian's eyes were filled with surprise. Pei Yiji raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose, saying, "After all, this is the room I lived in before I was 17. Is this unexpected to you?" You Mian smiled with his eyes bent, and said, "Yes, a little, but it's okay." You Mian approached the wall with equations and looked at them carefully, and found that they were all knowledge points from high school. You also read books in this way. In You Mian's mind, Pei Yiji is cold but has a strong aura, and the first impression he gives people is that of a domineering president. But it is hard to imagine that the overbearing president would also post high school formulas on the wall in front of his desk when he was a teenager. Did Pei Yiji stand here and recite while doing the exercises when he was a teenager? Pei Yiji put his big hand on the mathematical formulas and English words that filled almost the entire front of the table. The man smiled solemnly and said, "Part of the reason is because of my back, and part of the reason is because I am doing it for my mother to see." You Mian widened her eyes slightly, "Do it for Auntie to see." Pei Yiji hummed and explained, "Although my mother seems quite cool now, she was even more nervous than me when I was in my senior year of high school. She was so nervous that she would come to see what I was doing from time to time. In order to stop her from worrying so much, I posted this wall full of formulas. She feels relieved when she sees this. Although she knows I have memorized it a long time ago, she will always feel less anxious when she sees this." You Mian scratched her fingers subconsciously and pursed her lips slightly. Pei Yiji calmly changed the subject and turned around to pick up the basketball from the ground. The stern man in a suit and tie easily held the basketball in his big hands, tilted his head and asked, "Do you want to go out and play basketball?" You Mian stared at Pei Yiji's high-end suit, then looked down at his own suit. This way, Pei Yiji deliberately provoked You Mian in an unusual way and said, "Don't you dare." When You Mian heard this, her beautiful amber eyes smiled proudly, who said, "I dare not. One-on-one, what will Mr. Pei give me if I lose? There must be a reward." Pei Yiji frowned, quietly handed out the gift that had been prepared long ago, and said, "JL has an unused sculpture room. If you win, it will be given to you for free." You Mian raised an eyebrow. "Boss Pei is so generous." The boy's curly hair was neatly combed up, and his already beautiful eyes became even brighter under the light of the night. Pei Yiji frowned and pursed his lips. The two walked to the basketball court of the manor in the dark. Someone had already turned on the lights there. Pei Yiji threw the ball to You Mian, and his expression became much more serious after he saw the other party take it swiftly. You Mian took off his suit jacket, lifted the collar and threw it over his shoulder. He walked towards the bench and turned to Pei Yiji with a very casual smile. He said confidently and ostentatiously, "Boss Pei, I'll take over the sculpture studio." Pei Yiji stood in the center of the empty stadium and watched You Mian walking towards him. The lust that he had been suppressing reached its peak at this moment. Chapter 71. There were lights on around the basketball court, and the light beams gathered from all directions on the two people in the court, illuminating their every move. You Mian dribbled the ball skillfully and stood in front of Pei Yiji. "How about 5 shots per person? In a one-on-one confrontation, only one person can shoot first and the other can defend." Pei Yiji did not take off his coat like You Mian did. The man still stood there in his suit and tie. He just raised his hand to loosen his tightly buttoned collar slightly, and the movement of leaning forward clearly showed that he was ready. "Come," Pei Yiji said in a hoarse voice. You Mian rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt to his forearms, without taking off his tie, which fluttered loosely along his open collar as he moved, looking both casual and unrestrained. With the basketball in his hand, You Mian moved sideways to push Pei Yiji away. The two men jumped at the same time. You Mian raised his right hand and threw the ball out in a smooth parabolic arc. Even though Pei Yiji blocked the shot with a shot blocked, he was a few seconds late and had to watch You Mian's first ball go into the basket steadily. There was a bang, which was the sound of the basketball bouncing off the ground. You Mian ran over and took the basketball in his hand again. The boy smiled with his eyes curved. "Mr. Pei is great." Pei Yiji's eyes became more serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Come again." Late at night in the basketball court, the sound of leather shoes rubbing on the floor and the sound of the ball hitting the ball could be heard. Pei Yiji and You Mian fought vigorously, chasing each other. The boy bent over and supported his knees with both hands. Sweat appeared on the tip of his nose. He looked up at Pei Yiji and said, "Boss Pei, this is the last ball. If you score, you win. If you lose, the sculpture room will be mine." Pei Yiji had also taken off his suit jacket and thrown it on the bench outside the court. The man's sturdy figure and broad shoulders seemed a few sizes larger than You Mian, but even so, You Mian was still not afraid, and the two of them fought back and forth. Pei Yiji clapped his hands, and the basketball fell to the ground with a loud thud and bounced back into his palm. The power is so great that it is jaw-dropping. You Mian wrinkled his nose and hissed. If he was hit by the ball accidentally, it would be very painful. Pei Yiji frowned and put the ball into his palm. Seeing this, You Mian immediately retracted his previous thought, took a quick step to stand in front of the opponent, and jumped up. When Pei Yiji saw You Mian trying to block the ball, he immediately changed the route of his throw and turned to the ground, so the ball was not thrown out by him. You Mian continued to defend. The boy's aggressiveness at this moment no longer showed his usual gentle smile. Instead he was full of wildness and rushed around recklessly, more like a college student of his age. Pei Yiji didn't expect You Mian's playing style to be so reckless, and the excitement in his heart had not subsided. Although the sculpture room was a gift he wanted to give to You Mian, he didn't want to let her win in this one-on-one competition. Because Pei Yiji knew that You Mian could always win on his own. So Pei Yiji also tried his best to score the last goal. The final defensive tug-of-war lasted for nearly 4 minutes. You Mian was unable to stop the defense, but Pei Yiji was unable to find an opening to shoot the ball. Suddenly, Pei Yiji saw You Mian pause for 2 seconds, and he immediately found the opportunity to throw the basketball in his hand. But the next second, when Pei Yiji lowered his head, he heard You Mian smile. The boy's amber eyes showed his sharp determination. He said, "Boss Pei, are you too anxious?" Pei Yiji's heart skipped a beat, and he saw You Mian running towards the basket. He didn't expect You Mian to give up close defense and go directly to grab the ball in front of the basket. You Mian jumped high with his knees bent, his hands stretching upwards as hard as he could. The basketball with the autograph on it spun and flew towards the basket. You Mian jumped too high and it was a little dangerous. Just as Pei Yiji stepped forward, You Mian's index finger touched the basketball and pushed it out. With a loud bang, You Mian fell to the ground along with the basketball. Unlike the basketball that bounced to the sidelines with a bang, You Mian fell sideways onto a soft mat. It was not the hard floor that You Mian had imagined, but a warm floor. You Mian supported himself on Pei Yiji's chest with one hand and stood up. Unexpectedly, he heard a muffled groan from Pei Yiji under him. You Mian was startled and he actually fell on Pei Yiji. No, it was Pei Yiji who actually came to pick him up and acted as a meat shield. In the empty and silent basketball court, all the lights gathered on the two people in the form of beams of light. You Mian's night blindness didn't work. In such strong light, he could see every tiny movement of Pei Yiji under him. The man had heroic straight brows and nose bridge, cold and dark eyes, and thin lips that were tightly pursed. Pei Yiji ran over because he was worried that You Mian would fall, but he didn't expect that the two of them would fall together. You Mian was lying on his chest. The boy had a thin body and a very narrow waist. When he leaned over, the close distance between them made alarm bells ring in his ears. Too close. They could hear each other's breathing and feel each other's body temperature at the moment. Pei Yiji saw You Mian's eyelashes trembling slightly. The tip of the boy's nose was glistening with sweat, his eyes were particularly bright, and his curly hair fell slightly due to his posture, and when You Mian was trying to stand up by supporting himself on the floor at his side, his hair suddenly brushed across Pei Yiji's nose. It was like a small comb sweeping across Pei Weiji's heart. Sorry, are you not hurt? You Mian quickly stood up, then bent down and stretched out his hand to Pei Weiji, his eyes full of worry. You Mian subconsciously asked the question, why are you here to be a cushion? Aren't you afraid? You Mian suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his speech. Whenever he played basketball with his classmates, no one would ever come forward to serve as a cushion, so Pei Weiji's behavior showed a slightly unusual ambiguity. Although the boy stopped talking, the light from the stadium still made the strange atmosphere clearer. You Mian didn't feel hot during the half game, but now he suddenly felt his cheeks and neck getting hot. Pei Weiji raised his eyebrows while lying on the ground. He did not answer the question that You Mian had just asked halfway, but directly grabbed You Mian's hand and was pulled up. The man patted his trouser legs and said, I should be the one asking you if you're injured. You jumped so high, aren't you afraid of getting hurt when you fall? Pei Weiji couldn't describe how he felt when he saw You Mian jump so high just now. He could only say that he was scared. You Mian took a quick glance and found that Pei Weiji was not injured. He smiled with his eyes curved, and the warmth in his ears had not yet faded. He said softly, I only want to beat you. You Mian raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose unnaturally, looked away, and said, Boss Pei, don't forget to fulfill your promise. You Mian didn't know that in Pei Weiji's eyes, his expression at this moment was like that of a cute kitten who wanted a small reward after doing a good job. Although he stretched out his paw to lick his fur as if nothing had happened, his tail behind him had already been sweeping back and forth, showing great anticipation. Pei Weiji stood where he was, reached out from his pocket, took out an access card with a star-shaped keychain and handed it to You Mian. The man's movements were quick and decisive, as if he had anticipated this outcome. You Mian was stunned for a moment, and then he heard Pei Weiji laugh deeply and say, deliver. You Mian didn't expect Pei Weiji to actually give her a JL sculpture studio. She paused slightly when she took the door card. He noticed the key fob on the door card. Boss Pei, do you like stars? Pei Weiji didn't say that he thought of You Mian when he saw the keychain. He just nodded slightly and said, The two were standing in the basketball court when they suddenly heard someone standing outside the court shouting, Boss Pei, Mr. Yu, your wife is calling you to go back. It was the first time that You Mian was addressed as, Mr., and he suddenly felt like he had grown older. Pei Weiji's eyes seemed to soften for a moment because of the title Mr. Yu, and it was unknown what he was thinking of. You Mian immediately walked to the bench and picked up his coat. The boy gently grabbed his curly hair with a regretful expression on his face. What should I do? I was so engrossed in playing basketball that my hair is messed up. Upon hearing this, Pei Weiji raised his hand and ruffled his black hair, which was always neat and tidy. You Mian widened his eyes slightly. Pei Weiji tilted his head and lowered his eyes, whispering, It doesn't matter, no one will pay attention if it's all messed up. You Mian suddenly felt that his heartbeat was a little obvious. Qian Li sat at the mahjong table and reached out to touch a chicken. She let out a sigh and hit it backhandedly. Why can't I feel the east wind? The woman murmured. Pei Yan, Pei Yanjing and her husband, who were sitting in the other 3 seats, all smiled. Pei Yanjing said, If you tell me, I won't tell you even if I touch it. Qian Li exclaimed, and was about to continue with his joke when he heard footsteps and whispered conversations outside the door. Everyone at the mahjong table slowed down their movements by several beats, and the movements of throwing mahjong tiles became countless times lighter. Qian Libabear looked at the door and finally saw You Mian and Pei Weiji walking in side by side. 2 young men with outstanding looks and handsome figures walked towards them side by side, which really made everyone present's eyes light up. They were so pleasing to the eyes. I don't know what happened, but the hair of both kids got messy. Fortunately, no one asked any more questions. Qian Li immediately raised his hand and called, Xiao Mian, come over and help me with a few rounds. You Mian blinked. He had never been exposed to this kind of communication circle when he was at Yu's house, and he was stunned for a moment. Pei Weiji calmly pressed his shoulder and slowly pushed his back towards the mahjong table. Among so many unfamiliar people, You Mian subconsciously turned to Pei Weiji to gain a sense of security. You Mian leaned over and whispered, I can't. Pei Weiji asked You Mian to sit in the seat that Qian Li had stood up and vacated. He raised his head and said to Pei Yan and the others, Uncle, Aunt, Uncle, You Mian and I are on the same team, is that okay? When Qian Li heard the word, a couple, she clapped her hands and said with a smile, Sure, there's nothing wrong with that. Pei Yan was quite confident in his skills. He raised his hand and said, okay, you two fight the three of us. You Mian sat passively at the mahjong table, with a row of cards laid out in front of him, making him dizzy. Fortunately, Pei Yan and the others were not paying attention to him. Instead, they were talking in low voices about stocks, land and other things. The mahjongs were thrown out and taken in an orderly manner, and the crisp collision sounds never stopped. You Mian let Pei Yg sit next to him and give him instructions softly. Hit these three, Pei Yg said. You Mian was like a robot following instructions. He would hit whatever Pei Yg said. When Pei Yanjing heard a hu lao from the other end, Pei Yan hissed and said with a smile, Yg has grown up and knows how to take care of his friends. You Mian's palm felt slightly hot as he touched the cards. You Mian continued to listen to Pei Yg's instructions while slowly mastering some skills, and gradually he was able to decide for himself when to play which card. After playing a few rounds of mahjong, You Mian not only listened to the business circle economy but also learned how to play mahjong. Amid the lively laughter, Pei Yg looked at You Mian and once again raised his eyes to reveal that happy smile. As the night deepened, the housekeeper of Pei's residence came up to take his place and said, the madam is upstairs and said she has something to show Mr. Yu. You Mian has become accustomed to being addressed as Mr. Yu. When the two of them were walking up the stairs, Pei Yg reached out and pinched the back of You Mian's neck, as if wanting to make him feel more relaxed, but he didn't expect that You Mian would be startled so suddenly by this action that his whole body trembled. With a swish sound, the lightning and the spring rain crackled and fell into Pei Yg's heart. He didn't expect You Mian to react so strongly, and he also realized that his previous action had frightened the other party. Pei Yg was about to say sorry in a hoarse voice when he saw You Mian tilt his head. There seemed to be moisture in his amber eyes, which frightened him. You Mian was at a loss and whispered, itchy. You Mian himself had not expected that the back of his neck was so sensitive. It was so itchy when touched, and the numbness made him tremble uncontrollably. Qian Li called softly from a room not far away, Xiao Mian. Are you coming up? You Mian quickly took a few steps up the last few stairs, here I come. Pei Yg fell back and stood still. He suddenly lowered his head and stared at his right hand, opening and closing it again. Finally, at the empty staircase, the man clenched his palms tightly. Chapter 72. You Mian walked into the study room on the second floor and saw Qian Li sitting on the sofa by the window with a thick photo album on her knees. When she saw You Mian, she smiled and said, let me show you something fun. Just as You Mian sat down, Pei Yig's voice sounded deep from outside the door. Mom. Qian Li opened the album without hesitation, take a look, I haven't looked at it for a long time. You Mian lowered his eyes and found that most of the photos in the album were photos of Pei Yg when he was in junior high school or high school. Qian Li flipped through the pages very slowly, and from time to time he would explain to You Mian the scenes and times when his men's photos were taken. Qian Li said, although he has a cold face now, he was very popular in junior high and high school. Pei Yg in the photo seemed to be celebrating his graduation ceremony. At that time, the tall boy was already standing under a lush tree, holding a certificate of commendation in his hand. His stern profile looked a little childish, and he pursed his thin lips. His eyes were not looking towards the camera, but slightly sideways to look away. Your expression is very cold, right? Although Qian Li's words were meant to tease Pei Yg, You Mian noticed that the mother's eyes were extremely gentle when she looked down at the photo album, filled with love and pride. Rather than being indifferent, You Mian tilted his head and glanced at her, then said with a smile, it's more like shyness. Pei Yg stood beside the bookcase and pursed his lips silently. Qian Li was stunned, and the smile on the corner of his mouth deepened. The woman turned her head to look at You Mian, did you figure it out? Qian Li flipped through a few more pages. The young boy Pei Yg in the album became more mature. His features became firmer, his body straighter, and his sharp eyes no longer dodged the camera. Instead, he looked straight at her, revealing his edge. Qian Li stroked the high school graduation photo that was the last one in the album with her slender fingers. This guy was cute when he was a kid, but now he's like an ice cube. Qian Li complained softly. You Mian's attention was unconsciously drawn to Qian Li's condition. This is the affectionate look of a mother looking at her child, which is 1,000 times more vivid than those cold and hard sculptures in electronic picture albums. The fine lines at the corners of Qian Li's eyes and the smile on her lips were all imprinted in You Mian's mind. So this is what a mother's love is. Pei Yiji was a little worried that Qian Li had found his kindergarten photo album, so he looked at his watch and reminded her, it's a little too late. When You Mian heard this, he came to his senses instantly and realized that he should go back. Qian Li was chatting excitedly and wanted to ask You Mian to stay, but then he thought that the relationship between him and Pei Yiji was not at that point yet. If he rashly asked him to stay now, Cici's ambiguity would be self-defeating and their relationship would be ruined. So Qian Li immediately packed up the photo album, stood up and hugged You Mian with a smile. You must come and play again next time. We welcome you anytime. You Mian curved her eyes and said, okay, auntie. You Mian said goodbye to everyone and walked out of Pei's manor in the night, thinking that it was an unforgettable and beautiful night. Pei Yiji didn't let the driver drive, but sat in the driver's seat himself. There's still some time before the next episode's recording, so are you going to start preparing for the second round of the Star Cup theme competition tomorrow? Pei Yiji asked. You Mian fastened his seat belt and nodded, yes, the draft needs to be revised. It will be officially put into shape tomorrow. Pei Yiji stepped on the accelerator, and the neon lights on the roadside flashed across his profile and nose. You Mian heard him say, come to the JL Sculpture Studio. You Mian thought of the access card he had put in his trouser pocket and said with a smile, if I can move all the tools I need in tomorrow. You Mian was thinking that when Pei Yiji sent him the door card, he said it was an empty sculpture room, so the tools inside might not be as complete as those in the classroom. If you want to go, you have to prepare everything first. But what I didn't expect was that Pei Yiji said calmly, no need to prepare, everything is ready. This casual, all, really made You Mian stunned. There are many tools needed for sculpture, are they all there? You Mian's surprised expression was too obvious. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Pei Yiji explained, after all, it's a sculpture studio. Everything you want is here. Don't doubt it, come here directly from tomorrow. Pei Yiji went to You Mian's sculpture classroom on his birthday. Although there were few people there and it was relatively quiet, the creative environment was really too sloppy. Pei Yiji wanted to give You Mian a better atmosphere where he could immerse himself in creation. Of course, all the tools were prepared in advance. You Mian's eyes softened, and he smiled and said, okay then. Pei Yiji's arm muscles gripping the steering wheel tightened slightly. When he arrived at the foot of You Mian's apartment building, the man said solemnly, see you tomorrow. You Mian paused as he opened the door, turned around and said softly, see you tomorrow. Pei Yiji sat in the car and watched You Mian go upstairs. He waited until the lights on the upper floors came on before he turned the car around and left. Under the light of the street lamp, his stern profile showed a gentleness that had never been shown before. The weather turns cooler in late autumn, and the dew is heavy in the early morning, so pedestrians on the roadside wear extra thick clothes. Fang Xiaofeng walked into the first teaching building with heavy steps. The golden words of encouragement above his head were shining, but he had no intention of looking up to appreciate them at the moment, simply because he hadn't seen You Mian at school for 4 days. This is very abnormal. Fang Xiaofeng had secretly observed You Mian's daily routine like a fanboy, and this situation of not coming to the sculpture studio for 4 consecutive days had never happened before. He was a little worried whether You Mian was sick or something happened to him. Just as Fang Xiaofeng walked up the stairs with his head down and looked inside from the back window of You Mian's classroom with a glimmer of hope, he suddenly saw a tall and strong man standing inside. There were hard clay pieces scattered all over the ground at his feet, making a mess. Fang Xiaofeng's mind went blank instantly. That was You Mian's work. It was shattered by this person. He clearly saw that You Mian's modeling table had fallen to the ground, not to mention the clay sculptures. Fang Xiaofeng was filled with anger. He rushed to the front door and kicked it open. Who are you? What are you doing? Fang Xiaofeng was very short and looked like a stunted chick standing in front of the man. But even so, Fang Xiaofeng still stiffened his neck and trembled in his voice, questioning, you destroyed my senior's work, you are not allowed to leave, I want to keep the evidence. Fang Xiaofeng said this while trembling, and took out an old-fashioned mobile phone and pretended to take a photo. Huo Yanji was standing in the sculpture room. Before he could recover from his confused state, this man rushed in and started questioning him. His face instantly turned gloomy. Huo Yanji admitted that he was not a good-tempered person, and his temper became even more unruly towards strangers like this. Fang Xiaofeng saw Huo Yan grabbed his collar and almost lifted his feet off the ground. Turn off the video on your phone, Huo Yanji said angrily with his brows lowered. Fang Xiaofeng was so scared that he almost dropped his phone to the ground. Huo Yanji frowned in anger, thinking that he didn't know what was going on. Huo Yanji originally wanted to go to the training hall today, but for some reason, he walked step by step into a university and into the sculpture room that had accompanied You Mian for a long time. When he came to his senses, he was already standing outside the classroom door. It was still early, and just when Huo Yanji thought he had been turned away, the classroom door was unexpectedly pushed open. This mess was what Huo Yanji saw when he walked in. All the works on the molding table were thrown to the ground. Whether they were made of plaster or clay, they were all scraped with scrapers, and the molding table was also overturned to the ground. Not a single spot is intact. Before Huo Yanji could figure out what was going on, the man rushed in. Huo Yanji frowned. After turning off your phone, I was about to say that you were crying thief, but do you know whose classroom this is? Fang Xiaofeng was frightened by Huo Yan's tall and strong figure, but he still said tremblingly, I know. He is my senior. Huo Yanji snorted and loosened his hand, causing Fang Xiaofeng to stumble and fall to the ground. Tell me who this senior of yours is. Huo Yanji looked down at him scrutinizingly. Fang Xiaofeng stretched his neck and shouted, You Mian. With a loud bang, Huo Yanji's brain stopped working. Who are you talking about? Huo Yanji didn't understand why this person, who knew You Mian, didn't know him. After all, he and You Mian were inseparable in a university, and almost everyone in the sculpture department knew them. Fang Xiaofeng stared at Huo Yanji with a strange look in his eyes. Senior You Mian. Huo Yanji asked the question in his mind, you know this is You Mian's classroom, but you don't know me. Fang Xiaofeng's expression became even more strange. He frowned slightly and said, what's wrong with not knowing you? I'm a sophomore. Since I entered college, I haven't seen Senior You Mian have any other friends besides Senior Ku Miao. Huo Yanji was stunned as if he had been hit hard by a punch. He stopped being close to You Mian 2 years ago, as this guy was a sophomore and really didn't know he existed. It turned out that the past that had once made Huo Yanji so proud could be erased so easily. Fang Xiaofeng picked up his phone from the floor again, his eyes flushed red. I must record you, this is all the hard work of my senior. You not only broke in and destroyed his work, you also dared to threaten me with violence. Huo Yanji covered his head with his hands, looking annoyed, shut up. Fang Xiaofeng yelled back, I won't. Just as the two people were arguing, the classroom door behind them was suddenly pushed open with a creaking sound. You Mian originally wanted to go directly to JL today to continue carving the plaster statue that was 1/3 completed, but on the way he suddenly remembered that there was some unused oil clay in the classroom. In the spirit of saving as much as possible, he changed his route, but he didn't expect to run into Huo Yanji. You Mian was stunned as he held the door handle, and at the same time he noticed Fang Xiaofeng falling to the floor. Fang Xiaofeng turned around and saw You Mian. He immediately showed an aggrieved expression, pointed his finger at Huo Yanji, and shouted, Senior, this is the guy. He broke your clay sculpture. Huo Yanji was speechless for a moment. He wanted to step forward but stopped where he was. He said with a dry throat, it's not me. You Mian's eyes fell on his own plastic table beside him and found that it was all smashed to pieces just as Fang Xiaofeng said. He walked straight to the bucket of oil sludge, lifted the plastic wrap and took a look. Fortunately, the person who smashed his plastic table did not kick the bucket to pieces, so it was still usable. You Mian's trip was not in vain and his mood was no longer so bad. He smiled at Fang Xiaofeng behind him and said, it's okay. They are all drafts that can't be used. If they are broken, they are broken. It just takes some trouble to tidy up the classroom. Fang Xiaofeng heard this and quickly stood up, wiping his nose and tears. Really? You Mian held the oil mud bucket in one hand and rubbed Fang Xiaofeng's head with the other hand, ruffling the boy's hair and relaxing his nervous expression. You Mian said, don't you believe me? Fang Xiaofeng immediately shook his head. Of course he believed what You Mian said. Huo Yanji stood aside and watched the two people talking as if no one was around. He felt uncomfortable and immediately stepped forward as if to win favor. He said loudly, it was like this when I came here. You Mian, do you believe me? Fang Xiaofeng still had great doubts about Huo Yanji, so he whispered to You Mian, Senior, this person is too weird, don't trust him. When Huo Yanji heard Fang Xiaofeng's voice, his neck stiffened instantly, veins in his arms bulged, and he was furious. Who do you think you are? You are trying to sow discord here. You Mian interrupted Huo Yanji's self-contemplating words at the right time and asked calmly, what are you doing here? Bai Lin's oil painting department would never use the classrooms on the first floor, so why did Huo Yanji come here? When Huo Yanji heard You Mian speak, he immediately lost his temper and said hesitantly, just strolling around. Fang Xiaofeng felt that Huo Yanji was even more suspicious after hearing this. But You Mian knew that Huo Yanji would not have done this. Compared to Huo Yanji, there were other people who had more reasons to do this. So You Mian just said, okay, what was smashed are all useless things, just ignore them. As You Mian spoke, he simply tidied up the clay pieces scattered on the ground, and saw Huo Yanji and Fang Xiaofeng straightening his modeling table together. Do you have anything else to say? You Mian's gaze fell on Fang Xiaofeng, and then quickly swept over Huo Yanji. Seeing that You Mian was not sick and nothing else happened, Fang Xiaofeng shook his head vigorously. In the end, Huo Yanji didn't know why he came here. Did he just want to see You Mian? The man pursed his lips and said nothing. Seeing this, You Mian turned around and was about to leave, then I'll go first. Fang Xiaofeng quickly followed him, Senior, I haven't seen you in school for several days, why didn't you come? You Mian was carrying a bucket of clay and simply said, in the sculpture studio outside the school. Huo Yanji paused in closing the door and suddenly pricked up his ears. Fang Xiaofeng knew that many senior students were preparing their graduation works in professional sculpture studios outside the school, and those like You Mian who stayed in the classroom all the time were considered a minority. As expected, You Mian has now started carving outside of school. Fang Xiaofeng asked, where is it? Can I ask? Fang Xiaofeng immediately replied after asking, if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. Before Fang Xiaofeng could finish, You Mian said calmly, JL. Huo Yanji's door slammed shut, and the man quickly walked to You Mian's side, his tall figure completely covering him. You are in JL? Huo Yanji asked in a hoarse voice. You Mian frowned and raised his eyes, saying coldly, it has nothing to do with you. Huo Yanji stiffened his neck and shouted, why has it nothing to do with me? You Mian frowned in annoyance, then tell me, what's the matter? Huo Yanji paused for a moment. You Mian looked directly at Huo Yanji, lifted the veil and said, I don't know why you are here, but apart from Bai Lin, I can't think of any other reason for the time being. If you are here to gather information for Bai Lin, then I have nothing to tell you. Huo Yanji didn't understand why Bai Lin's name appeared here, but before he could explain, You Mian had already turned and left. The man stayed where he was, his ears drooping and nothing to say. You are from the sculpture department. Do you know what the theme of the second round of the Star Cup is? Huo Yanji suddenly asked. As soon as the words, gathering information for Bai Lin, came out, Huo Yanji felt something was wrong. Fang Xiaofeng also looked confused. While thinking about the name Bai Lin, he said the word, mother's love. Huo Yanji's entire back stiffened. What did you say? Fang Xiaofeng sighed, motherly love. The theme of the second round of the Star Cup is motherly love. Huo Yanji stood there blankly, with nothing in his mind. Fang Xiaofeng, who was standing next to him, turned around and walked back to the classroom, frowning and muttering, Bai Lin, what a familiar name. Just as the boy pushed open the door of his classroom, he suddenly came to his senses. Wasn't this the name of the buyer who came to him to buy the painting half a month ago? Chapter 73. Hello, I am Fang Xiaofeng, the junior who sold you an oil painting before. I found that my oil painting was signed by Bai Lin, participated in the Xingqian Cup, and entered the second round. Now I ask you to give me a reasonable answer. Ever since the real and fake young master went viral, Bai Lin was called back home by Yu Jiwan. The curfew was very strict and he could hardly go out and move around normally. As soon as Bai Lin ran home breathlessly, the housekeeper Wang Mao came forward and handed him a cup of warm water, saying, fortunately, the young master has returned. I just received news that the old master will be back soon. Bai Lin took a sip of water and frowned as he looked at the text message in his hand. Fang Xiaofeng, who is this person? Bai Lin quickly read the text message and finally remembered the person. He was the poor boy who was looking for a part-time job in the school communication group. The basic skills of that oil painting were just okay, and it was chosen as the first in the group with the help of an acquaintance among the judges. He hasn't yet held Fang Xiaofeng responsible for the poor painting, but this guy actually has the nerve to argue with him and demand an explanation. Bai Lin was furious. He handed the cup to Wang Mao beside him, clasped his hands together pitifully, and said with a smile, "Thank you Uncle Wang for leaving the door open for me. Otherwise, I would have grown mushrooms if I stayed at home all day." Wang Mao nodded gently at him. "The master is also angry. Don't worry, young master, when he calms down, he will let you move freely as before." Bai Lin has been under strict supervision since he returned home midway through the show. If Bai Lin and You Jiwan had not gone out at the same time today, he would not have had the chance to go to a university. The second round of the Star Cup is just around the corner, but he is locked up here and has no way to communicate with the outside world. How can he find someone who can paint him an oil painting for the theme of the second round of the competition? Bai Lin frowned in annoyance, ran back to his room and paced back and forth countless times, suddenly remembering the text message he had just received. People who lack money can do anything. Bai Lin has said this to Bai Lin countless times. Bai Lin held the phone tightly and took a deep breath. There is no time to look for other people now, and judging from Fang Xiaofeng's tone, it doesn't seem like he really wants to hold him accountable, but more like he wants money. People who lack money are the easiest to control. So Bai Lin immediately opened the text message and edited his reply. "Let's meet and chat. I'll decide the time and place." As soon as the text message was sent, there was a knock on Bai Lin's door. He went over and opened it, and found Bai Lin standing outside the door. The woman's short black hair fell in a delicate curve against her ears, and she was covered in jewels and looked extremely noble. Bai Lin hugged Bai Lin helplessly and asked, "My dear, you have suffered so much. Will you stay at home obediently today?" Bai Lin frowned, thinking that Wang Mao would never tell anyone that he had run away, so he lied with confidence, "I stayed in the studio the whole time." Bai Lin nodded with relief, holding Bai Lin's hand and said, "Your father's anger has subsided a lot. You can go back to record the show in the next 2 days." Before Bai Lin could be happy, Bai Lin asked again, "How are the preparations for the second round of the theme competition going?" Bai Lin refused to let anyone enter his studio. He occupied the huge studio on the 3rd floor of the villa alone. There was a fingerprint lock on the door, and no one could enter except himself. Bai Lin and You Jiwan have always condoned his behavior. But now that Bai Lin's paintings have not been completed yet, Bai Lin can't help but become suspicious. The gold medal of the Star Cup is a good opportunity for Shuming to make a name for itself again, and it is also a chance for Bai Lin to enter Shuming naturally. If he can't grasp it well, Bai Lin's current awkward and stuck state will only continue. At that time, You Mian gained recognition within the company for building the Shuming show stage, which gave Shuming a new life and its turnover and status continued to rise. Even though You Jiwan fired those people who knew about the matter with an excuse after getting the shares from You Mian, Bai Lin lacked such an opportunity to win the support of the people. Bai Lin gently stroked Bai Lin's hair, and heard Bai Lin say, "It's almost finished." Bai Lin's eyes lit up instantly, "Really?" Bai Lin lowered his puppy eyes, "Mom, don't you believe me?" Bai Lin quickly hugged Bai Lin and said, "Of course I believe you. Mom is just too happy. As long as you can draw it, it doesn't matter whether it is good or bad. As long as you can pass the second round, only the finals are left." Bai Lin didn't know that Bai Lin, who had been abroad for many years, had absorbed all the painting skills taught by those teachers, nor did she know that Bai Lin was such a headache for the art teacher. Relying on the power of the Yu family, the teachers could not treat him harshly and could only coax and persuade him. All the study reports submitted were revised by Bai Lin and got all A's. Bai Lin's disguised painting skills deceived Huo Yanji, Bai Lin and You Jiwan, making this group of people mistakenly believe that he was the second genius. Bai Lin was held in Bai Lin's arms, but his eyes gradually became gloomy. Because compared to painting, he prefers to enter the entertainment industry and enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. Instead of making a lot of money by painting, it is better to be an actor. No matter everything on your body is fake, as long as it is not too fake, there will always be people who like you. What's more, with the support of the Yu family, he had almost nothing to fear. He just didn't know why Yu Jiwan got so angry after seeing that hot search. Isn't it a fact that he is a real young master? Even if he tells others about it, what will happen? Bai Lin's voice brought Bai Lin back to his senses. "Good work, honey. Finish the painting before the time is up." You can't let You Mian outdo you. When Bai Lin said this, she couldn't help but think of You Mian's terrifying talent. Yu Jiwan had been comparing the two children since they were young, and Bai Lin was always the one who was at a disadvantage. Bai Lin and Yu Jiwan were unwilling to accept this fact, and they frantically wanted to prove that Bai Lin was stronger than You Mian. Bai Lin shrugged and smiled cutely, saying, "Don't worry, Mom. You Mian probably can't make anything. Even if she can, it's too late in the remaining time." Bai Lin frowned, and before she could think about what Bai Lin meant, Yu Jiwan's voice came from the study. She quickly asked Bai Lin to continue painting and turned to walk into the study downstairs. Yu Jiwan sat behind a large rosewood desk with a cut cigar in his hand. Bai Lin glanced at him in confusion, wondering when did Yu Jiwan start liking smoking cigars. Yu Jiwan still had a serious face, but a smile appeared at the corner of his eyebrow. He nodded to the big box of cigars in his hand and said, "It was given by the Pei family." Bai Lin sat on the mahogany chair in a daze. "Pei family? JL that Pei family?" Yu Jiwan raised his eyebrows and beard. "How many Pei families are there in Huajiang City?" "Someone from their company came to discuss cooperation with Shuming, saying that they wanted to work with us, the leading companies in Huajiang City, to carry out activities to promote Huajiang City." He held the cigar between his fingers but did not smoke it, as if he was cherishing it very much. Bai Lin looked at him with a hint of disdain, but she suppressed it. "You should be more careful when interacting with upper-class people like this, and don't say things that shouldn't be said." Yu Jiwan waved his hands impatiently, indicating that he understood. Bai Lin added, "How long do you want Wan Zhaolin to stay? He's busy right now. He has to record a show and prepare for the Xingqian Cup. Hurry up and remove that damn access control." The bookcase behind Yu Jiwan emitted a dim light, and all the wooden furniture in the room was made of the finest materials. If he hadn't posted those things online on his own initiative, I wouldn't have locked him up at home. Yu Jiwan carefully put the cigar back into the box, frowned seriously, looked up at Bai Lin and whispered, "Have you forgotten why he was sent abroad? Don't get carried away." Bai Lin was stunned when she heard this, and finally calmed down. Yu Jiwan lit another cigarette, the swirling smoke blocking his greedy eyes. "How is Linlin's painting?" Bai Lin said truthfully, "It's almost finished." Yu Jiwan's eyes finally softened for a moment. "As long as I can draw it, it's fine. But the Star Cup is a national-level competition. We'll be finished if these are discovered." Bai Lin was still a little worried. Yu Jiwan disagreed. "The things have been delivered and the people have been arranged. That guy can't just take the money and do nothing. Besides, haven't we done enough of this kind of nervous things in recent years? Fighting for wealth and glory, the timid ones will get nothing. This is our bloody experience." The room was silent for a long time. Finally, Bai Lin stood up and walked towards the desk. She put her slender hand on Yu Jiwan's shoulder and asked in a very low voice, "They won't come again, will they?" To Yu Jiwan, the meaning of the word, "they," is self-evident. Yu Jiwan put out his cigarette and said in an extremely cold tone, "I will never come again." Bai Lin felt her heart stop beating when she thought of the countless kidnappings over the years. Fortunately, it wasn't our Linlin who suffered. Yu Jiwan patted Bai Lin's hand on his shoulder and suddenly asked, "Is You Mian in touch with you now?" Bai Lin frowned in disgust. "No news." Yu Jiwan didn't think a child could cause any trouble, so he didn't take it seriously. If he stays in the Yu family, he will have one more mouth to feed. It's better for him to do his own thing as it is now. As long as it doesn't affect us, it's fine. Yu Jiwan said to Bai Lin, "I didn't agree with Linlin entering the entertainment industry at the time. You still dote on him too much. If I hadn't asked someone to remove the hot search in time, I don't know how far this matter would have fermented." Bai Lin disagreed. "Didn't you say that group of people wouldn't show up again? Linlin is safe now." Yu Jiwan was slightly angry. "It's better to be safe than sorry. What if someone comes to investigate? Everything will be over then." Bai Lin was yelled at and his face turned ugly. Who would pursue something that happened so many years ago? All the records are gone. Yu Jiwan looked up and glanced at her, still saying the same words. "Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst." With a rustling sound, the heavy file was placed on the desk with a bang. In the busy and orderly police station, Yan Tingxuan, wearing a fine suit, sat on a reception chair. He smiled and raised his gold-rimmed glasses and asked, Are all the police reports of kidnapping cases in Huajiang City in the past 15 years here? The young policeman nodded confidently. It's all here, lawyer Yan. Yan Tingxuan is a senior partner of a well-known law firm in Huajiang City. He often goes in and out of the police station and the court because of cases. He knows many acquaintances, so it is not difficult for him to get the files. Yan Tingxuan did not open it immediately, but smiled and said, I didn't expect such an old file to be placed within reach. The young policeman waved his hand and smiled. It was previously placed in the archives room, but someone came to ask about it just before you, and it was taken out but not put back yet, and here you are, lawyer Yan. Yan Tingxuan's eyes darkened. Is there anyone else? The young policeman measured his height with his hands. He's a very tall, handsome man. Yan Tingxuan subconsciously said the name, Pai Yg. The policeman was stunned. Yes, it seems that this is the name signed in the record book. Is he your friend? Then do you still want to look at this record file, lawyer Yan? Yan Tingxuan lowered his eyes, and the color in his eyes behind the lenses was calm without any ripples. Even if someone had gotten there before him, even if looking at the files now might not be of any benefit and would only be a waste of time, even if the information he found had already been found by Pai Yg. For the first time, he did not start from interests, and for the first time, he no longer measured something by value. Yan Tingxuan said, look. Chapter 74. Yan Tingxuan sat in the police station for a whole day, flipping through the thick stacks of police dispatch records, but he couldn't find any information about the Yu family, not even the names Yu Jiwan and You Mian. The iron railings cut the afternoon sunlight coming in through the window into strips, which fell on Yan Tingxuan's suit pants and felt warm to the touch. Yan Tingxuan took off his glasses and pinched his nose bridge tiredly. Suddenly, the office door opened and a young policeman walked in holding a document in his hand. When he saw Yan Tingxuan, he exclaimed in surprise. Lawyer Yan, you haven't left yet. Yan Tingxuan placed the files neatly back on the desk, put on his glasses with a smile, and said, I'm leaving now. There are a lot of files, so it took some time. The policeman chuckled and said, this is really hard work. This didn't just take a little time, I actually sat here for the whole day. As soon as Yan Tingxuan said hello and walked out of the police station, he received a call from the law firm's assistant. The other side reminded him skillfully and straightforwardly as usual, Lawyer Yan, Mr. Wang from Henghua Real Estate has a case, and the port has also received a case of breach of international transportation contract. I see that the cases on hand have been closed. Can I help you take these too? Although the assistant's tone was questioning, based on Yan Tingxuan's previous personality, the answer was affirmative. But just as the assistant was about to stamp the call, Yan Tingxuan suddenly refused. No, I'm busy these few days. Ah. Yan Tingxuan heard the other end of the phone say, Lawyer Yan, one of these two cases is worth over 10 million, and the other is an international transportation contract worth over 100 million. Are you really not going to take it? The impression Yan Tingxuan gave to everyone in the law firm was that everything had to give way to profit, and as long as the money was enough, his time could be divided into countless pieces. But now this person actually took the initiative to push the money away and said he would not take it. Yan Tingxuan clicked on the car navigation, pressed the words, Angsan Welfare Home, and refused again. No, please help me to push it, or pass it to Lin Lu and others. After hanging up the phone, Yan Tingxuan's mind was full of thoughts. He had seen the marks of hemp rope on You Mian's body, as well as the purple bruises on the corners of his mouth. In a kidnapping case, any phone call should leave a police report. However, there was no trace of the Yu family in Huajiang City's police records for the past 15 years, so there was only one explanation: the Yu family never called the police on the kidnapping case. They chose to settle the matter privately and paid the ransom. Yan Tingxuan frowned, stepped hard on the accelerator, and drove quickly towards the welfare home. What else has he been kept in the dark about? How much has he hurt You Mian? What kind of accomplice has he become? He needs to know it clearly. Yan Tingxuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the veins on his neck bulged slightly. The wind in the late autumn night is bleak and cool, and the bare tree trunks on the roadside are swaying gently in the moonlight. You Mian stood in the high-rise sculpture room of the JL building. In front of him was a wide sculpting platform, and there were bright lights all around his head. Tomorrow is the deadline for the second round of the theme competition, and You Mian is concentrating on pouring the last step of plaster water. The boy's headset was filled with gentle piano music, and Bach's well-tempered clavier blocked out any sounds that might distract him. You Mian's eyes were extremely serious. As the last layer of plaster water poured down, he pursed his lips lightly, and his long eyelashes trembled. Just as he finished pouring, stood up and put the plastic bucket on the ground, and reached out to take off the headset and hang it around his neck, there was a knock on the door behind him. Just 3 times, no more, no less, to provide a sufficient reminder and to be restrained and polite. You Mian turned her head and saw Pei Yiji, who was wearing a black suit, standing at the door of the sculpture room. The man lowered his eyes and glanced at his watch as he did every evening for more than a week, and reminded her, "It's time for dinner." You Mian untied the gray apron in front of her and subconsciously paused the work in front of her. This was very unusual for him before. When You Mian first moved into the JL sculpture studio, she couldn't get used to Pei Yiji calling people at designated locations. Obviously, the other person looks more like a workaholic than him, and is also the kind of domineering president with stomach problems. But the facts proved that these speculations were nothing more than You Mian's stereotypes about the position of president. Pei Yiji not only did not have stomach problems, but also ate 3 meals a day on time. At 6 o'clock, someone would take the elevator to bring him dinner. When You Mian used to stay alone in the sculpture studio of University A, he would often spend the entire day sculpting, and he would have simple bread and milk for lunch and dinner. A week ago, You Mian thought that sooner or later he would not be able to stand Pei Yiji's punch-in style of ordering meals, but he didn't expect that as time went by, he was the one who got used to following Pei Yiji to eat at the appointed time. Pei Yiji made him feel hungry. You Mian adjusted his gloves, and just as he turned around to leave the sculpture room, he noticed the look Pei Yiji was giving the sculpture table behind him. He smiled and said, "It has just been poured with plaster water, so you can't see clearly what is carved." Pei Yiji quickly withdrew his gaze upon hearing this. The two walked along the quiet corridor towards Pei Yiji's office. The man said, "It doesn't look like a human sculpture." You Mian's sculpture this time had many lines and a messy outline, which made it difficult for him to tell what it was. You Mian narrowed his eyes mysteriously, as long as it fits the theme. Pei Yiji opened the office door for him with gentle eyes. The lights in Vivian's office opposite were already off. This decisive woman had chosen to go downstairs to the cafeteria for dinner as early as the second night after You Mian moved in. When You Mian first moved in, it caused quite a stir. The entire JL company internal group was discussing him, and the topic always revolved around You Mian's relationship with Pei Yiji, as well as You Mian's exceptionally outstanding looks. But everyone's enthusiastic gossip would always stop when Pei Yiji glanced over. More than a week passed, and their curiosity gradually subsided. Because once You Mian sits in the sculpture room, he basically won't come out, let alone do anything that would cause other people to gossip. Pei Yiji's office is very large, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window facing him. Looking down from the window, you can see the bustling commercial center of Huajiang City. You Mian sat on the sofa by the window in the office, with a 3-layer food box of shaksicheng already arranged in front of him. You Mian's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Before, when Pei Yiji asked him to come for dinner, they all served simple canteen meals. How come it was so luxurious tonight? Pei Yiji sat opposite him and said, "Tomorrow is the submission date for the Star Cup, so just relax tonight." Pei Yiji said this very seriously. Because if You Mian's work location had not been placed in JL, he would never have imagined that You Mian was a person who could stay in the sculpture studio forever without moving. Although Pei Yiji deliberately interrupted this desperate attitude with the excuse of dinner, it still continued intermittently until the last day of the Star Cup deadline. He was the one who knew best how much effort You Mian had put into this work. Pei Yiji had been counting the days until today, so not only You Mian, he also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. You Mian seemed to sense Pei Yiji's emotions, so she smiled softly without any hesitation, her amber eyes emitting a warm and peaceful emotion under the light. "Mr. Pei is very generous." You Mian picked up the chopsticks without hesitation. Pei Yiji's brows relaxed, and his stern profile no longer had the usual strong sense of oppression. In the quiet and cozy atmosphere, You Mian had a hearty meal. Pei Yiji had barely moved his chopsticks. When he saw You Mian finish eating, he slowly stood up and walked to the desk to pick up a folder. You Mian noticed the look Pei Yiji was giving him. His eyes fell on the document in Pei Yiji's hand, and his heart suddenly jumped as he realized what was inside. Pei Yiji walked to You Mian's side and handed him the documents in his hand. The man said in a deep voice, "These are some things I have found out these days. They may be things you didn't know before." When You Mian raised his hand to take the document, he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. In the fast yet long reel after his death, he discovered that he existed in a book. He was adopted for a reason, and his life as a cannon fodder was also predetermined. But now, all the truth seems to be laid before You Mian. Pei Yiji lowered his eyes and said calmly, "But too much time has passed, and some things have not been found out yet." Although Pei Yiji said so, You Mian knew that with the other party's personality, as long as he handed over the document, it would prove that there must be some past events in it that he had never known about. You Mian held the folder in silence for a moment, and he found that his fingers were shaking. Pei Yiji sat back opposite him, and the man said softly, "I checked the police records of kidnapping cases in Huajiang City a week ago, but I couldn't find your name." Following Pei Yiji's voice, You Mian opened the document. Pei Yiji said, "But I changed my mind and found a theft report and a robbery report." "Guess what I saw?" Pei Yiji asked in a low voice. You Mian opened the file in front of him, suppressed the undercurrent in his heart and replied, "You saw the names of Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin, right?" When You Mian raised her eyes, she met Pei Yiji's calm dark eyes. Pei Yiji said, "Yes, on June 8, 12 years ago, there was a report of a burglary case, and the person who reported it was Bai Lin." Along with Pei Yiji's voice, You Mian also saw the alarm record and the preserved on-site mediation record clearly recorded in front of him. The burglar's name is Bakwan, 42 years old, male, registered in Huajiang City. You Mian frowned fiercely. If it was really a burglary, Bai Lin and Yu Jiwan would definitely not accept mediation on the spot given their personalities. They were the kind of people who enjoyed crushing bugs to death and would not let this man named Bakwan go. "Unless the other party has something on you," Pei Yiji said, "your doubts are also my doubts. It just so happened that my uncle had some small cooperation with Shuming a few days ago. He found some preparatory documents for Shuming's listing under the pretext of promoting the development history of Huajiang City's leading enterprises. Shuming used to be a partnership with 3 founders. You Mian remembered that this was indeed mentioned in the book, but he didn't know who the 3 people were besides Yu Jiwan. The next second, he only heard Pei Yiji say, "The name of one of the founders is Bakwan. The other person was called Sheng Zhonggang, who jumped off a building and died 17 years ago." Pei Yiji paused for half a second and continued, "And this Bakwan also happened to be imprisoned for 5 years for intentional injury with serious circumstances 17 years ago." You Mian completed the sentence that Pei Yiji hadn't finished saying in his mind. The first thing Bakwan did after being released from prison 5 years later was to break into the Yu family and find the Yu couple. This was the origin of the alarm record of a burglary case 12 years ago with Bai Lin as the caller. But they eventually settled. You Mian frowned slightly. Since they had reconciled, could this be the key fact that the Yu couple had been hiding? Before You Mian could continue thinking, Pei Yiji's voice broke through the silent office. "But Bakwan died 9 years ago." You Mian's fingers tightened around the document, "Dead." Pei Yiji nodded, "He committed suicide by jumping off a building. The place of death is the same as the unfinished building where Sheng Zhonggang died 17 years ago." Pei Yiji's voice was dry for a moment. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally asked, "Do you still remember the characteristics of the people who kidnapped you? Their appearance, height, etc." You Mian's eyes fell on Bakwan's age. If he was 42 years old when he committed the burglary, he would have been 45 when he died. You Mian shook his head. "The person who kidnapped me was very young. Although I can't remember much about him, he was a tall man. There is also a discrepancy between this and the police record showing Bakwan, who was only 1.7 meters tall." Suddenly, Pei Yiji said in a deep voice, "Bakwan has a son, who is 26 years old this year." As soon as You Mian looked up, he heard Pei Yiji say, "But we can't find this person for the time being, and there is no news." As Pei Yiji finished speaking, You Mian had finished reading the information in his hand. You Mian originally just wanted Pei Yiji to investigate the dispute between Angxin Welfare Home and the Yu family, but he didn't expect Pei Yiji to find out about such a long-standing matter. He felt complicated for a moment. In the silent office, Pei Yiji said, "The adoption records of Angxin Welfare Institute are more difficult to check than the police records. A lot of information and documents are missing. You Mian had thought of this result a long time ago, but before he could speak, Pei Yg asked again, You Mian, do you want to find your biological parents? Chapter 75. Biological Parents. You Mian lowered his eyes and fell into thought. The sunlight shone on the side of his face, blurring out a soft and tender arc between his nose and cold white jaw. Hello, please sign here and leave your mobile phone number. The voice of the courier station staff suddenly pulled You Mian's wandering thoughts back to reality. You Mian was standing in front of the counter with a bag on her back and a pen in her hand. She blinked and smiled when she heard what he said, okay. In his stunned hesitation, he forgot how he answered Pei Yg last night, as if he had said nothing. As You Mian lowered his head to sign, he silently thought that he might not be able to find it. He could no longer remember the memories before the age of 4 or 5, so he always thought that he was the biological child of the Yu family, let alone the more distant memories before he entered the orphanage. He knows nothing about his biological parents and has no memory of them. It's like a needle falling into the ocean, with no foothold. When I finished writing the last digit of my mobile phone number, the courier station staff said, Student, are you from the sculpture department? If this package is a valuable item, you need to check this form. You Mian was at the station on campus. There was a constant flow of people coming and going, and the laughter around them was lively and cheerful. Okay. You Mian took the form and saw the number that needed to be filled in by logging into the Star Cup official website. He took out his mobile phone and just opened the official website of the Xingqian Cup, but he didn't expect that what caught his eyes was a notice of judge's adjustment. Due to certain supervisory and personal health reasons, the Xingqian Cup has decided to temporarily remove Professor Qin Lan from his position as a judge for the Xingqian Cup overall category. You Mian's pupils shrank suddenly as he held the phone, and his fingertips turned white from the force he exerted. What happened? Why was Qin Lan removed from the team? Was he influenced by him? This announcement that filled the entire homepage of the Star Cup official website had nearly 1,000 words. You Mian quickly scanned it and noticed the last line of the notice. Professor Qin Lan's position as the chief judge will be temporarily taken over by Professor Dr. Jaeger Hillman, Dean and Vice President of the Academy of Fine Arts of Clio's University. Professor Hillman will attend the second round of the theme competition and the final of the Star Cup as the chief judge. The University of Clio's is one of the top 1 art academies in foreign countries, and Jaeger Hillman is a well-known figure who is included in the official sculpture textbooks. You Mian was familiar with this name, but he didn't have time to think about how the Star Cup could invite Hillman. Instead, he was worried about Qin Lan being removed. Therefore, You Mian quickly filled out the form and immediately ran to Qin Lan's house. He pedaled his bike very fast, passing the old but clean employee apartment building of University A, passing rows of open-air balconies and brightly colored graffiti on the walls, and finally stopped in front of a small 2-story villa. Qin Lan holds a high position in University A, so he was assigned this small villa many years ago. Now he lives here with his wife. The front yard is neatly decorated, and garlic sprouts and lilies are planted on the open-air balcony, which is appealing to both the elite and the masses. Just as You Mian stopped his bicycle, Qin Lan, who was lying in a recliner under the grapevines in the front yard, stood up upon hearing the sound. Zifeng, go see if Xiaomian is here, Qin Lan shouted as he stood up. Quan Zifeng is a person with gray hair like Qin Lan, but she is also very energetic. She just retired from the teaching front of the No. 1 middle school in the city this year. She was originally sitting behind the stone table reading a newspaper. Upon hearing this, she immediately put on her glasses that were hanging on her nose, put down her pen, and quickly got up to open the door. You Mian was about to knock on the door, but unexpectedly Quan Zifeng was one step faster. When he opened the door, a kind smile appeared on the other party's face. It's really Xiaomian, come in quickly. Only then did Qin Lan finally stand up from the recliner and put on his shoes. Qin Lan knew the reason why You Mian came here, but he didn't expect You Mian to know it so quickly. Quan Zifeng smiled and said, I'll go cut some fruit. The peaches I grow at home are fresh. You Mian politely and gently said thank you to Quan Zifeng. Quan Zifeng waved his hand and walked back to the house in a hurry. With the help of You Mian, Qin Lan stood up and walked to the stone table and sat down. On the table was the daily newspaper that Quan Zifeng had just read. It is not difficult to see that the old couple now lives a leisurely and comfortable life. You Mian lowered her eyes and pursed her lips. Before she could say anything, Qin Lan took the initiative and said, "You rushed to find me in such a hurry, but now you dare not say a word." You Mian raised his head and asked, "Teacher, what's wrong with your body?" You Mian noticed Qin Lan's overly slow movements, and remembered the words, "due to health reasons," written on the notice. Qin Lan narrowed his serious and old-fashioned brows and smiled, "It's nothing, I just had a little stomach problem, and it just so happened that these judges wanted me to step down, and I was tired of these struggles, so I found an excuse to step down." You Mian knew that Qin Lan's words were half true and half false. Given the old man's strong character, it was impossible for him to back down just because of these open and secret struggles. As long as it concerns sculpture and art, Qin Lan will always be the first. Sure enough, within a few seconds You Mian heard Quan Zifeng coming out of the house and saying, "Well, factional struggles are the same everywhere, but there was a report recently, and the organizers put a lot of pressure on him." You Mian frowned. "Report?" Qin Lan coughed violently a few times. "Why are you saying these things?" Quan Zifeng placed a plate of sliced peaches closer to You Mian with a snap. "Just protect her. I think Xiao Mian is better than you. In the end, we don't know who is protecting whom." Qin Lan had never been able to win an argument with Quan Zifeng. Upon hearing that, he hissed with his brows drooped and his head tilted. Quan Zifeng smiled and let You Mian eat the peach, saying, "But don't worry too much, Xiao Mian. It's just because of the internal recommendation quota he gave you. The Xingqian Cup already has internal referral rules. No one says that direct teachers can't recommend their own students." Quan Zifeng's words made sense. She glanced at Qin Lan and continued, "Didn't Chai Dao, who always opposed you, also recommend his own student who was about to graduate?" You Mian understood from just a few words that it seemed that the internal recommendation quota Qin Lan gave him was reported by someone on the grounds of being unfair. The report must have been quite large, otherwise it would not have alarmed the organizer to adjust the number of judges so seriously. Quan Zifeng looked at You Mian and said earnestly, "Xiao Mian, there were too many people who reported it, and the organizers were worried that they couldn't stop the old man from talking, so they found an excuse to let the old man down. After what happened, you should be more careful and don't let the villain drag you down." Quan Zifeng has been in the workplace for many years and of course knows that people's words can be scary. You Mian asked calmly, "Is the person who reported it his real name?" Qin Lan shook his head. "No, the other party came with great force. I went to the venue the next day and found out that the backstage mailbox of the Xingqian Cup was flooded. There were thousands of people, without names or addresses. Even if you wanted to come forward to explain, you didn't know who to explain to." Quan Zifeng picked up a piece of peach with a toothpick and handed it to Qin Lan, his voice much softer. "How do you explain standing in front of a dense swarm of locusts? How do you explain standing in front of a swarm of bedbugs?" You Mian almost immediately guessed who had done these things. Qin Lan didn't seem to want to continue this topic, and immediately changed the topic to, "Xiao Mian, today is the deadline, have you submitted your work?" Just as You Mian nodded, Qin Lan said, "There's someone on the judges panel who doesn't get along with me. Make sure your topic doesn't deviate from the topic and doesn't give people room to express themselves. I'm worried that Chai Dao will deliberately block your work." Quan Zifeng sighed, now this person has been blinded by the benefits. You Mian understood what Qin Lan meant. His work could not deviate from the theme of maternal love. A little bit of irony or inverse contrast might even cause his sculpture to become off-topic and be eliminated. The sunlight shone through the lush grapevines and fell on his drooping eyelashes. Under the soft halo, You Mian smiled and said, "Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely not deviate from the topic." After having lunch at Qin Lan's house, You Mian played chess with his teacher and his wife for the whole afternoon before leisurely riding his bicycle back to the apartment. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of the elevator and opened the door, he received a call from Hong Sheng before he even took off his coat. "Director Hong." "Xiao Mian." Hong Sheng was in high spirits and said with a smile, "Today is the day when the second episode of Matching Heartbeats will be broadcast. When the show is broadcast tonight, the platform wants the guests who can attend to have a pre-show online interaction. Do you have time here?" Hong Sheng asked. Live connection. You Mian thought of the live interaction in the first episode in the Green Wall Maze, which was quite interesting. You Mian walked to the sofa in the living room wearing her plush slippers and sat down. "I have time. Who will be joining us?" When Hong Sheng heard that You Mian had time, his eyes immediately lit up. You should know that now that the first episode of the show has been aired, the most popular person on the platform is You Mian. Unexpectedly, those negative hot searches did not reduce his ability to attract fans. Instead, they made him surpass Yan Guanqing in popularity. Hong Sheng flipped through his notebook and said, Guan Tong, Huo Yanji, Yan Guanqing O, and Pei Yg. Including you, there are 5 of us. Shen Nanzhao went to Italy to tour and give a cello concert. There has been no news from Bai Lin since he dropped out of the last show, and he didn't answer the phone just now. Yan Tingxuan did answer the phone, but the other party said he was very busy and immediately refused. You Mian nodded, asked about the time and live broadcast method, and hung up the phone. He spent a leisurely afternoon at Qin Lan's house. Now it was getting dark and it would be time for the live broadcast after he tidied up a bit. So You Mian had just taken a shower and was blowing her hair half dry when the live broadcast reminder rang. As soon as the live broadcast platform was opened, countless viewers immediately flocked in. The first person to appear on the screen is Guan Tong, who is holding a facial mask. The boy has his pink hair wrapped in a towel, with only a pair of eyes exposed on his body. At this moment, he is smiling and greeting everyone. Ah, Guan Tong is so cute. Is today also a day for eating melons? Ha 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 ha, why did you cover your face? Hello. However, Guan Tong got stuck in the PPT after just 2 sentences, causing the comments section to burst into laughter. Yan Guanqing and Huo Yanji came in one after another. Yan Guanqing's background is obviously in the lounge of the set. The makeup artist is standing behind his chair touching up his makeup. The long-haired man has realistic scars and blood on his brow bone. It seems that he has just finished an intense chase scene. Brother Yan, you have worked hard. You are still working so late. I thought that Dianyan was still filming and might not be able to attend the live broadcast event, but I didn't expect that the official website's Ateli had you. I'm so happy. Brother Yan, take care of yourself and have a good rest. Huo Yanji seemed to have placed the live broadcast phone under the guardrail of the boxing ring. The camera image was shaking, and occasionally he could hear the coach's roar, "Left, pay attention." A few seconds later, Pei Ygi's camera appeared in front of everyone. The man was sitting in the office with a row of bookcases full of documents and contracts behind him. The clean lines in gray tones matched with his working look in a neat suit at night. Suddenly, the cold aura was no longer scary, and the barrage of comments were all filled with wows. I have to say that the superior brow bone and handsome appearance of the chair brother are absolutely amazing. JL stock surges due to the good looks of the chair guy, not really. Ah, kiss me quickly. Kiss Mian quickly. An insider revealed that You Mian has been in JL these days. I wonder if he went to hang out with Mr. Pei. Play. Please tell me in detail. Tell me in detail, kneeling. Cultivate cotton at Oita. Where is Mian? Where did Mian go when I was so old? I am crying and missing him so much. Just when a lot of Mian appeared in the barrage, You Mian finally came after drying his hair. You Mian placed his cell phone on the dining table, with his living room as the background behind him. As soon as the boy's live broadcast screen appeared, the entire barrage of comments immediately filled the screen with comments. His chestnut curly hair, glistening with moisture, fell above his eyebrows. The collar of his off-white pajamas revealed his strong collarbone, and his slender neck looked even cooler, whiter and more delicate under the light in the restaurant. Pei Yg subconsciously clenched the pen in his hand and his brows unconsciously frowned. The amber eyes in the screen curved. You Mian politely waved to the audience in the live broadcast room, and said, "Good evening, everyone." Amidst the barrage of "ah," Pei Yg suddenly spoke up, as if the two of them had known each other for a long time, and asked casually, "It's past 6 o'clock, have you had dinner?" You Mian, who was asked, didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with the question. Instead, he nodded seriously and answered softly in a somewhat obedient manner, "I have eaten. I ate at the teacher's house." What's going on? This perfect match between you two, this question and answer like an old married couple, what on earth happened between you two? Tell the truth. Did you two kiss? I want to see it, he. Chair brother secretly got a high score. Amidst the frenzied comments, Qian Li, who was far away in the old house, followed the trend and tapped the screen of her mobile phone several times to send out a line of comments. I fully agree to this marriage. Chapter 76. After the recording of the second episode of Heart Beating House, Hong Sheng gave a much longer rest time than the first time. The people in the live broadcast room hadn't seen each other for nearly half a month, and at this moment they didn't know how to start a new topic. Especially when Guan Tong, the only lively person, was stuck in a PPT in the upper left corner of the live broadcast screen. The atmosphere became particularly quiet, with only the occasional sound of You Mian answering questions from the barrage. Mian baby, when will you start recording the third heart-beating house? I saw the Reuters report that will be aired soon. A tourist from the skydiving base posted a photo of the backs of several of them. Mr. Pei is so handsome. You Mian said softly, we will be preparing to go record the third heartbeat house tomorrow morning. You Mian didn't know much about the word Reuters, so he didn't understand what the fan said. Young Guanqing sat lazily in the dressing room. The makeup artist behind him had already left. The scar on the man's face was very realistic. Young Guanqing took a sip of soda and said with a smile, what has You Mian been doing these days? In the live broadcast cube, Pei Yg could be seen suddenly putting down his pen, closing the document in front of him, and looking over. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Mr. Pei asked me to listen too. Chair brother, let me see what you are going to do with my Mianbao. Boss Pei pricked up his ears. Ah, is the emperor's crown going to rise? Through the mobile phone screen, You Mian's vigilance towards young Guanqing also decreased a lot. Hearing this, he replied, I just finished preparing for the game. When young Guanqing heard this, he immediately remembered the Star Cup that You Mian participated in. The barrage of comments was full of cheers, and Guan Tong shouted, come on, in a stuttering voice from the lagging live broadcast room. Among the crowd, only Pei Yg seemed a little out of place. He just lowered his eyes and looked at the screen without saying a word of encouragement. You Mian responded with a gentle smile, his eyes determined. Ah, the baby is so beautiful tonight, taking a screenshot. You look fragrant, did you just take a shower? It must be, my hair is wet, half dry. The baby's collarbone is exposed, the pajamas are so cute. PR. You Mian blinked, and just as she was staring at the rapidly scrolling barrage and trying to take a closer look, a WeChat message suddenly popped up on her phone. It was actually from Pei Yg. You Mian didn't set the setting to not read the message content, so even if he didn't click on the WeChat message, he could still see the content. Pei, the weather is getting colder, so it's best to put on a coat. You Mian never doubted Pei Yig's words, and never thought about anything else. Hearing this, he nodded in sudden realization, bent down to the live broadcast room, said, wait a moment, and then stood up and left. When he came back, he was not only wearing a thin coat, but also had a cup of hot water in his hand. It's a bit strange. Baby, did you wear these clothes after seeing the comments? Woohoo, I won't show you. It was blocked, who said it too loudly and got discovered. Fall. Am I the only one who noticed that Mianbao got up and left to put on his clothes immediately after hearing the news? It sounds like WeChat voice. Don't guess, it could be a staff member of the program. Besides, the weather is quite cold now, so it's good to wear more clothes. The cotton workers are spreading rumors. It must be the text message sent by Brother Chair. The comments were scrolling quickly. Just as You Mian took a sip of hot water, he saw Guan Tong, who had been stuck in the upper left corner for several minutes, finally move. Guan Tong took off the mask and shouted, it's finally healed. I was so tired. You Mian held the water cup and chuckled, with a relaxed expression. Guan Tong complained energetically, I just moved, and the internet at home is not very good. I am still using my own hotspot. I wonder if the program crew will reimburse me. A bunch of words like, stingy millionaire blogger, flew across the barrage, causing Guan Tong to pretend to be angry and make a few noises. As soon as Guan Tong appeared, the quiet atmosphere was broken. The pink-haired girl shook her head ostentatiously and asked, where's Brother Huo? Where did he leave his phone? Where is he? When he asked, You Mian noticed that Huo Yanji's live broadcast was indeed always showing the railing next to the boxing ring, and no one appeared. Guan Tong shouted a few times, I'll tell Director Huo that you're slacking off. You Mian curled his eyes unconsciously. Huo Yanji's voice finally came from far away in the boxing ring. Everyone, wait a moment. Sorry, I'm applying hot compress here. It will be done soon. Guan Tong said, oh, in sudden realization, and then changed the topic to other people in the live broadcast room. Brother Yun is still filming, he asked. Yan Guanqing's long hair was styled in a messy style, and he wore a leather jacket. There was a realistic scar on his brow bone that went through his right eye. The man, who looked so gorgeous that it was hard to tell whether he was male or female, raised his eyebrows at the camera and said, "Yes, I'm filming a new movie, and it will be finished soon. Please support me." Yan Guanqing's fighting scenes are neat and clean, and every villain role he plays is sassy, cool and beautiful. And since most of the endings are tragic, he is able to attract countless fans every time. The barrage of comments was indeed scrolling like crazy, with many people typing out the words, "I must support." As a fan of Yan Guanqing, Guantong nodded excitedly, "We can all go and watch it together then." Yan Guanqing chuckled a few times upon hearing this, and looked towards You Mian's live broadcast screen. "It's still a while before it's broadcast, I just don't know if everyone will be free by then." Yan Guanqing had somewhat noticed the ambiguous relationship between Bai Lin and You Mian. If You Mian continued to treat him with such a distant attitude, Yan Guanqing knew that he would not have much chance. "But I am never willing to give up." Even though Yan Guanqing had been staring at You Mian's live broadcast screen, the other party only showed interest in Guantong's joke and had no intention of responding to what he had just said. Yan Guanqing pursed his lips and coughed lightly. Suddenly, Huo Yanji, who had been wandering outside the screen, finally appeared. The man raised his strong arm holding the phone, and a pair of rough wild eyebrows rushed into the picture, full of power and hormones. "Sorry, I'm late." Huo Yanji turned his head and sat on the bench next to the boxing ring with his mobile phone. The man's gaze fell on You Mian's small live broadcast screen almost at the same time as Yan Guanqing's. Seeing the other party joking with Guantong, his eyes softened. "Damn, is this my illusion? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with the way Huo Yanji and Yan Guanqing look at Mian? Look again, the person who seems most abnormal is Boss Pei." "Ha ha ha ha, there's no need to say anything, Mr. Pei." He just kept silent, staring at Mian, and only when Mian spoke did he join in a sentence or two. "Huo Yanji really has been looking at You Mian. Damn, is this really going to be a shura field? Don't forget the heartwarming text messages from the last episode. Huo Heian sent them to Bai Lin. You Mian should still be in the same group with Mr. Pei. I don't want to see anyone who is upset. The hard lines can change at any time, this is a love variety show. I just like 1v1, I like President Pei who only favors one person, cotton workers, rise up." Huo Yanji didn't even look at the comments. He asked in a hoarse voice, "You Mian, how are you preparing for the competition? Is it going well?" Ever since Huo Yanji met You Mian at a university that day, he has not received any news from the other party. He knew that You Mian had moved into JL's sculpture studio, and he presumably had been staying there for more than a week, spending every day with Bai Lin. A subtle jealousy emerged in his heart, causing Huo Yanji to frown slightly. You Mian heard his name but didn't say anything. Guantong's voice became louder and louder, immediately covering up Huo Yanji's previous question. Live interaction works like this. There are time delays and obstructions, and as long as the last person doesn't hear your question, you can just skip it. Therefore, You Mian pretended not to hear anything very skillfully. Ha 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 ha, Brother Huo was waiting eagerly, but Mian Bao didn't hear him. Mian, can you tell me that as the show progresses, everyone has their own crush? Is the crush line clear? Which of the 8 guests does Mian like the most? Can you tell me quietly? Heart line, want to know the latest heart line. You Mian hesitated, not knowing whether he could say this, and only said, everyone will know after watching the latest episode. Guantong immediately responded, yes, everything you want to know is in the feature film that will be aired soon. Although the guests in the second heart-beating house did not send love messages to each other in the end, any audience who has watched the main film can guess their respective crushes with a high degree of accuracy. A few people chatted casually in the live broadcast room for a while, until the time pointed to 8 o'clock, and the staff of the program team sent a floating screen. The second episode of Matching Heartbeats will be available on major platforms soon. Tonight's live broadcast ends here. Thank you for your support. As the comments wailed, You Mian tilted his head and smiled softly, good night, everyone. Huo Yanji stared at the other side of the screen and said good night. Yan Guanqing tilted his head back and took a sip of soda, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. Guantong kept blowing kisses to the screen lively, with a cute and lively expression. If you haven't seen enough, just follow my account, there will be vlogs of highlights later. As Guan Tong spoke, he blew several kisses towards You Mian, smiled affectionately and said, "Go to bed early, dear." You Mian smiled softly, "You too." Pei Yg on the live broadcast screen seemed very silent the whole night. He only nodded slightly or said a word or two when You Mian mentioned him. Therefore, Pei Yg, who always had a cold aura, showed special treatment to You Mian. Pei Yg's fingers accidentally touched You Mian's small picture, and he said good night in a deep voice. The man thought You Mian wouldn't notice it, but what he didn't expect was that You Mian, who was about to turn off the live broadcast, suddenly looked over with a smile. In the few seconds that the two looked at each other, Pei Yg heard You Mian say with a smile, "Mr. Pei, good night." Pei Yg looked at the black screen in front of him, suddenly pursed his lips, and felt a slight heat behind his ears. The reason why the man seemed silent was that he had been paying attention to You Mian's expression in the direction of the barrage of comments all night. If he finds any signs of slander or abuse, he is ready to let the JL public relations team take over immediately. But fortunately, the situation was not as bad as he thought, and most of the comments were friendly and lively. Although the entry about the real and fake young master was removed by the Yu family on their own initiative, it is impossible for the Yu family alone to block all mouths so tightly, so JL still had to deal with the subsequent interference of public opinion. Under Pei Yg's instructions, all discussion posts about Bai Lin and You Mian were deleted, and any malicious speculation about You Mian's life experience was prevented in the bud. This is also why even though that trending search ranked first, it did not spread too widely, and even the scope of its impact was not large. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the second feature film of Matching Heartbeats was officially launched. In an instant, the popularity exploded and rushed to the first place on the online streaming platform. As soon as the main film began, the 8 guests were divided into groups of 4 to look for the RV parked in the basement. As soon as You Mian appeared in the main film, the barrage of comments started to fill up like crazy. It was not until they saw You Mian's group being divided that the cotton workers' shouts became louder. "This is fate. I love it. The consequence of shipping the wrong couple is that I deserve to have so much candy to eat, ha 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 ha." Boss Pei's attitude towards Mian has become more gentle. "Grouping, are we going to live in the RV together?" I jumped right on the spot. "Is it so exciting? Last time it was a single room, but now it has become a double room." The lively audience was looking forward to the double room, but they didn't expect to see You Mian pull out 2 camping tents in the next second, and the barrage of comments suddenly stopped for a moment. Mian, stop it, woo woo woo. I want to see the double room. Why does it feel like the atmosphere between Yan Tingxuan and President Pei is not right? There is a bit of hostility. When love rivals meet, their eyes turn red with envy. But Yan Tingxuan's heart is with Bai Lin. Don't mention that person, it's unlucky. I am a former fan of Yan Tingxuan and You Mian. I suddenly felt happy when I saw this scene. Who made him blind before? It's better to cultivate cotton. Then You Mian and Pei Yg sketched each other and took selfies, and the whole process was filled with the screams of cotton workers. Among them, the sisters with sharp eyes excitedly saw the clues. Although Mr. Pei had a cold face, he just wanted to stop Mian from posting the group photo in the group. Woohoo, I'm so happy. I just watched the live broadcast and I want to say one thing, Brother Chair is really possessive. He just doesn't want anyone to see the other side of Mian, right? I can understand this feeling, but that's You Mian. Understanding +1, it's me, I want to hide too. Ha 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 ha, I can also begin to understand Chair Brother's expression. He really dotes on Mian. Off topic, the pictures in the other group are hilarious. Who would believe that an art student doesn't know the basic skills of sketching? It seems like the real one is still unknown. I have never seen Bai Hua talk before, isn't he a top student at University A? During the camping session, Yan Tingxuan deliberately found 4 wooden sticks of different lengths, which triggered another round of trials from the barrage. No dog wants the belated affection, don't pull over. I don't want to see him and You Mian in the same group. I want to see President Pei and Mian. Brother Yan is so pitiful, ha ha ha, but what he did before was indeed too outrageous. I don't understand why he suddenly seemed to have connected his heart to You Mian. A man who changes his mind from day to day, bah. Chair Brother fidgeted in his place. Finally, the food search was over, and You Mian and Yan Tingxuan walked out one after another. After a leisurely dinner, You Mian and Pei Yg stayed outside the RV and started to set up the tent. The two of them set up the first tent quickly and in perfect harmony. Begin to pray for rain. Pray for rain +1, please let it rain hard soon. Why are you setting up two tents outside? I see there is quite a lot of space inside, so you can just stay in one. Ha 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 ha, sisters, control yourself. Just as a wave of joking rain praying comments passed by, the weather in the main film suddenly turned windy and raindrops as big as beans fell violently. Pei Yg, who was standing in the rain, quickly pulled the suitcase beside him and ran into the tent. Ah! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Alone time. This is the time when young lovers can warm up their relationship. I am responsible for this rain, ha ha ha. However, the production crew was unable to set up the camera in the tent in advance, so when Pei Yg rushed into the tent, the scene inside did not appear in the main film. The audience watched a heavy rain fall and saw the two people get into the same tent, but after a few seconds the scene switched to the next day when the weather was sunny. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. I'm going to make a scene, I'm going to throw a tantrum, what's going on? I didn't have time to put the camera in there, maybe. Ah, I'm really going to cry. What are they doing in the tent? I want to know now. Fuck, I'm really going to spread rumors. Boss Pei wakes up feeling refreshed. The group quickly drove the RV to meet up with another group of guests at a Japanese-style wooden cabin. When the director's voiceover said the line, "Script killing," the barrage of comments became interested again. What did Mian draw? Perhaps the program's post-production editing team also knew who would attract the most attention in the program, so among the 8 guests, only You Mian's identity was made public. In the screen, You Mian opened the character card, and the word, "Evil Dragon," was clearly written on it. Ha 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 ha, the evil dragon Mian is coming. Fuck, I just licked the screen, what kind of dress-up play is this? Ah, are there any dragon horns? I want to see Mian wearing horns. Woo. What's the point of wearing a horn? Doesn't that tell everyone that he is a dragon? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Pei Yg in the picture asked, "Do you live in 301 inches?" As soon as You Mian nodded, Pei Yg said, "I live in 301, too." At this point, Cotton Worker, as a CP fan of the love variety show, Matching Heartbeat, was honored with the official matching status when the second episode was halfway through. I'll stand here and see who dares to attack others. Boss Pei, I am crying my eyes out. I never thought that he would be the first person I could fall in love with. Sincerity is the ultimate skill. The cotton cultivation base is awesome. The cotton workers are awesome. I got it right, ha 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 ha. Chapter 77. The second episode of Matching Heartbeats showed everyone competing for tomorrow's date at the shooting range. At this point, the barrage went completely crazy, and everyone was typing the 3 words, Shura Field. Why can't I choose my roommate? Mr. Pei cried so hard that I cried too. Ah, brother Huo, go go go. He is the first pair, right? Why didn't they broadcast until the selection stage? When Mr. Pei heard the production crew say that he couldn't choose his roommate, he gave up immediately, ha 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 ha. Isn't the highlight of this scene the confrontation between You Mian and Bai Lin during their dinner? It can be seen that the production team has deleted a lot of it. Doesn't it prove something that Bai Lin ran away with his tail between his legs? He feels guilty. Don't mention these things on such a happy day. Actually, I'm still very curious about the trending search of real and fake young master. Now I can't see it anymore, and many people don't know about it. Just one thing to say, amateur college students don't have the ability to dominate the trending searches. Go ask whoever did. Yes, I'm talking about Xu Ming. Huo is first, Yun is second, Yan is third. One of them will definitely be chosen as Mian. I just don't know who Mianbao will be in a group with. After the rapids rafting at the amusement park, Mian left to find Boss Pei. I guess she will do the same this time. She will come back to find Brother Chair who is alone in the empty room after the date. Huo Yanji, who has little presence, fought fiercely this time, but Bai Lin was not here. Wow, I want pure love, not a Shura battlefield. Another crazy screenshot issue, Dragon Knight Mian JPG, skydiving cool my brother Mian JPG. I found that You Mian only looks gentle, and the first impression he gives is that he is a pretty kid, but from the snooker and karting in the first episode to the skydiving in this episode, he is very aggressive and full of power. Who said it wasn't? I have now changed my name from Mianbao to Mianj. A handsome and energetic college student. Love it. It was really hilarious watching it. Some people ran back in shame halfway through. It was quite funny. Brother Yun and Brother Yan had a fierce competition when it came to skydiving grouping. Brother Yun has always been interested in Mian, but I am a little confused by the change in Yan Tingxuan this time. Did he change his heartbeat so quickly? Sisters who have seen the scene can explain. You Mian and Yan Tingxuan have been friends for many years, childhood sweethearts versus childhood sweethearts. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Isn't Yan Tingxuan Bai Lin's longtime friend? The grudges between wealthy families are too complicated. Someone has dug up the true and false hot searches, but it was deleted very quickly, leaving no screenshots. The conclusion is that You Mian and Yan Tingxuan have indeed known each other for more than 10 years. The two are real childhood sweethearts. Huo Yanji was also a friend of You Mian before, and their closeness is that everyone knows that they are inseparable. What is the hot search? I really want to see it. I am speechless. What kind of a hell of a shura scene is this? A childhood sweetheart and a close friend, but now Mian is pretending not to know them. What happened? There are too many versions, so let's just listen to what Mian said himself. But his Weibo account has only posted a few reposts of the program's official Weibo promotions so far, and it seems that he doesn't go online very often. Bai Lin's fans have become more restrained. Before, their comments were always full of crazy insults. The professional fan army directed by the studio should have been removed. Is this the real-life version of the wife-chasing crematorium? Ha 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 ha, Chair Brother is in danger. Haven't you heard that childhood sweethearts can't beat the one who came from the sky? Come on, Chair Brother. A prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold, let alone a golden bachelor like Yan Tingxuan, handsome and charming. Glasses lovers love him so much. There was dirt on his knees in the tent. He must have knelt down to beg for forgiveness. I'm so ashamed. Go away, stop eating everything. Get lost, get lost. A prodigal son who has returned is worth more than gold. Just go to the crematorium and don't get hurt. In the turbulent and unrelenting melee between CP fans, only the friends at the cotton breeding base were happily turning a deaf ear to the outside world and continuing to support the CP to their heart's content. Boss Pei and Mian are so affectionate, parachuting and hugging JPG. Boss Pei talks to Mian intimately. Picture. Chair Brother's possessiveness is max and he pulls Xiaomian over and buttons her up with a metal button. Ah. Fuck, the palm is bigger than the waist. I really love the difference in body shape. Chair Brother's red wine, highlighted, to refute what someone said in a previous interview with a financial magazine. I don't drink JPG. So much candy hee fill mouth with candy, eat like crazy, reach out moto. Chair Brother's unskilled comfort on a rainy night, whip butterfly fish, long nose fish, the couch horse is eating so much that he is dying. Who said he was old-fashioned and serious? Who said he was unkind? Damn, this is better than me. I want pure love, I want pure love. Throwing a tantrum. Don't love Pei YG too much. Breaking news. JL has an interview today. The location is in President Pei's office. Look what I found. Picture the bookshelf used to hold the gold label of the business district that JL won, but now it has been replaced with two little people sculptures. One made of clay, the other made of iron. Fresh big news. Sculpture. My ears perked up, and I thought of Mian. Could it be that Mian gave it to me? Impossible, I'm really going crazy. President Pei replaced the gold label and put away the little man that Brother Mian gave him. Zoom in and you will see the three characters Pei YG on the sculpture. Fuck, I'm going to start preparing the money for the wedding gift. Woo Mian baby, please let me attend your wedding. I'm the witness of your love. We talked about it, we must have talked about it. Did they kiss? They definitely did. The sculpture given by MIMI in the Chair Brothers heart greater than gold label. What is the weight of the gold label? Sorry, I don't understand. For more than 20 years, the entire Huajiang city has only had this much value, and with it, JL's stock price rose by 10 points overnight, and JL was selected as a leading enterprise officially recognized by Huajiang city. Boss Pei loves it. An electric car suddenly appeared outside the quiet and leisurely a university coffee shop. While taking off his helmet, Lu Hao reread the private message he received last night. He came here to keep the appointment according to the time and place provided by the letter writer, thinking that he must not make the trip in vain. Lu Hao glanced into the coffee shop, then lowered his head to scan the screen of his mobile phone. Hello, blogger. I am your loyal fan. I have encountered some troubles recently. A contestant of the Xingqian Cup submitted my oil painting to the competition team and successfully entered the second round. But I have no evidence. Now I want to seek a way to report it and give the Xingqian Cup a fair and just competition environment. Lu Hao pushed open the glass door of the coffee shop with his mobile phone in hand, and saw a handsome young man in the sparsely populated coffee shop staring at him with eyes slightly widened, then waved his hands vigorously. Fang Xiaofeng didn't expect Lu Hao to really come. He shouted excitedly, "Brother Hao! Over here!" He has been frequently watching Lu Hao's videos since his high school training camp. The other party is a blogger in the art circle with millions of fans, and the breadth and intensity of his publicity are much stronger than that of a college student like himself. Fang Xiaofeng was helpless and sent a private message as a last resort, but he didn't expect that Lu Hao actually came. A middle-aged man wearing thick square-framed glasses and canvas shoes walked up to Fang Xiaofeng, pulled out a chair and sat down. Lu Hao cast a scrutinizing gaze on him and said, "Your situation is rather troublesome. If you can't prove that he is using your work, reporting it may not be very effective. It has always been very difficult to protect the ownership and copyright of works, not to mention that Fang Xiaofeng himself said that he had no evidence to prove it." Lu Hao raised his glasses and suddenly heard Fang Xiaofeng say across from him, "Yes, we have evidence now." Lu Hao paused. "What did you say?" Fang Xiaofeng looked up at Lu Hao in front of him seriously. "Just yesterday, he took a new oil painting I painted to participate in the second round again. I recorded and videotaped the entire process, and the evidence is solid." Lu Hao almost laughed out loud. "Is this guy a fool?" He paused for a few seconds, smiled and shook his head and said, "Show me the previous painting and this painting." If Fang Xiaofeng hadn't mentioned the Star Cup, Lu Hao might not have made this trip. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiaofeng immediately took out his old mobile phone and opened 2 pictures. Lu Hao looked at the old antique and chuckled. Then, as he lowered his head to take a look, Fang Xiaofeng's voice rang out at the same time, "It's Bai Lin from the oil painting group." Lu Hao was startled, then he immediately raised his head and asked in confirmation, "Who are you talking about?" "Bai Lin." Fang Xiaofeng nodded hesitantly, "Yes, his name is Bai Lin." Lu Hao still remembers the popular video that was taken down. The reason given by the platform for taking it down was slander and defamation, which made him angry for several days. He was telling the truth, so how could it be considered slander? The number of video views and likes are closely related to the blogger's income. If Bai Lin removes his video, he will destroy his job. Now he didn't expect that after going around in circles, this person would appear in front of him again. Lu Hao looked at the 2 oil paintings carefully, and then watched the video of the entire painting process recorded by Fang Xiaofeng. "Don't worry, I'll help you get this out." At the same time, a commercial vehicle with a huge logo of the matching heartbeat program team was driving on the street in front of the cafe. You Mian sat in the car and wore thicker clothes as requested and reminded by the program staff, and also hung a scarf around her neck. It wasn't until the 3rd episode of The Heart-Stirring House that You Mian finally understood why he was always asked to wear more and thicker clothes. Because this is the ice sculpture town in the neighboring province farthest north of Huajiang City. You Mian had heard of this ice sculpture town before, but had never had the chance to visit it. Unexpectedly, she was able to fulfill a small wish while recording the show. The staff wearing heavy coats had already lined up and were standing with cameras on their shoulders, filming. Hong Sheng was also among them. When You Mian got out of the car, the staff came to greet him and said with a smile, "Welcome You Mian, the other guests are already here." You Mian picked up the suitcase and smiled helplessly, "Am I the last one to arrive?" He left home early, but he didn't expect the journey to be so long, so he arrived at his destination a little late. The staff laughed and said, "No, Bai Lin is the only one who hasn't come yet." You Mian raised his eyebrows and walked directly towards the huge arched ice gate of the ice sculpture town without saying anything. I saw Guantong and the others standing there, surrounded by a group of machines and chatting. Pei Weiji's eyes first fell on You Mian, and he greeted her in a deep voice, "You Mian, good morning." The man was wearing a black down coat, and his superior height made him recognizable in the crowd. The cold air seemed to make him look even more stern, and Pei Yg, who had an oppressive aura, looked very suitable standing here. You Mian pursed her lips and smiled gently, "Good morning." Perhaps because of the time they spent together during the breaks between shows, You Mian is even more familiar with Pei Yg than Guantong and Shen Nanzhao. Without hesitation, he walked over and stood beside Pei Yg. The two stood side by side in the camera, looking very well matched. Guantong and Shen Nanzhao on the opposite side heard the sound and looked over, and then everyone saw him. Huo Yanji rubbed his cold fingers helplessly. Guantong ran up to him as usual and said, "Long time no see, dear." You Mian smiled and put the suitcase aside. He was listening to Guantong's lively voice chattering when Shen Nanzhao beside him suddenly said, "I heard that you guys had a live broadcast last night. Unfortunately, I was on tour in Italy and didn't attend. What a pity." You Mian said gently, "There will definitely be another chance in the future." The handsome boy, whose chin was covered by a gray plush scarf, looked up at Pei Yg and joked, "Let President Pei arrange it." Shen Nanzhao and Guantong were stunned for a moment when they heard this. When did You Mian and Pei Yg become so close that they dared to joke around like this? Before they could continue to be stunned, Pei Yg, who had been silent and indifferent just now, lowered his eyes and agreed, "Okay." Guantong pursed his lips tightly. He was so curious. What happened between these two people? It seemed that their relationship had progressed by leaps and bounds. Shen Nanzhao's gaze fell on You Mian, then on Pei Yg, and the desire to eat melons became stronger and stronger in his heart. The 7 guests standing under the giant ice arch were all wearing thick coats with simple and elegant styles. The long legs they saw were very pleasing to the eyes. Yan Guanqing was wearing a cold hat, and his long hair was gathered at his neck, slightly bent. The man looked at You Mian and raised his eyebrows. "Is there no punishment for being late? Sing a song or something." Just as You Mian narrowed his eyes slightly, the staff in the distance quietly gathered to the other side. Then a jogging figure appeared in front of everyone. It turned out to be Bai Lin dragging a suitcase. The boy was running out of breath, his cheeks were red, and his expression was innocent and pitiful. Sorry, I'm late," Bai Lin said as he squeezed in next to Yan Guanqing and Yan Tingxuan, and soon asked with a smile, "Do those who come late want to sing?" "But I'm tone deaf." Yan Tingxuan's glasses were a little foggy, so the man took them off and put them in the box. Yan Guanqing, who had just been eager to see You Mian being punished for being late, immediately changed the subject and said, "Forget it, let's start assigning rooms. We're freezing to death standing here." Bai Lin pursed his lips and gave Yan Guanqing a very obedient smile. "Listen to brother Guanqing." Yan Guanqing smacked his lips calmly, and Bai Lin knew better than to hug him. In the atmosphere where everyone was talking about their own things, Guantong said in surprise, "Brother Yan looks so handsome without his glasses. He is handsome in a different way than before." Everyone's eyes fell on Yan Tingxuan, who smiled politely and said, "I'm nearsighted for 400 degrees, and it's still a little blurry without it." "Are you studying?" Guantong asked with a smile. Yan Tingxuan glanced at You Mian in the distance with his blurry eyes and said calmly, "I played games." "No." Yan Tingxuan seemed to be reminiscing about the past. His face was much gentler. "When I was in high school, I was obsessed with games for a while. I dragged my friend to play for several months. In the end, I became 400 degrees of myopia, but that person was fine. I even complained about him for a long time at that time." You Mian stood in the distance with his eyes lowered indifferently, not admitting that he was the friend Yan Tingxuan mentioned. Bai Lin stood beside Yan Tingxuan, feeling angry and anxious listening to his words. During the time when he was locked up at home by Yu Jiwan, Yan Tingxuan not only did not come to see him, but also did not call him. Now it seems that he wants to change his mind. Hong Sheng's voice suddenly appeared, interrupting everyone's chat. "Welcome 8 guests to the Heartbeat House of the 3rd episode of Matching Heartbeats. It seems that everyone knows that this is the famous ice sculpture town. This time, the room selection will be carried out in the way that the Iris group will choose first and the Lily of the Valley group will choose later." As Hong Sheng's voice sounded, the staff on the other side pulled over 4 sleds and 8 sled dogs. "There are 4 rooms in total, you can choose freely." Hong Sheng didn't say how many guests could stay in one room, so Yan Guanqing asked, "How many people in one room?" Hong Sheng shrank behind the machine, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Less than 3 people will do." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's interest was piqued. The sentence, "less than 3 people," contains so much information, which means that some rooms may be empty, and some rooms may have 3 people living in them. Guantong rubbed his hands and walked forward excitedly, not forgetting to pull up You Mian. You Mian stood in front of 4 sleds and glanced at several room options. There were no pictures on them, only words saying, large, medium, small, and extra small. Guantong chuckled, I want a big one. After the boy finished speaking, he ran over there, leaving Shen Nanzhao, Bai Lin and You Mian standing there. Bai Lin and Shen Nanzhao also made their choices very quickly, choosing medium and small respectively. You Mian thought that if he chose the super small one, he would most likely be divided into a single room, so he immediately walked towards the last sled. As 8 sled dogs pulled them to the doors of their chosen rooms, the guests in the Lily of the Valley group began to make their choices. When the Iris group was choosing, they all had their backs to each other and could not see any information at all, so it was all blind selection at the moment. Pei Yg, who had been calm and composed in the previous 2 sessions, was the first to step forward this time. Yan Tingxuan's expression froze, Huo Yanji was also slightly stunned, only Yan Guanqing followed immediately. Pei Yg saw Yan Guanqing chasing after him, frowned coldly, and threw the question to him, you choose first. Yan Guanqing put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile, I saw Mr. Pei was in such a hurry just now, I thought you had already made your choice. I won't rush, you choose first. Pei Yg narrowed his eyes without changing his expression, and when he nodded, his aura was so sharp and domineering that Yan Guanqing's hair stood on end. Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji came over soon. The 4 guests hesitated simultaneously when standing in front of the room to choose. Hong Sheng looked at this scene in the camera and thought fiercely, this shura scene is getting more and more intense. Chapter 78. You Mian was pulled by sled dogs to a heart-warming hut built with ice. There are 4 heart-beating houses this time, located in 4 directions of the ice sculpture town. Therefore, even if You Mian stands here and looks into the distance, he can no longer see any other heart-beating house-like buildings except for the countless gorgeous ice sculptures standing beside him. With the idea that he had to fulfill the obligations agreed upon in the promotion contract with JL, You Mian dragged his luggage to the door of the cabin he had chosen and briefly explained some of the structural contents to the camera. It seems that this time the heart-warming cottage will be presented to us in the form of an igloo. You Mian turned sideways and described the entire igloo with his eyes. When people talk about igloos, the first thing that comes to mind is the igloos that the Inuit live in. These igloos are simple shelters in extremely cold snowy areas. They can be built with a snow knife, and their principles and structures are not difficult. You Mian reached out and touched the ice in front of him. But this building in front of me looks like it's just covered with a layer of igloo skin. These walls are made of extremely hard ice. It's just a mediocre imitation, You Mian thought silently in his heart. It seems that the architect failed to put much personalized style into this charming cottage. You Mian said tactfully. The boy was wrapped in a soft gray plush scarf, with his cold white chin protected from the cold wind. He squinted his eyes as he spoke, as if he couldn't resist the low temperature at the moment. The staff holding the camera replied, that's right. After all, the filming location this time is in the ice sculpture town, and the architects of JL also have to match the style of the town and not be too abrupt. You Mian nodded, thinking that it was indeed the case, and his style had become much more restrained. The photographer saw You Mian shrinking his collar again, and immediately said, we have enough material for this segment. Upon hearing this, You Mian nodded to the staff, then unceremoniously carried his suitcase and walked into the ice house behind him. I didn't expect that this place is not far from Huajiang City, but the temperature is already so low. As soon as You Mian stepped into the room, he was suddenly hit by the heat. He now knew what the 4 choices just given by the program team meant. It turned out to be the simplest and most literal meaning, the area of the cabin. He chose the smallest one, and now the interior area of the hut in front of him was also the smallest. Looking around, apart from a bathroom on the left side of the house, there is a big bed in the entire narrow but warm house. You Mian pushed the luggage aside. The bed in front of him was very wide and large. It was more like a Kong than a double or triple bed. He lifted the sheets and found that there was indeed ice underneath the mattress. The crowded and small space in the house seemed like it would burst if 1 or 2 more people came. You Mian, who had just thought it didn't matter who his roommate was, finally started praying, hoping that no one would choose to come to this cabin. He stood up and looked around the empty room, finally finding some firewood next to the ice door. It turns out to be a Kong, which requires burning firewood. Fortunately, the production crew had already chopped the firewood, so he just had to throw it in. But it was not yet night, so You Mian got up and put aside the matter of burning firewood. The hut was already hot enough, and there was no need to burn this as long as he didn't lie on the ice. Suddenly, a staff member's voice came from outside the door, calling him, You Mian. Someone's here. You Mian's heart skipped a beat, but he could only go out to greet them. The boy stood at the door of the cabin and looked back the way he came. The midday sun shone on the snow, casting a layer of warm white light. Along with the sound of a sled pulling people, he soon saw two fat Alaskans running towards him. The people sitting on the sled are Yan Tingxuan and Bai Lin. You Mian narrowed his eyes slightly, and the dazzling white light in front of him made him raise his hands to block it. Bai Lin and Yan Tingxuan got off the sled and walked slowly towards them. He took off Yan Tingxuan's beanie and held it in his hand. You Mian saw the surprised smile on his face. Yan Tingxuan said with a smile, You Mian. What a coincidence. His beauty is even more breathtaking in the snow scene. Bai Lin followed Yan Tingxuan silently, thinking about the scene in his heart where Yan Tingxuan immediately followed his choice as soon as he made it, and his brows were slightly furrowed. You Mian had a gentle smile on his face, making it impossible to tell what his mood was at the moment. Yan Tingxuan approached You Mian in a familiar manner and asked, Have you gone in to take a look? What is the room like? It's okay. You Mian felt that Yan Tingxuan might not be able to get used to living there. You Mian led Yan Tingxuan into the house, and Bai Lin followed behind them, walking in silently carrying a suitcase. The already narrow space in the hut suddenly became very crowded with 3 people squeezed in. But it's slightly better than what You Mian had just thought. Yan Tingxuan put down his luggage and sat down on the ice. Then the other 2 heard him scream, stand up and turn around and shout, What is this? A smile subconsciously appeared in You Mian's eyes, but he didn't answer. Instead, Bai Lin, who was standing aside, said coldly, A bed made of ice. Yan Tingxuan put on an unhappy expression and hissed, How can I sleep like this? You Mian then pointed to the firewood by the door and said, Burn firewood to keep warm. Bai Lin, who was standing on the other side, picked up the next sentence that You Mian hadn't finished saying, But there may be other links now, so there is no need to burn it for the time being. You Mian and Bai Lin looked at each other tacitly and smiled at each other. Yan Tingxuan stood beside the ice bed and watched this scene. He was completely jealous, but he tried his best to restrain the complaints that were about to come out of his mouth and forced a smile. You Mian said calmly, I didn't expect that the smallest room would be shared by 3 people. It might be a bit crowded. Bai Lin turned around and put his luggage aside when he heard this and said casually, I chose it first. Yan Tingxuan smiled handsomely after noticing You Mian's gaze. The production team said that 3 people can stay in one room. Since these are the rules arranged by the program team, You Mian can't say much. Just as the 3 of them were spreading out their suitcases and preparing to pack their clothes, the staff outside the ice house suddenly called out, Mr. Bai. Bai Lin leaned forward and heard the other party say that they wanted to interview him. He raised his hand and pressed the microphone on his chest, turned around to look at You Mian, and then walked out. Only You Mian and Yan Tingxuan were left in the small room. You Mian was packing her luggage with her back to him when Yan Tingxuan's voice rang out behind her. You Mian. You Mian took out a white plush hat and waited for Yan Tingxuan to say something, but he didn't expect that after waiting for a long time, the other party remained silent. When You Mian packed up his suitcase and stood up, he found Yan Tingxuan sitting on the ice bed again. Didn't this person just say that he couldn't sit down? Why is he sitting down now? Isn't he cold? Then You Mian saw a very gentle smile on Yan Tingxuan's face, a gentle smile he had never seen before. Yan Tingxuan looked at him with trembling eyelashes. His thin lips, which were always cold and venomous, changed his impression when he spoke. He said, Are we seeing each other less often now? You Mian blinked lightly. Yan Tingxuan stood up and smiled. Even though his androgynous face on the big screen had a carefree expression again, there was still sadness in his eyes. Yan Tingxuan suddenly turned his back to You Mian. The man took out a light blue bag from the suitcase and handed it to You Mian. The temperature here is very low, so you should wear it. Yan Tingxuan said softly. You Mian looked down and found a pair of plush gloves, light blue. Young Guanqing turned his eyes away and whispered very quietly, "Don't refuse." He originally wanted to subconsciously say that these gloves were just bought at a street stall to force You Mian to accept them, but just before he opened his mouth, he suddenly paused. In these few seconds of silence, young Guanqing chose to reveal the truest and most vulnerable side of himself and tell the truth. "It took me a long time to choose this pair," young Guanqing said. "Take it. Thinking You Mian is interesting is all bullshit, and wanting to tease him is also bullshit." Young Guanqing lowered his head and looked directly into You Mian's eyes. It was not until he saw the other party take the pair of gloves that he realized how fast his heart was beating. How stupid, young Guanqing said to himself. Why did he realize it only now? It turns out that he was in love at first sight, but he was reluctant to admit it. You Mian took the gloves. Young Guanqing endured it again and again before pretending to ask casually, during the break, "Have you been preparing for the competition?" You Mian nodded nonchalantly, "Yeah." Young Guanqing smiled and said, "I've been filming all the time." You Mian didn't know why young Guanqing suddenly said this, but soon he heard young Guanqing ask, "Would you like to come to the set to play next time you have a chance?" Without waiting for You Mian to answer, young Guanqing said softly, "It's very fun." You Mian turned around and put the pair of gloves that young Guanqing gave him into the suitcase without answering his question. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the ice house, and young Guanqing guessed that it might be Pei Yiji who had returned. His Adam's apple rolled heavily and he said sorry to You Mian's back. You Mian was stunned. As soon as he turned around, he saw young Guanqing's eyes were extremely serious. His eyebrows were slightly frowned with sorrow. He said, "I'm sorry for what I said to you when I first met you." Young Guanqing's previous apology in the Hefeng cottage made You Mian feel no respect at all, only ridicule. But now the man stood in front of him and said sorry again. You Mian smiled softly and said, "I heard it. He deserves to be heard." Young Guanqing's long hair fluttered at his shoulders. Hearing the words, his narrow eyes curved gently. His eyes were extremely affectionate. His face was so beautiful that there was no flaw in it. He did not approach rudely like he had done so many times before. He stood where he was and even took a few steps back. Pei Yiji stood at the door and waited until all the sound inside was completely gone before he decided to walk in. Young Guanqing immediately turned around to cover his slightly red eyes, thinking angrily that old men are mature and steady, and they knew not to expose what happened just now. As soon as Pei Yiji came in, Guantong's voice rang out from outside, "Is this the smallest room? Who's in it?" When You Mian looked up, he saw Guantong rushing in. When he found that there were 3 people in the hut, Guantong himself could not hide his overly surprised expression. "No way. There are 3 of you." You Mian shrugged helplessly. Guantong smiled and said, "Don't clean up yet, let's go eat. There's a self-service rotating hot pot restaurant next to the huge cabin I'm staying in. I called everyone else over, so now it's just you guys." Guantong said excitedly, "I also brought flying chess and Monopoly this time. Let's play together after dinner tonight." Chapter 79. When You Mian lifted the heavy door curtain and walked into the restaurant, several other guests were already waiting in the box. Pei Yiji walked at the end of the crowd, following behind You Mian, looking stern and silent. Shen Nanzhao and his group sat in a private room and smiled at them. "We have ordered our dishes. If there are any dishes you want to add, please order more." You Mian pulled out a chair and sat near the door of the box. Pei Yiji sat next to him, and young Guanqing sat on the other side. Guantong held the menu and looked at You Mian. "Dear, do you want to eat anything else?" You Mian glanced at the menu that had already been checked and shook his head. Pei Yiji waved his hands silently, and young Guanqing also said, "I'm not picky about hot pot." Guantong laughed and put the menu down. From the moment they entered the door, everyone's eyes were vaguely on You Mian. Yan Tingxuan always took off his glasses and wiped them from time to time in the winter mist. "Are you 3 grouped together?" Young Guanqing propped up his chin and smiled ostentatiously, "Yeah." Except the jealousy of the other 2 calmly. Huo Yanji sat next to Bai Lin, frowning. "You are in the smallest house, right? You must be very uncomfortable at night." Pei Yiji lowered his eyelashes and calmly picked up the teapot to pour tea. Then, amid the chatter of everyone, he very naturally placed the cup of hot tea in front of You Mian. You Mian was wrapped in the heat. He took off his scarf and whispered, "Thank you." Young Guanqing glanced over here, still answering Huo Yanji's question. Since the director team arranged this, it means there should be room for us to stay here. Huo Yanji frowned fiercely, looking very unhappy. Yan Tingxuan lowered his head and wiped his glasses, remaining silent. You Mian held up the hot teacup to warm his hands, and asked, "It's still early." The production team said there will be activities after dinner. Guantong had just come back from outside with a few bottles of soda when he heard You Mian's words. He immediately slumped his shoulders and exclaimed, "I just asked the director, and he said there was an event. There was an ice sculpture exhibition at noon." Guantong observed a few seconds of silence for the flying chess he brought. You Mian took a sip of hot tea and suggested, "We can play in the evening." Guantong immediately regained his spirits. "Yes." He raised his left hand high, "I want to play flying chess, who else wants to join?" The heart-stirring house chosen by Guantong was the largest one among the group, and his roommate was Huo Yanji. Huo Yanji raised his hand and said, "Come to our room to play. It's the biggest place." What Huo Yanji said was true. Although the largest ice house they chose looked similar to the smallest one owned by You Mian and his friends, the interior layout and decoration were much better. There is not only a dining room and a kitchen, but also a living room and 2 bathrooms. You Mian didn't want to dampen Guantong's enthusiasm, so he raised his hand and said, "Add me in." Guantong glanced at everyone and found that only Bai Lin did not raise his hand. Bai Lin sat at the back of the box with his shoulders hunched. "It's too cold here. I want to go back and rest early." Guantong blinked and agreed neatly, "Then we'll continue playing the rest tonight." Pei Weiji's gaze fell on You Mian's fingers, whose joints were slightly red, and he pursed his lips. The characteristics of hot pot are that it is lively and fast. As soon as the ingredients are served, everyone immediately scoops them up with chopsticks and spoons. There is a small hot pot in front of each person, with steam rising from it, making the room warm and cozy. You Mian noticed that the bottom of Pei Weiji's pot was bluish-white. The two of them had eaten so many dinners together in JL, so of course he remembered Pei Weiji's eating habits. The other party did not eat spicy or oily food. Eat self-disciplined and clean. If it weren't for the accident, perhaps the other party would have always maintained the habit of not drinking. You Mian scooped up a piece of tripe with chopsticks and subconsciously refused the ice soda handed to him by Guantong. Guantong exclaimed, "Ice soda and hot pot, it's the best combination." "Honey, are you still young?" Young Guanqing held a glass bottle with ice water steam coming out of it and looked to the side. You Mian held the hot tea in his hand and smiled, "I'll just drink this." Guantong heard this and let out an audible, "Ah, who did you learn this from?" Pei Weiji calmly picked up the teapot and filled You Mian's half-empty cup with tea. Guantong, "Okay, I won't ask any more." You Mian blinked, and then realized that her habits seemed to have been influenced by Pei Weiji. What's more terrifying is that these behaviors were subtly marked with the mark of the 3 words Pei Weiji. You Mian glanced at Pei Weiji. The man was still silent and stern, maintaining his rationality and calmness without making any expression. He seemed to be always so powerful and insurmountable. During the recording of the new episode, Pei Weiji concealed their interactions during this period of time completely, and it seemed that he didn't want to know how well he and You Mian got along. The man does not have a showy personality. You Mian took a sip of hot tea, and the warm touch flowed down his throat to his stomach, and it seemed to warm up his fingertips at this moment of extremely low temperature. Bai Lin was quieter at the table than usual, and the guests in the cabin did not bring up the last time the dinner was interrupted to talk about it. The complicated relationship between Bai Lin and You Mian did not make the atmosphere in the cabin more tense. Instead, everyone was lightly avoiding the topic. Especially Guantong, so he was happy when he heard that Bai Lin would not come to the flying chess party in the evening. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the staff of the program who was recording the show nearby reminded them, the ice sculpture gathering is about to begin. Everyone can pack up and set off. As soon as the heavy door curtain was opened, the cold air that had been isolated from the outside instantly rushed in again, causing mist to appear in front of everyone's nose. Shen Nanzhao shivered for a moment because of the cold. "It's colder than I thought. I didn't bring enough clothes." Guantong huddled together with him to keep warm. In order to look good, Guantong deliberately did not bring any thick cotton wool. The coat he was wearing only looked thick, but actually could not block much wind. After everyone walked out of the restaurant, the program's photographer pointed to the distance and said, "There is an ice sculpture exhibition in the center of the town. There should be a clothing store over there. If you are really cold, you can go there to buy some clothes. Yan Tingxuan stood next to Guantong and Shen Nanzhao. The man had taken off his glasses when he walked out of the restaurant. He said, "The temperature here will be lower at night." Guantong screamed as soon as he heard it. "No. I have to buy clothes, buy the thickest ones." As Guantong spoke, he pulled Shen Nanzhao to the front of the crowd and trotted towards the exhibition. You Mian only had time to shout, "Run slower." The boy's beautiful chestnut-brown curly hair was a little damp, and his finger joints were still slightly red. Young Guanqing was walking behind You Mian, and suddenly saw Pei Yiji taking off his pair of black leather gloves. Pei Yiji's gesture of sending it out was so natural and unpretentious that You Mian felt a little embarrassed to refuse it. "You're not wearing it." You Mian huddled in a gray fluffy scarf, looking up at him with a pair of extremely bright amber eyes. Pei Yiji said calmly, "It's too late to go back to the cabin to get them now, so wear mine." "Go back to the cabin to get it." You Mian suddenly remembered the pair of light blue plush gloves that young Guanqing gave her. Young Guanqing stood not far behind the two of them. If it were more than a month ago, he would have been furious and dragged You Mian back to their heart-beating house to get the pair of gloves he had given him. But now young Guanqing just sneered, turned away and said stiffly, "The temperature is very low, it will hurt if I don't wear it." You Mian took over Pei Yiji's gloves when young Guanqing said the first few words. Young Guanqing. Yan Tingxuan narrowed his eyes and followed slowly. Young Guanqing had no place to use his sharp tongue, so he raised his eyebrows at Yan Tingxuan and said, "Hey, you know you are nearsighted, why do you still insist on wearing glasses?" Yan Tingxuan glanced at him calmly and said, "I put the invisible thing in the suitcase and forgot to take it out." The man had one hand in his pocket, as if holding something. As expected, the exhibition had already begun when the group reached the center of the town. Bai Lin started to complain of leg pain halfway through the journey and fell far behind. Yan Tingxuan's vision was not very clear. When he turned his head to look at Huo Yan, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes. "Why don't you go and accompany him?" Yan Tingxuan thought that Huo Yanji's fight for the dating rights at the shooting range was a sudden accident, but now it seems not to be the case. Huo Yanji walked beside him with broad shoulders and said, "Now that some things have been clarified, I don't want to be a fool anymore." Yan Tingxuan sneered. Hearing this, Huo Yanji said coldly, "The pot calling the kettle black when it's 50 steps away." Yan Tingxuan clenched something in his coat pocket. Seeing that the photographer's camera was not looking this way for the time being, he raised his hand and pressed the microphone on his chest, and said with a smile, "Do you like to be a fence-sitter? Go there for a while, and come here for a while." The well-dressed man said this, causing Huo Yanji to frown fiercely. "What qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson here?" Yan Tingxuan turned his head away silently. "At least I know who I have always liked, unlike you." Huo Yanji snorted coldly, "Really? You like him and yet you act like this? I thought you hated him." Yan Tingxuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly pursed his lips in silence. Huo Yanji's gaze fell on You Mian in front of him and Pei Yiji who was walking beside him. "Aren't you good friends who grew up together?" Huo Yanji said calmly, "You threw away this close relationship yourself. Now you're hoping that he will forgive you just by kneeling down. Don't dream. You Mian is not that kind of person." Huo Yanji knew it, and Yan Tingxuan knew it too. Thinking back to when Huo Yanji came back from abroad and approached You Mian, she always had a gentle smile on her face, but no matter what Huo Yanji said or did, You Mian's underlying tone was always distant and indifferent. Warming up this cold amber requires patience and restraint, and Huo Yanji did a good job at the beginning. But he didn't cherish it and even broke this beautiful piece of amber into pieces with his own hands. "What about you?" Yan Tingxuan said calmly. "What position and qualifications do you have to say these things to me?" Huo Yanji was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and remained silent just like Yan Tingxuan had been silent just now. The huge and gorgeous northern ice sculpture stood within reach. You Mian looked up, her fingers wrapped in warm leather gloves. Pei Yiji's serious voice was in her ears. "The style is similar to Rodin's Burgers of Calais. Both are more realistic in their carving styles." You Mian widened his eyes slightly in surprise. What Pei Yiji said was exactly what he was thinking when he stood in front of this magnificent and huge ice sculpture. Pei Yiji asked in a deep voice, "Do you like this style?" You Mian buried her chin in her scarf, her voice a little muffled. "I like them all." He likes gorgeous, bold colors, and prefers plaster and wood to materials such as ice sculptures that cannot be stained with color pigments. Young Guanqing stood behind the two people with a slightly serious expression. What realism? What is the meaning of this? Young Guanqing knew that You Mian and Pei Yiji were talking about sculpture, but he couldn't join in at all at the moment. You Mian turned sideways and suddenly saw young Guanqing's tangled expression. He couldn't help but explain, Rodan, the one who sculpted the thinker. Young Guanqing pursed his lips, turned his face away coolly with a cold hat on, and said, oh. Pei Yiji added calmly, French sculptor. Young Guanqing almost choked on his breath. This was the first time he faced a sense of competition from Pei Yiji. It was also at this moment that he finally realized that Pei Yiji was not just a rigid and serious old man. Pei Yiji can chat with You Mian and can better understand You Mian's sculptures. Young Guanqing pinched the edge of his cold hat and pushed it down, covering most of his narrow eyes. The cold wind blew through You Mian's hair. The boy's very beautiful eyes were looking up at the tall and majestic ice sculpture in front of him. The excitement turned into reality and appeared on his face, showing how happy he was at the moment. Young Guanqing wanted to stop there, but suddenly he followed again uncontrollably. He lowered his head and typed the name Rodan into the web search box with his fingers trembling from the wind, while muttering to himself, damn, who on earth is this guy? Chapter 80. The ice sculpture town was so cold that even if You Mian wanted to visit the entire exhibition in one go, the increasingly dark sky and the howling cold wind stopped him. In the distance, two people wearing heavy green military coats gradually approached. You Mian was wrapped in a scarf and squinted his eyes in the mist rising from the tip of his nose to see clearly who the person was. Guantong and Shen Nanzhao kept huddling together. You Mian could only hear Guantong hissing in the cold wind, are you still shopping? Nanzhao and I have been wandering around the indoor clothing store over there for quite a while. I didn't expect it to be getting colder outside. Pei Yiji stood beside You Mian with his hands in his pockets. The man's eyes were still cold, and he was the only one among all the people who didn't show any signs of being frozen. You Mian shrugged his shoulders and said, it's really too cold. Let's go back first. Where are the others? Young Guanqing just ran to a nearby coffee shop to warm his hands and hasn't come out yet. You Mian didn't know what the other party was typing on his phone, he only knew that young Guanqing's hands were a little red from the cold. Pei Yiji nodded calmly, glanced at You Mian's red earlobe, and said in a deep voice, you can notify others in the group and go back first. Guantong and Shen Nanzhao, who had just walked out of the warm room, immediately picked up their phones and sent voice messages. You Mian no longer hesitated upon seeing this, and they hurried back to the largest and most attractive cottage chosen by Guantong. Not long after they entered, young Guanqing pushed the door open. The long-haired man took off his cold hat, his nose red as he panted slightly. He glanced at You Mian and chuckled helplessly, hey, you didn't even wait for me. You Mian raised his hand and touched his earlobe, then rubbed it with his warm palm. The boy's eyes were blank, as if he didn't know why young Guanqing asked this question. You Mian said, I notified everyone in the group because I don't know how long you will stay in there. When young Guanqing heard this, he felt his heart crackling and almost freezing. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that everyone's closeness and distance to each other was clearly ranked in You Mian's mind. Young Guanqing believes that he is currently ranked at the bottom. But after realizing this, he still lowered his eyes in disappointment. However, his depressed mood was soon saved because Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji arrived late behind him. Guantong ran to the kitchen to fetch hot water. After pouring 7 cups, he spread out the flying chess game map on the low table in front of the sofa. Yan Tingxuan stood at the entrance and noticed You Mian, who was sitting on the single sofa, bending over and listening carefully to Guantong's explanation. The boy's curly hair was softly pressed against the side of his face, his eyes were smiling gently, and he supported his chin with one hand, and his expression was not tired. Huo Yanji raised his hand and scratched his short hair. He was not wearing a hat. This trip out for a walk made him so cold that he couldn't speak. It's still warmer in the house. Huo Yanji lowered his head to change his shoes. He and Yan Tingxuan no longer had the familiar attitude they had in the first period of the house. Instead, there was a subtle atmosphere of competition and jealousy. Shen Nanzhao sat on the sofa, leaning back against the chair. Hearing the voice, he turned around and waved, everyone come and sit down. Huo Yanji scratched his head and walked over to sit opposite the single sofa, explaining softly, I just sent Bai Lin back, and he was complaining about leg pain. Huo Yanji was staring at You Mian while explaining, but the other party didn't seem to care about it and didn't even give him a glance. Huo Yanji pursed his lips lightly. Shen Nanzhao hugged the pillow and said, Bai Lin has a small room all by himself. Brother Yan, why did you come so late? Shen Nanzhao's roommate is Yan Tingxuan. The two of them are so polite and distant that they are no longer willing to send each other love text messages. Therefore, his relationship with Yan Tingxuan has become much more casual. Yan Tingxuan pointed at his eyes, smiled and said, I went to get my contact lenses. The three of them chatted quietly, but it was enough to attract the attention of others. Guantong even glanced over here subconsciously, but You Mian just stared at the flying chess map in front of him in silence without saying a word. Huo Yanji suddenly remembered his identity as the owner of the house, and stood up and walked to the kitchen to find some instant pizza and soda that the program crew had prepared long ago. The man who took off his coat had smooth and strong arm muscles, and when he stood behind the counter, he had a unique charm that had never been shown in front of the camera. I suddenly remembered that we have pizza. Everyone must be hungry after walking around outside all afternoon, right? Huo Yanji said as he lowered his head and pressed the button on the microwave. Guantong exclaimed, turned around and shouted, Thank you, Brother Huo. Hearing the sound, a group of people also shouted a few times one after another. Huo Yanji smiled, and for the first time, his rough and fierce eyebrows no longer looked ready to attack. His gaze was still focused on You Mian. From this angle he could only see her back and her slender, slightly drooping neck. The other party did not participate in the lively agreement just now. You Mian was always far away, making Huo Yanji feel that he could no longer establish any connection with her. Huo Yanji lowered his eyes and put away these thoughts. He waited for a few minutes to pass, then picked up the hot pizza and walked back to the low table and sat cross-legged. At that time, Guantong was talking about the word grouping. Let's roll the dice and divide into groups of 2. But there are only 7 of us now, and one of us is alone. Guantong placed the cylinder containing the dice in front of You Mian. I am considered an old player, so I will play one group for each person. A group that rolls the same number. You Mian took the cylinder, bent down and shook it. The sound of the dice shaking echoed in the room. Half a second later, everyone's breathing slowed down a little, leaving only the clattering sound of the dice. Yan Tingxuan was glad that he went to get his contact lenses, otherwise it would be even more tormenting for him to guess the points that You Mian opened based on other people's reactions. Huo Yanji didn't have time to let everyone get the pizza. He just frowned and focused on You Mian's wrist. Young Guanqing took a sip of soda as if he didn't care, but in fact his eyes were fixed in the direction of You Mian. Wow! You Mian loosened his grip, opened the cylinder, and said, 6. There was not much buffer time for the numbers to appear. Almost immediately, Guantong put the dice back into the cylinder and handed it to Huo Yanji beside him. Here, Brother Huo, you play 1. Huo Yanji pursed his lips, and the cylinder was placed on the low table and swung vigorously. The sound was much louder than You Mian's just now. 3. Guantong was like a business-like dealer, hardly giving anyone any time to buffer, and the cylinder quickly made a full rotation. Brother Huo is in one group with Brother Yan, Brother Yun is in one group with President Pei, Mian is in one group with Nanzhao. Guantong looked at the number 6 that Shen Nanzhao had shaken out and confirmed, you two are in one group. At this moment, all those who believed in fate and those who did not sighed helplessly. For the first time, young Guanqing hated the idea of fate, because according to this argument, he and You Mian were the two people with the least fate in the world, and he really was unwilling to accept it. At the same moment, Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji's expressions were no less impressive. Especially since Yan Tingxuan put on that pair of contact lenses, he could no longer take them off and use the excuse of wiping them to recuperate for a while. Pei Yg is the most calm one among all the people except You Mian. The word, calm, is always engraved on his face, and he always accepts any arrangement of fate without changing his expression. Outside the house, the cold wind whistled and the shadows of the trees swayed. This ice sculpture town far away from Huajiang City became quiet at night. The simulated fireplace in the living room was making crackling sounds of burning firewood accompanied by the wind outside the window, reflecting a warm red light, and it was hot. The sound of shaking dice on the low table continued. Several planes took off from the starting point and moved forward according to the number of points shaken out. You Mian's amber eyes were extremely bright, and he had very good luck in throwing high numbers continuously. The gaming atmosphere in the room gradually became hotter with the boys' carefree smiles. As time went by, only one piece of pizza was left. It's brother Yan's turn now. Who of you two is going to shake? Hey, take 4 steps. We have to back off. We've stepped on a trap. Flying chess is a game that takes a long time to play, so after a few rounds, You Mian, who was very excited at the beginning, had already become tired from holding the warm cup wall. The lively but not noisy laughter in my ears became the best sleep-aiding music, and my eyelids became heavier and heavier. More than an hour passed, the planes reshuffled and set off, and the light in the fireplace seemed to dim a lot. You Mian hugged the pillow and nodded her head in a daze. Suddenly, Pei Weiji's low and hoarse voice rang in her ears, "You Mian, go home." You Mian raised his hand to rub his eyes and found Pei Weiji standing beside him holding his gray scarf. "Aren't you guys going to play anymore?" You Mian stood up in a daze. Pei Weiji wrapped the scarf around his neck and hid his chin in it. The man said, "It's too late. We have a recording session tomorrow." Only then did You Mian notice that everyone else had also stood up and dressed. Yan Guanqing stood not far from him and said bitterly, "It's windy outside, button up your clothes." Shen Nanzhao curled his eyes jokingly, "You Mian has to treat me to a meal. I have been fighting alone all night." You Mian's ears were red from sleeping, and she just nodded blankly when she heard the words, which was so adorable that it made people feel at a loss. With a creaking sound, the door of the ice house was pushed open, and except for Guantong and Huo Yanji who stayed here, everyone else got up and left. Guantong stood at the door with a reluctant look on his face. "If I didn't have to record a show tomorrow, I really want to play all night." Huo Yanji's gaze fell on You Mian's back. He waited until the cold wind blew in before he reluctantly closed the door. The thick snow made a crunching sound as people walked on it. 4 tall men walked in the cold wind. Shen Nanzhao and Yan Tingxuan's cabin was farther away than You Mian and his friends, so it was natural for them to walk the same way. When he saw the shadow of the smallest heart-beating house, Yan Tingxuan slowed down his pace a little. Pei Weiji and Yan Guanqing strode forward, and suddenly heard Yan Tingxuan say, "You Mian, I have something to give you." You Mian's original sleepiness had been blown away by the cold wind when he walked out the door, so he could hear Yan Tingxuan's voice very clearly at this moment. You Mian frowned, and as soon as she turned around, she saw Yan Tingxuan staring at her steadily, as if he didn't want to take back what he had just said. Pei Weiji also looked at Yan Tingxuan a few times. Yan Guanqing pursed his lips tightly. Just when he was thinking that Pei Weiji would try to stop him, he just heard him say, "Then let's go back first." Yan Guanqing was stunned. Just let Yan Tingxuan and You Mian be alone. Wouldn't they stop them? When Yan Guanqing frowned again, he only heard You Mian's voice saying, "Find a place with less wind." Yan Guanqing, You Mian and Yan Tingxuan came to a place blocked by buildings. There were lights flickering in the distance and it was not dim. You Mian could also see Yan Tingxuan's every move. Accompanied by the cold wind, You Mian saw Yan Tingxuan take something out of his pocket. The back of the man's hand had thick and slightly bulging veins, with obvious blue and red scars. You Mian remembered this kind of scar clearly. It was every time Yan Tingxuan disobeyed his parents' orders or suggestions that he would be beaten like this. He had seen it not many times, but it had happened 4 or 5 times. Yan Tingxuan opened his palm, and a USB flash drive was lying quietly inside. Yan Tingxuan glanced at You Mian calmly and gently. He said, "There is some information about Yu Jiwan and Shuming in it. Maybe you can use it." Yan Tingxuan explained his achievements in the past half-month in just a few words. He did not take credit for it, nor did he expect You Mian to show joy. He just hoped that You Mian would accept it. You Mian pursed her lips indifferently, "Are you deliberately showing me your wound?" Yan Tingxuan's palm trembled in the cold wind, and the man smiled helplessly, "It's really not this time." Indeed, Yan Tingxuan didn't expect You Mian to see the wound on his hand. You Mian asked, "If it's not this time, how many times before was it true?" Yan Tingxuan found that his voice was trembling. He swallowed his throat and said, "Many times before, too many to count." Yan Tingxuan couldn't count how many times he had taken advantage of You Mian, nor could he remember how many times he had compared the benefits in his mind when facing You Mian. "All I can say is, countless times. The things inside, Yan Tingxuan's throat was dry. He paused before continuing, Boss Pei might have missed something. It would be good to have an extra layer of security. You Mian put his hands in his pockets and looked at Yan Tingxuan indifferently, I don't think I need it. You Mian said this not out of anger, but a rational decision. When the cold wind blew, Yan Tingxuan felt his back and neck getting cold. You don't want it, Yan Tingxuan's arms dropped weakly. You Mian nodded, cruelly walked past him and went straight back to the cabin. Don't do such useless things anymore. You Mian said coldly, not only will you not make any money, but you will also get beaten, right? Chapter 81. Yan Tingxuan's voice blew to You Mian's ears with the cold wind. He can, but I can't, right? Yan Tingxuan didn't understand why You Mian was willing to accept Pei Weiji's help but not his own. Is it because Pei Weiji didn't have any entanglements with him in the past? You Mian did not stop and did not look back. He did not answer a single word to Yan Tingxuan's questioning. Yan Tingxuan tightly grasped the USB flash drive in his hand, strode forward, grabbed You Mian's arm and turned him around. You sent all your love messages to him, right? Every time it was to him, right? Yan Tingxuan's eyes were red, and he seemed to be on the verge of a breakdown. I can't see that you are just playing around. Maybe you are, but he is not. You Mian, wrapped in a scarf, looked up at him. Her amber eyes were like a frozen lake in the cold night, reflecting Yan Tingxuan's hysteria and helplessness at the moment. The boy's calm expression made Yan Tingxuan relax his grip on his arm. Yan Tingxuan stared at You Mian's expression in a daze, and after a pause of a few seconds he was able to utter a sound smoothly. You like him? Yan Tingxuan's expression was complicated and a little confused. You like him? His questioning tone faded and turned into a firm statement and confirmation. You Mian squinted his eyes slightly in the cold wind. Yan Tingxuan, are you angry and embarrassed? Yan Tingxuan is a very gentle man. He always appears to be refined and well-mannered in front of others, with a graceful demeanor and neat clothes. A charming smile always hung on the corners of his mouth, and he was called Lawyer Yan wherever he went. Apart from the way he looked when he was trying to curry favor with the Yu family, everyone who saw him would say that he was a carefree and playboy. And at this moment, the man stood in front of him, his face blank and helpless, nervous and frightened, like a poor beggar who had lost everything. I no longer expect you to love me. Yan Tingxuan's voice was as broken as his expression. In the biting cold wind, You Mian heard his laughter with a hint of tears in it. I no longer expect you to love me. Yan Tingxuan repeated it again in this humble manner. The man was holding You Mian's hand and it was shaking. The words he couldn't say were, can you please not fall in love with someone else? Watching You Mian love someone else is simply the greatest torture in Yan Tingxuan's life. The person he longed for, loved, and even hated now has someone he likes. You Mian watched Yan Tingxuan collapse without a trace of emotion in his heart. You Mian struggled but Yan Tingxuan grabbed his hand, which resulted in him stuffing the USB flash drive in his hand into his hand without giving him a chance to refuse. You can accept it. Yan Tingxuan lowered his eyes, with red at the corners of his eyes. Let go. You Mian pulled his hand away again in annoyance, and this time he broke free easily. You Mian wanted to return the USB flash drive to Yan Tingxuan, but unexpectedly, Yan Tingxuan immediately took a few steps back to avoid him, as if he knew what You Mian's next move would be. Yan Tingxuan stood in front of You Mian at an arm's length away, his nose red as if he had just cried. You Mian held out the USB flash drive in her hand, her eyes were cold and calm, giving things to others is so coercive. You Mian made a gesture to loosen his fingers, if you don't take it back, I will throw it away. Yan Tingxuan stood silently in the cold wind, and realized belatedly that he hadn't seen You Mian smile at him for a long time. In his memory, You Mian gradually turned into the cold and distant person in front of him, and those gentle smiles from the past seemed like a lifetime ago. Yan Tingxuan subconsciously tried to raise his glasses, but found that he had changed into a pair of invisible glasses. Yan Tingxuan rubbed his fingers and put down his arms. He suppressed some of the collapse he had just felt. The gentleman looked straight into You Mian's eyes and said, if you don't take it, I will keep pestering you. I've already been beaten, so it won't waste my time to keep pestering you. You Mian wanted to throw it away immediately, but before he could let go, Yan Tingxuan smiled and said, it will always haunt you even if you throw it away. You Mian didn't understand why Yan Tingxuan did these things, nor did she want to know the reason for his current frustrated expression. The stars are numerous and bright tonight, and the moonlight is cold and lonely shining on the snow. When the cold wind blows, people will unconsciously exhale a breath of mist. Yan Tingxuan looked at You Mian with his red eyes and said softly, "If you don't want me to bother you, just take it away." He collected this information by pushing several big cases of the law firm and worked all night for nearly half a month. He lost tens of millions in legal fees and was beaten up. Before, Yan Tingxuan would have pretended to casually tell You Mian about his hard work, but now he was afraid that if he revealed even a little bit, You Mian would refuse to accept it. The information records in detail the funds raised by Shuming from the beginning of the garment factory to its current scale, and also includes names such as Sheng Zhonggang, Ba Quan, and Yu Jiwan. The deeper the investigation went, the more Yan Tingxuan collapsed. The bruises from You Mian's kidnapping all those years almost became his nightmare. Bai Lin, who was suddenly brought back, and the kidnapper who never appeared again were connected together, and Yan Tingxuan easily thought of the word, prevent disaster. If his guess was correct, he was the knife that was wielded towards You Mian by the Yu family in collusion. You Mian coldly put the USB drive into his coat pocket, proving with his actions that he really didn't want to be bothered by Yan Tingxuan, nor did he want to have any more entanglement with Yan Tingxuan. "Is it okay?" You Mian asked coldly. Yan Tingxuan suddenly relaxed his shoulders as if he had accomplished the most important thing in his life, revealing a romantic and passionate smile. You Mian turned and left, his cool back looking particularly elegant in the moonlight. Yan Tingxuan had long been prepared that he would never be loved by You Mian, but he didn't expect that when the time came, he would still be so jealous when he found out that You Mian fell in love with Pei Yg, jealous to the point of losing control and jealous to the point of collapse. Yan Tingxuan walked back to the cabin in the cold wind. He slowly wiped away the complete collapse he had just experienced. When he looked up again, his usual gentlemanly smile was on his face. Pei Yg had burned the firewood behind the ice house, and when he stood up he happened to run into You Mian, whose curly hair was covered with frost. When Pei Yg saw You Mian running back to the cabin quickly, his own pace also quickened. As soon as You Mian entered the room, he squinted his eyes because of the heat in the room. "It's still warm here." Young Guanqing heard the voice and poked his head out of the bathroom, and saw Pei Yg following in from behind You Mian. "What have you been talking about for so long?" Young Guanqing came out of the bathroom, wiping his hair, and asked with a sour tone. You Mian took off her scarf and glanced at the Kong in the small room, and responded casually, "Nothing." Pei Yg handed the hot water he had poured to You Mian and said calmly, "Don't catch a cold." You Mian held up the water cup and asked, "Have you decided where to sleep?" Young Guanqing's long hair was dripping with water, which made her eyes look even more beautiful. The man stared straight at You Mian and said with a smile, "You choose first." Although young Guanqing said this, he had already guessed in his heart that You Mian might sleep outside the Kong, with Pei Yg in the middle, so it would be best for him to sleep near the wall. As expected, You Mian walked to the corner of the Kong and sat down, patting his back with his hands. "I'll sleep here." Young Guanqing tactfully walked to the wall and said, "Then I'll sleep here." Pei Yg skillfully picked up his coat to cover the camera that the production team had placed in the cabin. "Go to bed early." The group was playing flying chess until this point and should have gone to bed a long time ago. As soon as You Mian entered the warm room, the sleepiness that had disappeared instantly came back. He put Yan Tingxuan's USB drive into his pocket, but the words he said and the expression on his face when he spoke did not leave any trace in You Mian's heart, nor did it cause any waves. Sleepiness completely destroyed You Mian's thoughts, so much so that the Kong that seemed awkward in the morning now seemed so warm to him. Young Guanqing's surprised voice sounded behind him, "Do you do this often?" Young Guanqing was talking about Pei Yig's behavior of blocking the camera. Pei Yg made the bed and nodded calmly, "Yeah." Young Guanqing covered his face with his hands, looking helpless. Who knew that he had never blocked the camera since the first episode of The Lodge? He thought the production crew would not agree, but he did not expect Pei Yg to do it so skillfully. Pei Yg looked at You Mian, who had already crawled into bed, and whispered, "I turned off the lights." The last words You Mian heard when she was conscious were what Pei Yg had just said, and then she fell into a sweet dream. The boy's profile was cold and pale, with a cute indentation left by the pillow. The tips of his ears were red, as if he had just stood outside for a long time and had not yet adapted to the warm temperature in the house. Young Guanqing sat against the wall, staring at You Mian's sleeping face without blinking. His eyes were gentle and there was a smile on the corners of his mouth. Pei Yiji suddenly gave Yan Guanqing a cold look. Yan Guanqing frowned and tutted. He picked up the towel hanging around his neck and covered his face with it. He said, "Let's go to sleep." When the room fell into darkness, Yan Guanqing faced the wall and wondered angrily why he didn't fight for it just now. It would have been nice to sleep next to You Mian. Yan Guanqing turned over the sleeping face he had just seen and savored it for a few seconds, his heart pounding. You Mian himself probably didn't know that his expression when sleeping would be so adorable. He no longer looked cold and distant as usual. His eyebrows were gently closed, and his ears and cheeks were red, just as gentle as when he was chatting with Guan Tong and the others. Yan Guanqing couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth excitedly whenever he thought about You Mian talking to him in this way. Yan Guanqing was not the only one who couldn't sleep late at night. Pei Yiji, who was lying next to You Mian, also had a tense mouth. Although Pei Yiji and You Mian had lived alone in a tent and in a double cabin, the distances between them were never as close as the kong they were on now. You Mian had already fallen asleep, but suddenly turned over to face Pei Yiji. Pei Yiji suddenly felt a crackling flash of lightning behind his head. He could clearly feel You Mian's breath on his arm, it was warm and made his fingers numb. A kind of cherishing, warm emotion that was so novel to him appeared in Pei Yiji's heart. You Mian's brows were relaxed as he moved comfortably closer to the source of warmth, unaware of any emotions from the outside world. The next morning, You Mian opened his eyes and found that he was the only one left on the kong. He stood up in a daze, his fluffy chestnut curly hair lazily draped over his head, messy yet cute. You Mian noticed that the camera in the cabin was still blocked, which meant that the production crew had not started work. The boy calmed himself down, found a thick blue sweatshirt from his suitcase and put it on. Just as he got dressed and walked into the bathroom, Pei Yiji, wrapped in the cold air outside, pushed open the door and walked in. You Mian was brushing her teeth and leaning over to take a look, and found that Pei Yiji was holding a task card from the program team in his hand. New date task, we're going skiing after breakfast. Pei Yiji said. When You Mian heard this, his eyes lit up. Skiing. The sculpture exhibition area in the ice sculpture town is not very large, but even in such a small tourist spot, thanks to the extremely low temperature, there is a ski resort that attracts many tourists. Hong Sheng and the staff had been waiting there for a long time. When they saw the 8 guests approaching in high spirits, the cameras started filming frantically. The guests changed into their ski suits and held their goggles in their hands or temporarily raised them to their foreheads. Even though they were wrapped tightly, all of them still looked superior and handsome, attracting the tourists in the venue to look back. Suddenly, a girl in a pink ski suit covered her mouth excitedly and said to her companion, "Hey, is that Mian?" The companion turned his head and immediately screamed, "Ah! It's him." Hong Sung stood behind the camera with a megaphone and spoke, "Today is a battle for dating rights." Without waiting for the guests from the Lily of the Valley party to come back to their senses, Hong Sheng immediately smiled and said, "I forgot to mention that this is a battle exclusively for the Iris party. The winning Iris guest will be eligible to invite the Lily of the Valley guest they most want to date for a date." As soon as the words, "double date," appeared, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became excited and tense. Yan Tingxuan looked at You Mian with a complicated expression, unable to keep the smile on his face. "Is it only possible through invitation from Iris?" Yan Guanqing asked, raising his hand. Hong Sheng nodded, "Yes." Guan Tong covered his mouth and laughed, "My skills can only be counted down in advance." He leaned close to You Mian and asked, "Honey, have you ever skied before? Are you good at it?" You Mian walked on 2 boards step by step towards the starting point the director mentioned, while turning his head to inadvertently glance at Pei Yiji who was waiting in the distance. You Mian said, "I've played it a few times." Pei Yiji looked at him from a distance. The man's figure was still as outstanding as before. His cold eyes softened a little when he looked at You Mian, and his mouth said, "Come on." Guan Tong chirped, "Do you have someone you want to choose?" The 4 guests from the Lily of the Valley group stood not far away, their eyes following their direction, their expressions different. You Mian raised his hand to press down the helmet, and pulled down the goggles to cover his eyes. With his ears slightly red, he said, "I'll tell you when you get first place." Chapter 82. The director asked during the interview before arranging the skiing segment. The 4 guests of the Irish group have all tried skiing to some extent and their skills are not bad, so he dared to make this a competition. There were many tourists around the ski resort. They looked at Pei Yg and his companions who were staying at the foot of the mountain and gradually surrounded them. It's President Pei. And Young Guanqing. Ah, are they recording a matching heartbeat? I just finished watching the second episode last night. Which episode is this? Where's Mian? Is it possible that I can really see him here? I don't know if I look different in person than on the show. A group of little girls couldn't help but talk in low voices, but fortunately they were just standing outside the camera and didn't move closer, so Hong Sheng didn't deliberately stop them. Young Guanqing took off his helmet, causing screams from the people around him. He glanced at the other three and said with a smile, "Since it's their battle, why are we still wearing this suit?" Yan Tingxuan smiled helplessly and did not respond to Young Guanqing's words. Instead, he kept looking up at the top of the mountain in the distance. I guess it will be another day of being alone. Young Guanqing raised an eyebrow, no confidence. Yan Tingxuan glanced at Pei Yg in front of him calmly. After the conversation last night, he no longer had any confidence at all. If he had a little bit of confidence before, it completely collapsed in the cold and windy night. Amid the casual chat, Huo Yanji suddenly frowned and said, "Look up." As soon as Huo Yanji finished speaking, the crowd around him started screaming. "Ah, look, there's a drone filming. Are those the guests on the show?" They were all wearing helmets and ski suits, and I couldn't recognize them. Pei Yg frowned and looked into the distance. Suddenly, his eyes focused and he noticed the number 1 on the helmet of the leading man. The biting cold wind whistled past my ears, and the snow under my feet was shoveled to the sides of the snowboard and splashed out as I slid at a rapid speed. Amid the rustling sounds, You Mian skillfully lowered his body, without any large movements from his shoulders to his hips. Instead, he remained firmly stable, relying only on his knees and ankles to adjust his speed and direction. Among the numbers from 1 to 4, only his movements appear particularly neat and clean. The 4 members of the Lily of the Valley group walked forward together to watch. When the people around them saw that they had all stood up, they became even more excited. Although they didn't know who was under the helmets, they had already started shouting, "Come on." There are 4 turning points on the snow track. The 4 guests from Iris Party need to pass through these points as quickly as possible. Only the first person to cross the finish line will get the invitation. You Mian kept his center of gravity very low, and as soon as he saw the mark for the first turn, he began to raise the edge of the board early. When passing through the curve, he did not control the speed, but continued to dive through it at high speed. The accumulated snow was blown high up, and the soft white snow fell on the boy's black trouser legs, and was quickly blown away by the whistling wind beside him. You Mian pursed his thin lips, his goggles completely concealed his eyes, and the helmet and mask made it impossible for him to reveal any recognizable parts. The boy raised his straight shoulders, exerted force with his feet at the same time, and quickly passed the second bend in the same way as before. He still didn't slow down. The sharp momentum that broke through the air made him look like a low-flying eagle in the eyes of everyone. I don't know who shouted the first, "Fuck," but it seemed like the clarion call for this group of people to break the silence. There were screams and shouts one after another in the crowd, and some people even started whistling. "Fuck, is this guy awesome? Who is he?" The girl didn't dare to recognize him, and could only say with a trembling voice to suppress her excitement, "He's recording a show, he's a guest on the show." As soon as she finished speaking, another louder shout drowned out the voices of others. "Go, go, go. This guy doesn't even slow down for a turn. He's really crazy. Isn't it so handsome?" In the long-lost observation room, a group of celebrity guests sat in front of the screen and watched this shocking scene and excitedly clapped their hands on the table. Among them, Guo Su was particularly excited. He put down his pen, raised his hand and pointed at the guest with the number 1 written on his helmet on the screen, and said with great certainty, "This must be You Mian." Shi Rui covered her mouth. Her sexy and calm aura was also somewhat broken by her surprised expression at the moment. It's not an exaggeration to say that You Mian is an all-rounder. "So cool," Shirui murmured as she stared at the scene on the screen. Ku Xiao smiled innocently. "I didn't expect Director Hong would give us such a big surprise right after the 3rd episode started." Shirui came back to her senses and snorted with her arms folded across her chest. No wonder Director Hong didn't show us the scene of the gathering hut yesterday. It turns out he was waiting for this big move. Guo Su glanced at the screen and said with a smile, "Among the 3 people behind, I can only recognize Guan Tong with pink hair. I can't really tell the other 2 apart." The speed of the other three people except You Mian was not slow either, but they seemed a little slower compared to You Mian. Bai Lin was a few centimeters shorter than Shen Nanzhao, but once they both wore ski suits and bent over, the height difference was not very obvious, making it impossible for others outside the venue to tell the difference. The goggles blocked Bai Lin's angry eyes. When taking the cable car up the mountain, Bai Lin was still feeling proud in his heart, thinking that there would always be an activity where he could beat You Mian and make the other party lose face. Because Bai Lin often went skiing when he was abroad, he often skipped his private art lessons to play a few games, and he was always the fastest one every time. But now he was easily left behind by You Mian, and no matter how fast he accelerated, he couldn't catch up. Could it be that the group of people before were deliberately flattering him? The more Bai Lin thought about it, the more he held his breath. Unexpectedly, there was a sound of wind behind him, and Shen Nanzhao quickly surpassed him. Bai Lin's expression immediately twisted a bit, and he cursed with gritted teeth. There was a strong wind beside my ears and an endless white expanse in front of my eyes. You Mian could not hear the screams from outside the field, and the only thing in his sight was the last bend marking point. Rush forward, don't slow down. You Mian frowned, his eyes instantly becoming extremely sharp. He lowered his body steadily, his speed increasing so fast that he almost flew into the air when passing the light snow slope. Ah, be careful. Oh my god, this is so dangerous, why doesn't the first guy slow down? The program team arranged 4 turning points on the snow track. The distance between them becomes farther and farther as they approach the foot of the mountain. Therefore, the guest's speed will reach its peak when passing the last turning mark. As long as there is a little hesitation and fear in their hearts, they will definitely slow down when crossing the finish line. This is the most primitive fear of human beings. But You Mian refused to do that. He still maintained the speed that had just reached the peak. The black ski suit and helmet made him look extremely cool. Suddenly, while dancing with the wind near the edge of the cliff, You Mian suddenly thought of the gilded words of encouragement. Face the storm bravely and don't sigh. Rustle. The last bend. Pei Yg stood up and walked over without changing his expression. No one knew that his heart was beating violently against his chest. The boy passed the last bend in an instant at the speed of an arrow breaking through the air, and maintained this speed straight to the foot of the mountain. There were shouts and screams from the crowd. Who the hell is this guy? His skills are so amazing. He's also so good at showing off. Handsome. Ah, can't he stop? Why is he still rushing down? Damn it, get out of the way. Don't squeeze me, I guess I really can't stop. The crowd suddenly became chaotic and everyone was pushing and retreating. It was a bit dangerous when I saw it just now, just trying to be cool. Take it off. The man hasn't finished the second half of his sentence. The snow on the mountain was lightly blown up in front of the crowd who hurriedly stepped back to make way. In the biting cold wind, the boy, wrapped in black, pulled himself lightly with his feet, and stopped steadily sideways a few meters away from the crowd, which happened to be within the filming range of the program crew. You Mian reached out and lifted up the black goggles that blocked his vision and held them down. The boy exhaled mist from his nose and there was damp vapor on his cheeks. A pair of amber eyes that were so beautiful that it made people smack their lips curved up in a very charming smile. Pei Yg. You Mian pulled down his mask and shouted. Amid the countless screams of Mian Mian from people around him, You Mian smiled, his brows raised and his eyes unrestrained, full of vigor and vitality. Would you like to go on a date with me? Amid the endless snow-covered mountains, Pei Yg could only see the flickering light in You Mian's eyes. Pei Yg stood in the crowd, his nerve endings surging with electricity due to excessive excitement. The man held his breath for a while, and his stiff fingers gradually regained consciousness. He answered softly in a hoarse voice. Good. Chapter 83. There were bursts of cheers and screams at the foot of the ski resort. Even the production crew holding cameras couldn't help but cheer loudly a few times. Hong Sheng, wrapped in a heavy coat, squatted behind the camera, smiling with a look of relief and helplessness. Who would have thought that Pei Yg, who had to be persuaded by him to come on the show reluctantly at the beginning, would now become the only mutual choice in the show? As soon as You Mian finished his invitation, the other 3 guests who were skating from a distance behind him also passed the finish line. The heated atmosphere that was raised to the extreme by You Mian had not yet died down, so Guantong and the others also received extremely excited welcomes. The crackling applause and cheers mixed together. Guantong took off his helmet in a daze and suddenly saw the expression of Bai Lin who was standing next to him. In the bustling scene, only Bai Lin's face looked extremely embarrassed and gloomy. Even the male guests from the opposite Lily of the Valley group who were eliminated didn't look as ugly as him. Guan Tong frowned silently upon seeing this. You Mian's elegant figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all of them, but there was only one invitation quota, so the expressions of Yan Tingxuan and others on the side seemed particularly lost. The boy's curve sliding just now not only excited the crowd around him, but also excited the other 3 members of the Lily of the Valley group. An unknown excitement shuttled through their hearts like an electric current, mixed with the loss of being eliminated to form an unprecedented experience, which was so tortuous that it made people scratch their heads. Yan Guanqing stretched out his voice and said with a hoarse smile, "It's boring to just let them compete, why don't we have a match too?" There was a surging desire for challenge in his eyes. Yan Guanqing said this while looking at director Hong Sheng with a questioning look. The surrounding crowd was filled with booing voices. "Compete. Another match. If you don't, you're not a real man." I don't know who it was, but someone suddenly shouted from outside the field, "Cultivating cotton is the best. She has a clear voice and is a girl." Everyone around burst into joyful laughter. All the CP fans who were watching the show knew the name. Only the guests who were unaware of the name looked a little confused. Upon hearing this, Hong Sheng picked up the loudspeaker and looked at Yan Tingxuan and the others, and asked, "Do you guys from the Linglin group want to compete as well? But we have agreed in advance that the date invitation cannot be changed this time." Hong Sheng said ruthlessly but rationally, "The guests for the double date are You Mian and Pei Yg. It would have been better if Yan Guanqing didn't listen." After hearing it, his expression became more determined. "Let's compete." He turned around and looked at Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji behind him and asked, "Where are you two?" Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji nodded one after another amid the noise from the people around them. Only Pei Yg, who was standing in front of You Mian, lowered his eyes and said calmly, "My skiing skills are not very good." Yan Guanqing, Hong Sheng, Pei Yg turned his head to look at You Mian beside him. The tall and oppressive man looked even sharper and more domineering because he was wearing a ski suit. But this sharpness was well restrained when facing You Mian. Pei Yg asked, "You Mian, can you teach me?" Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao walked over slowly and just heard Pei Yig's words. Guan Tong exclaimed instantly, "Mr. Pei can't ski. Who would believe it if I told others?" But You Mian believed it. The boy nodded while standing on his skis, and when he looked up, he smiled brightly and said, "Okay." Pei Yg pursed his lips slightly, his heart beating violently and couldn't calm down since just now. Except for Bai Lin, Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao who stayed where they were, the rest of the group took the cable car up the mountain. During the trip, Pei Yg and You Mian changed their double boards to single boards. The crowd at the foot of the mountain was quiet for a rare moment, and Hong Sheng walked over and put his hands together to remind them, "I see that everyone is recording videos and taking photos, but I hope that everyone will not send out those leaked photos before the main film is broadcast, okay?" With all the girls agreeing in unison, Hong Sheng smiled with relief, "Thank you for your cooperation." At the same time, a large number of new members suddenly poured into the super chat of the cotton breeding base, which was quietly enjoying the sweet snacks of the second episode. They excitedly looked for like-minded people in sign language. Finally found the organization, "Thank you for taking me in. Cultivating cotton is the best. Ah, who understands, who can understand how excited I am right now? Are there any sisters who are skiing? I'm running wildly on the spot. Woo 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 woo, I was sad for 2 episodes because I made the wrong choice, but now I am not sad at all. President Pei and Mian are a perfect match. I am standing here to see who dares to choose others." The cotton workers who were originally eating candy quietly looked at each other, wondering what was going on. When they wanted to eat candy too, the new members always smiled mysteriously in tacit understanding, causing a strange and funny scene of chasing each other in the super topic. The guests in the observation room finally had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Guo Su shook his head and wiped his face with his hands. "I finally understand. These people's hearts are all connected to You Mian." Ku Xiao smiled innocently, "How did Teacher Guo come to this conclusion?" While the cable car was going up the mountain, Guo Su pointed from a distance at the image that had just appeared on the screen. "Didn't you see how ugly the faces of Yan Tingxuan, Huo Yanji and others were when You Mian extended the date invitation? This is a typical case of jealousy." Ku Xiaowei could only ask more questions for the show material. Why don't you think they looked unhappy because they saw You Mian was the first to cross the finish line, not the others? The production crew thoughtfully showed the expressions of others when You Mian crossed the finish line. As soon as the boy raised his goggles with high spirits, no other expression could be seen in the eyes of the others except admiration and appreciation. Guo Su shrugged and said happily, "The picture is all here, I don't need to say it, right?" Shi Rui held up her chin and took over the topic. "In fact, if there was a heart-warming text message segment at the end of the last episode, I would have wanted to connect Yun Jie and Yan Tingxuan's heart-warming connection to You Mian." Guo Su, who was originally a die-hard fan of Huo Yanji, just remembered and said, "It seems that Huo Yanji's heart line is also connected to You Mian." He didn't show the same concern for Bai Lin as before. Instead, he was very indifferent and his eyes kept following my brother Mian. Shi Rui covered her mouth and laughed a few times. "Teacher Guo, there is a saying in the fan circle about your current behavior, which is climbing the wall." Guo Su scratched his head with a chuckle. "No one would dislike You Mian, right?" Ku Xiao took charge of all the topics of observation and concluded, "No matter how many people have a one-way heart line for You Mian, it seems that You Mian's heart line is firmly tied to President Pei." As soon as these words were spoken, no one in the entire observation room raised any objections. Ku Xiao stood up and scribbled 2 words on the whiteboard behind him, linking the names of You Mian and Pei Yiji together. Halfway through the recording of the show, it seems that the first pair of guests that I like have been decided. The wind halfway up the mountain was extremely cold. When You Mian got off the cable car, he had already put on his goggles and mask again. Yun Guangqing and several other people stood at the starting point of the competition, except Pei Yiji who lagged behind You Mian. The two of them looked like they were really going to have a skiing lesson. Yun Guangqing bent down and wiped the snow off his trouser legs, then asked loudly with a fake smile, "Boss Pei, are you really not going to compete with us?" Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji also looked over. Huo Yanji's eyes were deep, and when he looked at You Mian, he felt a long-lost sense of trembling rekindled in his heart. "That's the emotion." Huo Yanji frowned fiercely. It was this trembling and exciting emotion that gave him the support to stand on the boxing ring until the last second. The painting that was previously mistaken for Bai Lin's has now been revealed. Huo Yanji's arms were filled with brute strength, and his face hidden under the helmet was full of wildness. It turned out that it was not the painting but the person that aroused his strong emotions. "It's You Mian." Pei Yiji looked back calmly, his profile was cold and domineering, and his jawline was extremely sharp. "No." Yun Guangqing's gaze fell on You Mian, and he finally stopped pestering her. With a few rustling sounds, the 3 people wrapped in ski suits slid quickly to the foot of the mountain one after another. You Mian sat on the snow and fixed the snowboard straps. Just as she stood up, Pei Yiji's hand reached out to her. The boy used the force to stand up. Pei Yiji was not wearing goggles, and his pair of eyes as dark as obsidian were looking at You Mian. The man called out in a deep and magnetic voice, "Teacher Yu." You Mian's ears, which were covered by the name, turned red suddenly because of this name. The boy pursed his lips and said, "Let's start with the simplest one." You Mian stretched out his hand towards Pei Yiji and said, "Follow my rhythm." Pei Yiji held his hand and suddenly asked in a deep voice, "You Mian, was your invitation just now due to the rules set by the program team?" Pei Yiji's voice dissipated and drifted away in the cold wind, but You Mian still heard it clearly. You Mian blinked through the dark vision of his goggles. "Your archery accuracy can't possibly be better than missing the target 10 times. Pei Yiji was slightly stunned. You Mian took off his goggles with a smile, his amber eyes looked especially bright in the snow. "I can miss 10 times if I want to." Pei Yiji immediately understood the implication of You Mian's words. In the competition for the dating rights in the 2nd episode of Heart-Stirring House, Pei Yiji was unable to choose his roommate, so he threw himself to the last place by missing the target. In this date competition, only the first guest who reaches the finish line will be eligible for the invitation. If You Mian didn't want to, he could just follow Pei Yiji's previous approach and fall far behind everyone else, using rules to circumvent rules and not participating in any individual dates. But now the results are clearly before our eyes. The boy's elegant figure just now is still vivid in my mind. You Mian smiled and looked directly at Pei Yiji in front of him. "Do you need me to make it clearer? Come on a date with me this afternoon." Perhaps it was the spotlights on the basketball court that night that made You Mian's heart beat irregularly, or perhaps it was earlier than that. Although You Mian has always held the idea of not having a romantic relationship on the show, he considers himself to be an extremely frank person. The boy confessed his love passionately and tenderly, which touched Pei Weiji's heart again and again. There were waves of cheers coming from the foot of the mountain, and the staff were diligently filming the 3 members of the Lily of the Valley group as they quickly skated across the finish line. Yan Guanqing and Yan Tingxuan slid out one after the other, with Huo Yanji lagging behind by a few seconds. They bent over, supported their knees and breathed softly, until Yan Guanqing took off his helmet. Then they looked at the hillside in the distance and thought helplessly that Pei Weiji had taken advantage of them. It won't slide. The ghosts won't slide. Bai Lin came closer with 3 bottles of water and said with a cute smile, "Everyone, have a drink of water. Are you tired?" Yan Guanqing frowned and waved his hand, indicating that it was not necessary. Bai Lin frowned for a moment, then immediately ran to Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji to offer them water, but neither of them accepted it. In the end, it was Shen Nanzhao who came forward to help him out. "Maybe everyone is not thirsty, give me a bottle." Bai Lin suppressed his inner anger, chanted the name, You Mian, in his mind, and threw the bottle of water in his hand to Shen Nanzhao. What's so great about it? It's just that his skiing skills are better. The results of the second round of the Star Cup will be out soon. He doesn't believe that if Qin Lan is removed, there will be no one else who can support You Mian on the jury. 10 minutes later, 2 figures swooped down from a distance, one after the other, at very fast speeds. You Mian was standing sideways on the snowboard, with Pei Weiji following behind him. Many of the onlookers left, and the program staff and Guantong and others came over to greet them. The snow was swept away from You Mian's feet again. Guantong turned his head and shouted, "It's Mian Mian and President Pei." You Mian stopped with a side lift. Pei Weiji's snowboarding skills were obviously also skillful and neat. He followed closely behind You Mian and stopped steadily at the foot of the mountain. Yan Guanqing's face turned dark. This is called not being able to slide. Yan Tingxuan pursed his lips silently, and Huo Yanji's face did not look good either. Without waiting for others to ask questions, Pei Weiji took off his helmet and said calmly, "Teacher, you taught me very well, thank you." You Mian did not take off his helmet and goggles, but just stretched out his gloved hand and gave a thumbs up. Guantong. Yan Guanqing. Chapter 84. Looking at the scene of Pei Weiji and You Mian standing together, Yan Guanqing suddenly didn't know why he was so anxious to compete with others just now. For the first time, the always proud Yan Guanqing truly felt the sense of failure. Mian Mian baby, look over here. Ah, so handsome, so handsome. My buddy's name is You Mian. A group of onlookers who had just dispersed came over again when they saw Pei Weiji and You Mian taking off their goggles. Their cheers were mixed with excited screams, making You Mian unable to ignore them. The staff of the program team was packing up the equipment. A group of people walked out of the preparation room of the venue. The crowd spontaneously formed 2 lines, and the word, You Mian, was the one they shouted the most. You Mian followed beside Pei Weiji. The man's tall and sharp figure blocked a lot of overly excited people beside him. Pei Weiji grabbed the ski helmet in his right hand and took it lightly with his big hand, cleanly and steadily. He kept an eye on You Mian's left side from time to time, and put his arm around her shoulders in a protective gesture. You Mian's eyes trembled slightly when he heard these voices. He had never heard such excited and joyful shouts, nor had he ever received so many kind smiles at once. This group of girls was very similar to Ku Miao. Each of them had a joyful smile on their face, and their gazes towards You Mian were so gentle, emitting a brilliant glow of incomparable excitement. You Mian baby, I hope you are happy. You must be happy. You Mian paused for a moment while walking forward. He turned his head and looked down in the direction of the sound. His amber eyes smiled very gently like the golden sun on the distant mountains, like a clear and shallow lake in autumn with the bright sunshine. Okay, You Mian said. It was not until the program crew walked into the rest area and disappeared that the screams in the crowd began to ring out unrestrainedly. Ah, did you take the picture? Did you take the picture when he turned around? Oh my god, Mian Bao is really better looking than in the show. Her face is so small, and she's so tall, over 1.8 meters tall, I guess. You have to look up to see him. He's really tall and handsome. The girl who was noticed by You Mian just now lowered her head and flipped the camera she brought specially for the vlog when she suddenly burst into a scream. Got it. So beautiful. In the rest area, the staff gathered around the excited guests and made some arrangements. Guan Tong held a small card that a fan had just given him in his hand, and waved it in front of his face with a proud and boastful expression. "Oh, I never thought that I would attract so many fans just by recording a show." Shen Nanzhao packed up his snowboard and looked at him with a helpless smile. Yan Guanqing sneered, his sharp tongue once again showing, "It's just a small card." Guan Tong snorted at this, "What's wrong with the little cards? The little cards are also my fans' love for me." Guan Tong couldn't let go of the fan gift, and suddenly turned around and looked at You Mian, who was taking off his ski suit with a smile. But there were so many girls who liked You Mian just now. All I heard was the name You Mian. Dear, awesome. The action of taking off his ski suit forced You Mian to turn sideways. The thin black sweatshirt he was wearing inside was tightly attached to his narrow waist because of this forced posture. The more You Mian raised his hands, the more obvious the muscle lines of his shoulder blades and waist became. Qingjun's beautiful figure instantly quieted down the conversation in the lounge. You Mian had no idea and finally took off her heavy ski suit. He lowered his head and checked his buttons while answering. "I also heard a lot of people calling Guan Tong." Pei Yiji quietly moved closer and with one hand he helped the boy untie the safety buttons that tied them together. You Mian breathed a sigh of relief. On the surface, everyone in the lounge was busy tidying up their ski clothes, but in fact, their eyes were all glued to You Mian. Yan Tingxuan allowed the dark love in his heart to gnaw at his sanity, but at the same time he forcibly restrained his gaze and did not look at the two people over there. Pei Yiji's attitude was finally put on the table. If Pei Yiji treated You Mian with respect before, with a possessive desire that was not much, then now he has let it all out, with his whole body clamoring for his presence. It seemed that no matter how uncomfortable his sharp and domineering aura made others, Pei Yiji didn't care. A mature and reserved man sat next to You Mian. He had already changed into that black jacket. His condensed temperament spread across Pei Yiji's eyes. His calm, dark pupils seemed to have an undercurrent. All the restrained and introverted emotions were slowly being released by him and were no longer forcibly suppressed. What gave Pei Yiji such an opportunity for change, allowing him to no longer conceal his desire to keep it all for himself? Yan Tingxuan didn't want to think about it anymore, and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Guan Tong and You Mian were still chatting leisurely. I also heard someone calling Nan Xiao's name. Guan Tong stroked her wet hair, and then she heard Shen Nanzhao's dignified and shy voice. "Don't talk nonsense," Shen Nanzhao said. You Mian laughed a few times along with Guan Tong, his carefree and calm demeanor showing even more youthful vigor than before. Bai Lin turned his back to You Mian and the others as he silently hung up his ski suit, a faint smile on his well-behaved face. The huge fan base that Bai Lin thought he had before was completely exposed offline. The living people who were typing out their opinions online seemed to have become computer data that only existed behind the network cables, making Bai Lin feel completely ashamed. Why are there so many people paying attention to You Mian in a small ski resort? Why can his fans meet him by chance and bring such good material to You Mian? Bai Lin pursed his lips unwillingly, and the resentment in his eyes became more and more obvious. "Everyone, please pay attention." Director Hong Sheng's voice suddenly rang out in the lounge, attracting everyone's attention. Hong Sheng glanced at the guests in the cabin who had already packed their clothes, and then started the camera recording. "We have one more session to go through before we start our double date this afternoon." The words, "double date," made everyone's eyes involuntarily fall on You Mian and Pei Yiji. You Mian pursed his lips slightly, and the camera only captured his calm smile. Guan Tong paid attention to Hong Sheng's next words, only to hear him read out the program group's room rules. On the first day of the third episode, the guests are free to choose rooms. Currently, there are 3 people in the smallest heartbeat room, and only 1 person in the medium-sized room. When Yan Guanqing heard the hidden meaning of these words, his heart suddenly tightened. Hong Sheng smiled and glanced at the 8 people in front of him, and continued, "So now, the Iris guest who needs a 3-person cabin chooses to kick out one of the other 2 Lily of the Valley guests to balance the number of people in our room." Yan Guanqing suddenly felt a chill in his heart, but he still held on to some hope and looked up at You Mian. Pei Yiji asked in a deep voice, "Where will the person who was kicked out be assigned?" Hong Sheng smiled and looked at Bai Lin, nodded and said, "Into the medium-sized cabin that has only 1 person in it so far." Bai Lin once again felt like he was being specifically targeted. Even his roommate had to be kicked out by You Mian before he could have one. Bai Lin's sense of frustration increased exponentially. Now, please, You Mian, choose whether to propose Yan Guanqing or Pei Yg, Hong Sheng asked in a voiceover. Guan Tong sat next to You Mian, secretly thinking that You Mian would definitely kick Yan Guanqing out. Because he did not forget what You Mian said before the skiing competition. You Mian's invitation was not a random choice, but he had already decided to choose President Pei. Guan Tong suppressed his inner excitement and felt as if he was about to become a CP fan. Pei Yg still appeared cold and rational on the surface, but his long eyelashes, which were drooping slightly, suddenly fluttered, revealing a little uneasiness in his heart at the moment. Yan Guanqing's behavior was even more obvious. He stared intently into You Mian's eyes, hoping not to hear an answer that would disappoint him. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact it was only 5 seconds. You Mian looked at Hong Sheng and said without hesitation, "I choose to kick Yan Guanqing out." A crisp cracking sound was heard in Yan Guanqing's chest, and only he could hear it. Yan Guanqing's face turned ugly. Excessive disappointment and frustration made him close his narrow eyes. Hong Sheng loudly announced, "The third round of the Heartbeat House distribution has officially ended. Yan Guanqing has been moved from the smallest Heartbeat House to the medium-sized Heartbeat House." Yan Guanqing pursed his lips and hummed coldly. Pei Yg finally relaxed his tense jaw, his straight and broad shoulders also relaxed, the cold sharpness in his eyes faded slightly, and the overwhelming possessive desire was like a beast about to break through the fence, severely hitting his last bit of sanity. Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji seemed to be watching a play. When they saw Yan Guanqing being ruthlessly rejected as well, their faces showed a hint of gloating. At lunch, everyone gathered again in the largest heart-beating house chosen by Guan Tong and Huo Yanji. Shen Nanzhao and Yan Tingxuan had a long-awaited kitchen collaboration, but this time they were not cooking the Italian food that Shen Nanzhao was good at, but the French food that Yan Tingxuan was good at. After finishing their meal, You Mian and Pei Yg left the cabin for a date. As soon as they left, the lively atmosphere in the cabin suddenly turned cold, and no one at the table took the initiative to speak. Guan Tong received a negotiation call from the promoter and stood up and moved to the fireplace. As soon as Guan Tong left, the table became so cold that it was almost freezing. Yan Tingxuan, Huo Yanji and Yan Guanqing sat in a triangle, while Bai Lin and Shen Nanzhao sat at the corners of the table. In the warm room, Yan Tingxuan put on his gold-rimmed glasses again. He raised his glasses with his hand and said with a smile, "Why are you all so silent?" Ever since You Mian and Pei Yg left, the expressions of the three of them became synchronously very ugly. Huo Yanji supported the back of the chair with one hand and answered wildly, "It's boring because there's no one to date." Huo Yanji was afraid that Yan Tingxuan would always link him and Bai Lin together, so this time he took the initiative to add, "I'm too tired after skiing. I don't want to move." Yan Tingxuan stared at Huo Yanji with a half-smile. Yan Guanqing had been silently looking down at his phone, and the name of the super topic was clearly written as cotton cultivation base. It contains a new photo of You Mian posted by a fan, and the number of likes and reposts has reached an impressive number of over 1,000. In the photo, the boy suddenly turned his head and looked over through the crowd. There was a bright smile in his eyes, as gentle as an autumn lake. The director said that photos and videos related to the main film cannot be posted, so this single photo should be allowed to be posted, right? "Ah, I'm going crazy." Mian Bao heard my shouting and suddenly turned his head to look at me and said, "Okay. Baby is 1,000 times more beautiful than in the main film of the show." The comments below are very excited and synchronized. Fresh sleep, PR. "Ah, where is this? Is this a chance encounter or a leak?" Mian Jay in ski clothes, fuck, even more handsome. Yan Guanqing rubbed the screen with his fingers for a few seconds, then long pressed it to save the picture. After a few seconds, the trending search gradually rose. Hashtag Yan Guanqing liked You Mian's photo hash. At the same time, the celebrity guests who were sitting back in the observation room were full of energy after their lunch break and were looking forward to this double date. Shi Rui raised her hand and put on the headset, saying, "The last double date was the one with Yan Tingxuan and Shen Nanzhao, right?" Ku Xiao nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, I wonder what the scene will be like on this double date." The celebrity guests smiled at each other in tacit understanding, as if at this moment, they all remembered the fear of being dominated by the awkward atmosphere of the double date between Yan Tingxuan and Shen Nanzhao. At that time, Shen Nanzhao and Yan Tingxuan were somehow chosen to be a group. The entire date that day was so unsatisfying that the observing guests had no idea what to expect. Shen Nanzhao and Yan Tingxuan were awkward and distant, polite and courteous, and there was clearly no spark of affection between them. Their date was also very short, and it was like a formality, which made everyone in the observation room feel like they had eaten a piece of cake without sweetness, and there was a lump in their throat. Guo Su looked at the screen with certainty. It won't happen this time, I believe in Brother Mian. The observation room was filled with laughter. As soon as You Mian and Pei Yg got out of the car, they were wrapped by the warm wind in front of them. This horse farm, far away from the ice sculpture town, was built on a wide plain. There was afternoon sunshine above their heads, and the surroundings were green. The grassland formed a beautiful and gorgeous green carpet. You Mian suddenly realized, no wonder the program crew asked them not to wear too thick clothes. It turned out that the date location this time was at a horse farm. As soon as they walked in, staff from the stable came to greet them. This was a dark and sturdy middle-aged horse herder. When he saw You Mian and Pei Yg standing in front of him, he could not hide his amazement. He smiled and said, young people nowadays are so handsome. The man led them into the stable next to the pasture and asked, have you ever ridden a horse before? Pei Yig's excessively superior height forced the middle-aged man to look up to see him. Pei Yg was wearing a high-end jacket, and his sharp and cold aura made people dare not look directly at him. He nodded slightly to the middle-aged horse herder and spoke in a deep voice, there is a horse racing track behind the old house. Pei Yg said this to You Mian with his eyes lowered. You Mian and the wrangler exclaimed in unison. The middle-aged horse herder gave Pei Yg a thumbs up and said, we have a purebred black horse here. Do you want to ride it? It has a very fierce personality and cannot be tamed. You Mian turned his head curiously and looked at Pei Yg. He really wanted to see it. Pei Yg raised his eyes domineeringly, showing his completely strong and controlling side in front of You Mian for the first time. You can try. Chapter 85. Pei Yg walked calmly to the stable stall of the unruly purebred black horse mentioned by the horse herder, and opened the stable door with his hand. The cameramen of the program crew stood far away and seemed to be quite afraid of the horse. You Mian turned his head and looked at Pei Yig's every move with curiosity. The floor of the stable is paved with red bricks, and the supporting beams and stable fences are all black iron bars. Retro incandescent lights are on both sides of the wide long road. There is no unpleasant smell in the air, and everything is clean. Therefore, when Pei Yg used his hands wearing black leather gloves to take off the reins hanging in the compartment, his movements were dignified and steady, looking like a medieval aristocratic oil painting. The owner of the stable stood outside with You Mian, watching Pei Yg skillfully put the reins on the black horse. The dark horse, who had been restless and wanted to kick someone since the beginning of this session, was actually very quiet at this moment, not even breathing heavily. You Mian noticed that the owner of the stable next to him exclaimed in disbelief. It's really strange, he said. Pei Yg stood on the left side of the tall stallion, untied the bridle, and without hesitation put the reins around the horse's neck. He then put the bit, nose leather, and throat leather on the black horse in turn. The whole process was neat and tidy, without any mistakes. The tall black horse, fully armed, was led out of the stall by Pei Yg on the reins. It looked majestic and even more intimidating than when it was standing quietly inside just now. The owner of the horse farm gave Pei Yg a thumbs up in admiration, you are more skilled than me. This black horse was wild and difficult to tame. Even the owner of the stable had been kicked by it several times. Therefore, he was always a little uneasy when putting the reins on it, and his movements were not as agile as Pei Yig's. Pei Yg wrapped the reins around his right palm a few times. The black horse's mane emitted a shiny inky black glow, and it only neighed slightly when Pei Yg was leading it. Pei Yg raised his hand and stroked the black horse's neck. Does it have a name? The stable owner introduced, Knight. There was a hint of smile in You Mian's eyes. Pei Yg noticed it and suddenly said, You Mian, do you want to touch it? You won't kick me, will you? Although You Mian said these worried words, he had already stepped forward. No, I'll hold your hand. Pei Yg said. Pei Yg held the reins steadily, and Haya was tactful enough to lower his head when You Mian approached. You Mian stroked its coarse mane and thought that He Yi was so handsome and must be the dark horse prince in the stable. The owner of the stable pointed to the fence between the two stalls and said, there is a white horse over there, named Daytime. It is a perfect match for nighttime. The stable owner fixed his eyes on You Mian. Do you want to try that horse? You Mian took back his hand that was caressing He Yi, and touched the tip of his nose hesitantly. I can't ride a horse. Pei Yiji immediately tilted his head and said, I can teach you. As soon as Pei Yiji said this, the guests in the observation room became excited in unison. Shirui stretched out her hands to cover her eyes, but there was a large gap between her fingers. Guosu tapped his pen and clicked his tongue a few times. Boss Pei should show You Mian some of his cool moves before he teaches him. Otherwise, when both of them are on their horses, Boss Pei will definitely not be able to just run by himself. Ku Xiao nodded in agreement. I agree with what Teacher Guo said. The celebrity guests exchanged a few words briefly, and then You Mian's voice appeared on the screen. Let's see you run a few laps first. You Mian smiled brightly with his eyes bent. I also want to see if Mr. Pei can tame this wild horse. In the observation room, Guosu instantly slammed the pen in his hand onto the table. It's stable, the meaning is stable. You Mian's heart is definitely with President Pei. Pei Yiji, who was unaware of other people's observations in the stable, looked down at You Mian calmly and asked, want to see? The owner of the stable watched Pei Yiji lead the horse out of the stable, and followed behind him and couldn't help but remind him, he is wild, he has knocked down many people, and kicked many people, so be careful when riding. Pei Yiji tilted his head and nodded slightly. He took off his black coat and put it on the bench outside the racecourse. The man's leather gloves were not taken off. He stepped on the saddle and sat on it in a very casual and noble manner. The owner of the horse farm exclaimed, unable to conceal his surprise, is this guy your friend? He's quite capable. You Mian and the owner of the horse farm stood outside the field. You Mian watched Pei Yiji calmly bend over and pat Haya's neck, then stand up and sit upright on the horse's back. He squeezed the horse's belly with his feet, and Haya obediently trotted away. You Mian raised her eyes slightly, her amber eyes full of smiles. The owner of the stable clapped his hands and laughed heartily, saying, this is the first time I've seen He Yi be so well behaved and able to trot obediently according to instructions. Today really opened my eyes, ha 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 ha. Pei Yiji and the cold, arrogant and unruly knight are a perfect match. It can be seen that Pei Yiji did not exert much force when pulling the reins, but walked leisurely and leisurely. You Mian's gaze followed Pei Yiji on horseback. His eyes were slightly narrowed and his pupils were bright. Pei Yiji held the reins with one hand, his movements were unrestrained and steady. Even though he was doing such a cool move, the man's expression was still stern and his eyes were sharp, as if he was not doing it on purpose but was already used to this way of riding. As the wind blew in the pasture, Pei Yiji suddenly tightened the reins, and the speed of the horse instantly increased to a higher level. The horse's hooves overlapped rapidly, carrying Pei Yiji towards the far end of the horse farm. You Mian pursed her lips slightly, and her heartbeat quickened. Pei Yiji took off his coat, revealing his strong arms under his shirt. At this moment, the muscles of his shoulders and arms bulged slightly from under his shirt, and the sense of oppression and power instantly reached its peak. For a moment, he was so cold and handsome that it was beyond words. An extremely charming temperament emanated from between Pei Yiji's cold brows. Suddenly, the voice of the stable owner sounded beside You Mian, take this first and change it later. You Mian was concentrating on watching Pei Yiji galloping in the distance at the horse farm. Upon hearing this, he quickly glanced at the owner of the horse farm. What is this? The owner of the stable spread out the clothes in his hands one by one. Breeches, riding boots, armor and a helmet. The owner of the stable asked for confirmation. Is this your first time riding a horse? You Mian blinked. Yeah. The owner of the stable handed the full set of clothes to You Mian without further ado. A novice must wear them. You can change into them when he comes back. You are not allowed to mount a horse without armor. So when Pei Yiji came back after running 2 laps, what he saw was the fully armed You Mian. You Mian raised his hand and tapped the black helmet he had put on, smiling until his eyes narrowed. You don't have to wear it. If I wear it alone, I feel like I have become a child who needs to be taken care of. Pei Yiji led Haya and stopped in front of You Mian, then jumped off the horse. It is necessary for novices to be fully equipped. Pei Yiji's eyes were gentle, don't feel embarrassed. Upon hearing the noise, the owner of the stable led the horse, Bai Tian, out of the stable. The white horse approached gracefully, indeed looking much more obedient than the knight that stood quietly with its neck lowered behind Pei Yiji. Pei Yiji held the reins of the night in one hand and took the reins of the day from the owner of the stable with the other hand. The owner of the stable took Haya back to the stable first. You Mian stood on Bai Tian's left side and hesitated for a moment before stepping on the stirrup. After all, this was a project that had never been attempted before, so You Mian was somewhat hesitant. Pei Yiji pulled the reins lightly, and the docile white horse lowered its neck even lower. You Mian couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke its mane. What a beautiful white horse. Pei Yiji's voice was low and magnetic. Don't worry, I'm here. Pei Yiji's voice was firm and rational, instantly washing away any uncertainty and hesitation in You Mian's heart. You Mian calmed himself, followed Pei Yiji's instruction, stepped on the stirrup, and successfully sat on it for the first time. He had just seen Pei Yiji's sitting posture when riding a horse, and at this moment he subconsciously imitated the other's movements. Keep your back straight and look forward. A hint of surprise flashed across Pei Yiji's eyes, and then he smiled deeply. Genius. Pei Yiji said. The tips of You Mian's ears turned slightly red for a moment, and Pei Yiji led the white horse around the nearby horse farm. The tall, broad-shouldered and powerful man still has an unstoppable aura even when standing on the left side of the white horse. The tension in You Mian's heart gradually disappeared completely with the sound of the white horse's footsteps. Pei Yiji also looked up at the right time and asked, "Do you want to hold the reins yourself?" You Mian nodded without hesitation. Pei Yiji let the white horse stop where it was, and he walked to You Mian's side and handed the reins to him firmly. It's safer to hold on to this way. Pei Yiji lowered his eyes and taught carefully. You Mian held the rope tightly in his hand and smiled softly. Thank you, Teacher Pei. Pei Yiji suddenly remembered the teaching session between the two of them at the ski resort in the morning. Compared to Pei Yiji, who pretended not to know, You Mian's call of teacher at this moment obviously carried more weight. Pei Yiji's brows relaxed, and a very charming smile appeared on his handsome face. Next, Pei Yiji followed closely beside You Mian. After leading him around 10 circles, You Mian no longer needed Pei Yiji and could trot by himself, holding the white horse's belly. Pei Yiji stood on the grass in the middle of the racecourse and watched the wind blowing up the brown curly hair in front of You Mian's forehead. The boy was as high-spirited and as unrestrained as ever. You Mian ran a little further away holding the reins, then he turned the horse's head and ran towards Pei Yiji very neatly holding the rope. The wind from the grassland has a crisp and clean smell, and the sunlight is even warmer and more dazzling. At this moment, the image of You Mian riding a horse towards him gradually overlapped with the graceful figure swooping down from the snow track before. Every time You Mian chose him, this realization made Pei Yiji uncontrollably happy. You Mian held the reins in one hand and stopped the horse beside Pei Yiji. He smiled brightly and asked, Teacher Pei, have you verified your teaching results? Pei Yiji raised his eyebrows slightly. Yeah. Student You Mian graduated with full marks. Chapter 86. The celebrity guests in the observation room screamed in unison as they watched this scene. Ku Xiao glanced around and said, Finally, there's some sweetness in the romance show, ha ha ha. Shi Rui covered her mouth and nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Ku Xiao and saying, Who can resist this? Guo Su walked to the connection whiteboard behind Ku Xiao and pointed at the cards of You Mian and Pei Yiji connected by the heart line, and made a shining appearance gesture with both hands. Lock it. While the celebrity guests were talking, the screen played by the program team suddenly turned to the scene in the heart-beating house. Shi Rui pointed and said, Is the double date over? Ah, I want to see them communicate for a while longer. In the largest heart-beating hut, only 4 people could be seen. Yan Tingxuan was reading a magazine on the sofa, while Yan Guanqing was sitting by the low window of the glass balcony, tossing the orange in his hand boredly, throwing and catching it one by one, but his eyes were fixed on the door of the cabin. When you cut this, pay attention to the angle of the knife. If it's too thick. Shen Nanzhao's voice rang out in the kitchen. Beside him stood Guan Tong, who was holding up his cell phone to record footage. It can be seen that Guan Tong's makeup is exquisite and her hair is deliberately styled. He stood beside Shen Nanzhao and turned the camera to the movements of Shen Nanzhao's hands. He waved at the camera and smiled lively and cleverly. Have all the friends on the channel heard Nanzhao's tutorial? Take notes quickly. Guan Tong invited Shen Nanzhao to be a guest on his channel and asked him to show off his simple Italian cooking skills. Because it wasn't a live broadcast, Shen Nanzhao wasn't so stiff when facing the camera. Instead, He smiled to match Guan Tong's smile. Did everyone see it clearly? Guo Su in the observation room looked at this scene and said, "It's so quiet." Shi Rui continued, "Yes, only Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao were talking, the other two were very silent." She noticed Yan Guanqing sitting on the balcony and asked in confusion, "Is brother Yan waiting for You Mian and the others to come back?" After Shi Rui finished speaking, she looked at Guo Su, and they both immediately wanted to connect Yan Guanqing's heart-warming text message tonight to You Mian's card. Ku Xiao waved his hand in an experienced manner to quiet the two people down. "No hurry, let's wait and see." Suddenly, several workers in heavy clothing were seen outside the door of the cabin, holding machines and moving backwards towards them. Yan Guanqing was very familiar with this kind of camera action, so he was the first to react and stood up and walked to the door. Just then, Shen Nanzhao had finished making a simple cold salad. Guan Tong put away the camera and immediately looked up and asked, "Are they back?" Yan Tingxuan sat on the sofa with his back to the door, holding the magazine a little tighter, but he did not turn around to follow the others looking around. Instead, he just sat there, even though he could no longer focus on any of the exquisite outfit analysis. As soon as Yan Guanqing opened the door of the cottage, You Mian and Pei Yiji appeared not far away. The two men were whispering something as they slowly approached the cabin, both wearing thick coats. Yan Guanqing noticed that You Mian was wearing Pei Yiji's leather gloves. This one glance was even more cruel than being kicked out of the hut by You Mian. Yan Guanqing's smile was a little weak. He held the door and greeted softly, "You're back." Pei Yiji simply nodded as he passed him, and You Mian smiled gently as always, and responded politely and courteously, "Yeah." The moment the two came back, the originally quiet little house was once again filled with a lively atmosphere. You Mian and Pei Yiji placed the food bags they were carrying on the dining table. You Mian took off his gloves and said with a smile, "On the way back, we passed a delicious Japanese restaurant. Mr. Pei recommended it. Please give the delivery boy a 5-star rating." Guan Tong ran over, yelling, "I love you so much, darling." When You Mian and Pei Yiji were not back, it was difficult for others to muster interest in cooking, but now unexpectedly these two people have taken care of their lunch. Finally, Yan Tingxuan, who was sitting on the sofa with his back to everyone else, stood up and walked over. Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao quickly opened the food boxes and spread them out on the dining table. As soon as Shen Nanzhao saw the bag, he smiled at You Mian and Pei Yiji and said, "Thank you for your hard work. This store is usually very popular and the queue takes a long time." You Mian smiled gently, and heard Guan Tong's lively question, "What did you do on your date?" Guan Tong's face was full of curiosity, and this question made everyone's attention focused on You Mian and Pei Yiji. Pei Yiji took off his coat. With a height of about 1.9 meters, he stood out in the small room. His handsome and stern face showed a rare softness. He answered in a deep voice on behalf of You Mian. "I ran a few laps at the racecourse." You Mian nodded. His chestnut-brown curly hair made him look very gentle. The boy smiled and said, "I've never ridden a horse before." Thanks to Pei Yiji. Guan Tong looked at You Mian, then quietly looked at Pei Yiji, and found that every time You Mian called him President Pei, it was always in a joking manner, and when he really wanted to address him on weekdays, he would always use the 3 more intimate words, Pei Yiji. Guan Tong was secretly excited about his discovery. These two people will soon become a couple. Yan Guanqing leaned on the back of his chair and watched them set up the food tray while asking casually, "You don't know how to ride a horse? Did he teach you? How is your learning going?" Yan Tingxuan unpacked the exquisite box a little more gently, as if he was worried that the noise would prevent him from hearing You Mian's answer. You Mian and Pei Yiji suddenly looked at each other. "How are you doing with your studies?" You Mian recalled the several laps of galloping in the horse farm, and also recalled Pei Yiji's tall figure standing at the horse's head holding the reins. "I should be able to compete with President Pei." You Mian teased with a smile. Guan Tong exclaimed in surprise, and Shen Nanzhao also thought You Mian was joking. But what I didn't expect was that Pei Yiji actually lowered his eyes and thought for a few seconds, then said in a deep voice, "Indeed, it is possible." This confident yet somewhat offensive look of seriousness suddenly reminded everyone of Pei Yiji in the first episode of The Cabin. Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao couldn't help but look at You Mian and then laughed quietly. Yan Guanqing pouted and exclaimed. Yan Tingxuan, who had been sitting at the dining table in silence, suddenly interrupted the conversation and said something that was hard to explain. He has always been a quick learner. Only then did Guantong recall the relationships that had been exposed. Yan Tingxuan and You Mian seemed to have known each other for a long time. You Mian showed no concern on his face, and didn't even frown when he heard Yan Tingxuan's words. Shen Nanzhao spoke at the right time to divert everyone's attention. Why haven't Brother Huo and the others come down yet? Should we go up and call them? Guantong just replied with a yes, when Pei Yg suddenly said in a deep voice, You Mian is a learner really fast, so he has mastered everything I taught him very well. Next time we go to the racecourse, we can have a competition. Pei Yg lowered his eyes and looked at You Mian and said softly. Pei Yig's words this time not only surprised Guantong and the others, but also made You Mian's eyes widen slightly. Because several episodes of Heart-Stirring House were recorded, the other guests would more or less have gloomy faces in front of the camera and target each other in their words. But Pei Yg never does that. Although he is cold and silent, he is also the most introverted and stable. When it comes to matters concerning You Mian, Pei Yg always gives people the impression of being a silent guard by the side, without showing the sharpness of other people, so the man's words just now seemed particularly special. Young Guanqing was particularly sensitive to this abnormality. Pei Yg was the kind of person who didn't even frown or say a word of refusal when he saw Yan Tingxuan calling You Mian to his side to chat. Young Guanqing also reflected on his excessive jealousy because of this. But now Pei Yg clearly showed his unique jealousy. Young Guanqing's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Pei Yg was the kind of person who always planned everything in an orderly manner. There was only one explanation for him showing jealousy, that is, he was now qualified to be jealous and qualified to show his jealous thoughts. Perhaps Pei Yg also knew what his unusual behavior would make You Mian think, so he lowered his eyes slightly after he finished speaking. You Mian has always been extremely perceptive. Pei Yg pursed his lips slightly, and the next second he heard You Mian echoing in a calm tone. Yes, I'll compete with President Pei next time. You Mian smiled with his eyes crooked, seemingly unaware of the meaning of Pei Yig's jealousy that he finally revealed, but more like an indulgence after knowing it. Yan Tingxuan tore open the box with a click, and the eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were complex and obscure. There were bursts of lively laughter coming from downstairs, completely different from before. Huo Yanji also knew that it should be You Mian and Pei Yg who came back. But just as he was about to turn around and go downstairs, Bai Lin stopped him. Brother Huo, I don't understand what you have been questioning me about just now. Bai Lin returned Huo Yanji's phone to him. So what if I didn't draw those paintings? Bai Lin's voice was tinged with tears. The boy lowered his pitiful puppy eyes slightly, his shoulders trembling in a pitiful way. You are the one who accompanied me abroad. Bai Lin reached out and grabbed Huo Yanji's arm, his voice pitiful. You are the one who knows best how much I have suffered. I have been living alone outside since I was a child. It is because of You Mian that I cannot go home. If my parents did not still love me, I might still be out there unable to come back. You've seen all of this with your own eyes, haven't you? Bai Lin's hand gradually moved down to hold Huo Yanji's hand. Brother Huo, now even you don't like me anymore. Bai Lin had expected Yan Tingxuan to abandon her. That man was extremely selfish but loved You Mian, so it was only a matter of time before he would betray her. Young Guanqing has always been a person who does what he wants, and it is difficult for him to control his love and hate. Bai Lin is unable to control him, and he indeed did not expect that You Mian would attract young Guanqing's attention. But now Huo Yanji has become like this. Bai Lin was questioned by Huo Yanji in disbelief before he realized that the reason for Huo Yanji's transformation was because of those paintings. Bai Lin couldn't hide his anger, and felt that he and You Mian had an unbreakable fate. Huo Yanji turned around upon hearing this, his brows knitted with a cold expression, and when he leaned over from top to bottom, the height difference made Bai Lin feel an inexplicable panic. Huo Yanji has always had a wild air, but Bai Lin didn't take it seriously before and mistook the wild wolf for a dog. I met your parents abroad, didn't I? Huo Yanji had seen Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin come to visit Bai Lin. They were very close to each other and it didn't seem like they had just met. You are also enjoying elite education abroad, aren't you? Bai Lin paused in pulling Huo Yanji, and instantly raised his eyes filled with moisture. So, Brother Huo, are you going to stand on You Mian's side now? Huo Yanji shook off Bai Lin's hand and said, there is no such thing as taking sides. I did all these things because of the person you pretended to be. Huo Yanji tilted his head and held his forehead in pain. Are you imitating You Mian in the same places? Who is real and who is fake? Bai Lin raised his voice a few notches. Brother Huo, can't you tell the difference? Bai Lin shrugged his shoulders and cried, tears all over his face, looking very pitiful. Huo Yanji nodded cruelly and said in a serious voice, yes, you are the real young master of the Yu family. If it weren't for this identity, You Mian wouldn't have tolerated you doing these things. Huo Yanji's mind flashed with those paintings. You Mian is not someone who can be manipulated by others. Bai Lin, if you continue to use these ridiculous excuses to exploit and suppress him. Is the Yu family really as clean as you said? Huo Yanji asked. Bai Lin suddenly stopped, his expression blank for a moment. What do you mean? Huo Yanji did not continue to say anything, but said in a deep voice, may the best of luck to you. Bai Lin stretched out his hand to grab Huo Yanji, but unexpectedly was slapped away again. Huo Yanji threw out another sentence without even turning his head. What I care about is never who is the real young master of the Yu family, but who painted these pictures. Chapter 87. In the early morning, there was a heavy rain in Huajiang City, and the air was filled with the fragrance of earth. Even though there was no more lightning and thunder at dawn, there was still a drizzle overhead. Soon, a black car drove from the end of the intersection and stopped in front of a gray, cold-toned building that looked like a Rubik's Cube. Jaeger Hillman pushed open the car door and unfolded the black umbrella handed to him by the driver. With a slight bang, a serious man in a suit and tie stepped onto the stairs holding an umbrella. A woman in a professional suit with her blonde hair tied up high on her head was also holding a black umbrella and following him a little behind him. There is a wide square outside this Rubik's Cube-like venue. To enter the venue, you first have to walk up dozens of small steps. The rain dripped down on the steps, and even though the gray-eyed, white-haired man was very careful, his trouser legs were still a little wet. As soon as Hillman and Marcia walked to the entrance of the venue, many people came out to greet them. Judging from their appearance, they were almost all familiar professors from top art academies in the country. Chai Dao, wearing reading glasses and with a warm and sophisticated smile on his face, was the first to step forward and shake hands with Hillman. Welcome Mr. Hillman to Huajiang City. On behalf of the Xingqian Cup, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. The reason why Jaeger Hillman came here was actually to exchange a favor and fill the vacancy left by Qin Lan. Therefore, when Marcia translated Chai Dao's polite words to Hillman, the man with gray eyes and white hair nodded slightly and accepted it without hesitation. Hillman was surrounded by the crowd and escorted into the judging room. The security guards who stayed behind to close the door looked at each other and smiled. Did you see that foreigner's eyes? They were gray. He is quite old. I heard that he is a German who was invited from France. Jaeger Hillman walked into the judging room. In the spacious and clean room of more than 100 square meters, a huge white screen was hung. Facing the screen was a long table and 8 soft chairs that had been placed in advance. The maroon leather chairs reflected the overhead lights. Printed documents were neatly laid out on the long table, detailing the previous works of the 3 groups of 18 contestants who entered the second round of the Star Cup. Jaeger Hillman pulled out a chair and sat down, saying something in German. Marcia beside him translated. The dean said that everyone can sit down and finish the work as soon as possible. Hillman's schedule is very full. He will fly to the UK to attend a lecture almost today after finishing the judging work for the Star Cup. Chai Dao narrowed his eyes slightly behind his reading glasses, his expression sneered, but his tone was very respectful. Okay, let's get started now. Chai Dao sat on Hillman's left and glanced at Marcia. Which group does Dean Hillman want to start with? Marcia translated quietly and then watched Hillman's expression quietly. In order to ensure the fairness of the entire Xingqian Cup competition, the judges cannot see any details of the contestants' works before they officially enter the judging room to participate in the judging work. Hillman flipped through the documents in his hand. Suddenly, his eagle eyes narrowed and his gaze stopped on an iron sculpture under his hand. It was signed You Mian and numbered 0409. Hillman pointed to the number 0409, turned to Marcia and said in German, let's look at the sculpture group first. Chai Dao suddenly frowned when he heard the word, sculpture group. But he quickly suppressed his annoyance and asked the staff in charge of logistics to move up the second round works of the sculpture category covered with white cloth. Chai Dao exchanged glances with several professors from well-known domestic art academies beside him, and then showed his artistic demeanor and began to speak a few words. We are all gathered here for the Star Cup, and also for these children's works to have a fair and just opportunity to be judged. The competition has set up 3 rounds in order to gradually select the strongest, most skilled and outstanding contestant among them. So today's judges must not be careless, nor should they let these young contestants off because they feel sorry for them. They must strive to be inclusive and open. The theme of the second round is maternal love, and there will definitely be contestants who will take shortcuts to attract attention, but we must reach a consensus that the works must not deviate from the theme of maternal love. After Chai Dao finished his speech, he picked up the thermos on the table, unscrewed the lid and blew gently, then took a sip with a hissing breath. He looked relaxed and natural, as if he was confident about today's review work. Several other professors around him nodded in agreement. Yes, going off topic is a big taboo. Taking a different approach will indeed neglect the theme of maternal love. The second round should be more strictly controlled than the first round. These works are selected from the best of the best. Jaeger Hillman was always annoyed by such nonsense that only slowed down work efficiency, so he waved his hand and signaled them to start quickly. Chai Dao curled his lips quietly, and said, "Foreigner," in his heart, but nodded to the staff on the surface, "Let's get started." After the second round, there were only 6 contestants left in the sculpture category. Chai Dao looked at the name of the first unfamiliar contestant at the front and sniffed disapprovingly. The boxes of expensive tea cakes and calligraphy by famous artists that You Mian and Bai Lin sent were not wasted. Chai Dao's attitude towards taking money and doing things is more serious than painting. Chai Dao remembered that Bai Lin had said that the young man named You Mian would be at a loss as to the topic of maternal love and would not be able to perform at his usual level. With a little bit of fuel, it would be very easy for him to relegate You Mian's work to the second round. The judging process was discussed together, and the professors knew each other well, so a few words of pessimism towards a contestant was no different from directly handing out an elimination ticket. Chai Dao blew away the high-quality tea leaves in the thermos and smacked his lips comfortably. What's more, You Mian is Qin Lan's student. He has disliked Qin Lan for a long time. He can collect things and make Qin Lan unhappy. Chai Dao has no reason to hesitate. The white cloth of contestant No. 67's work was torn off, and detailed photos of the 4 sides of the sculpture were shown on the big screen. This is a standard statue of the Virgin Mary. The mother lowers her eyes and holds the baby in her arms, with a sad and pitying expression. Less than 2 seconds after the picture appeared, Jaeger Hillman frowned seriously, waved his hand and said, "Pass." Kinda innovation, kinda attractive. Marcia's clear translation voice rang out cruelly and directly in the judging room, "No innovation, no appeal, not worth staying." Chai Dao paused for a moment, then for the first time he truly laughed out loud after seeing this foreigner. He hoped very much that when You Mian's work came out, this person would just say, "Pass," so simply, which would save him the trouble of talking. There was firewood burning under the Kong in the small ice house. The warm current made people sleepy, so that when You Mian woke up and washed up, he was the only one left in the room again. The warm water dispelled some of the boy's sleepiness. As You Mian wiped his face, he suddenly remembered that no matter when he and Pei Yiji were alone in the tent, or when they were assigned a room in the Hefeng cottage, he had never seen Pei Yiji the first moment he woke up in the morning. The other person either got up early to go for a morning run or went to the restaurant. It seemed a little weird, but You Mian couldn't figure out what was wrong, so he just thought that Pei Yiji was used to getting up early. You Mian put on a light blue coat and was squatting beside the suitcase to sort out clothes when he suddenly found a pair of fluffy blue gloves. You Mian paused slightly. In fact, judging from the color alone, the clothes he wore today matched the gloves very well. But You Mian put the pair of beautifully packaged gloves back into the bottom layer of the luggage without hesitation, and had no intention of taking them out to wear. Coincidentally, at the same time, the USB flash drive that Yan Tingxuan had forcefully stuffed into You Mian's coat pocket that night also fell to the ground at his feet as he squatted down, making a slight clicking sound. You Mian tilted his head and looked at the USB drive in silence for a long time, wondering whether he should just throw it away. But after a few seconds, he sighed, picked up the USB drive and put it back into the luggage compartment. You Mian saw through Yan Tingxuan's character, and at this moment he only thought that if Yan Tingxuan went crazy and wanted to take it back again, he also had something to return. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the hut. As soon as You Mian raised his head, he met a pair of dark eyes. Pei Yiji's coat was slightly open and the man's breath was steady as usual. If You Mian hadn't seen the sports bracelet on the other's hand, he probably wouldn't have guessed that Pei Yg was going for a morning run. How dare you wear such thin clothes in such a cold place? Pei Yg smiled very handsomely. Did you sleep well? You Mian belatedly recalled the awkward moment when the two of them were alone in the igloo last night, and nodded hastily. It's fine. During the heart-warming text message session last night, Pei Yig's phone rang just after he finished sending it, and his own phone rang just after Pei Yg finished sending it. You Mian didn't dare to think about how complicated his mood was at that time, because what made him even more embarrassed was that when the guest from the Lily of the Valley group sent the heart-warming text message, his phone rang 4 times. After the last message alert ended, You Mian heard Pei Yig's gentle laugh. For some reason, he felt a heat rising up his spine. Chapter 88. Just as You Mian and his group, led by the program staff, were heading to a small literary workshop in the ice sculpture town to prepare for the last date in the 3rd episode of The Heart-Beating House, the guests in the observation room finally saw the heart-beating text message segment that was cut off halfway last night. Director Hong really knows how to keep us in suspense. He should have given us the answer last night, but he had to wait until now. Shi Rui complained with a snort. Ku Xiaoyi raised his hand, squinted his simple eyes and smiled, and said cheerfully, I hope Director Hong will be magnanimous this time and release the footage quickly. Everyone wants to know whether the heartbeat line we guessed yesterday was correct. There was a chorus of approval in the observation room. Guo Su tilted his head to look at the heartbeat line on the whiteboard beside him and said with a smile, I hope I can guess more than half of it right today. In the heartbeat line on the whiteboard, except Huo Yanji, the other 3 people in the Lily of the Valley group were connected to You Mian. Guo Su hissed and said with embarrassment, these are relatively simple, but Shen Nanzhao and Guantong are giving us a headache. I don't know who they will send it to. As soon as Guo Su finished speaking, the huge screen in the observation room lit up with the heart-warming text message segment that had not been completed last night. It was still a simple post-production that was rushed out to be shown to the guests in the observation room first, but even so, a group of people still looked at the screen with great interest. 3 heart-warming ice houses stood quietly in the ice sculpture town. Before the text message sending session, there was a 10-second splicing of past scenes. The 8 heart-warming guests gathered under the arched gate of the ice sculpture town. The first hot pot dinner, ice sculpture exhibition, flying chess with laughter until late at night, the elegant figures of the Iris group guests on the snow track, the scene of You Mian and Pei Yg at the horse farm, and the sad faces of the other guests who stayed in the house. Shirui supported her chin and watched the scenes, and suddenly a thought rose to her heart. Why do I feel like the show is about to finish recording when these images appear? Ku Xiao chuckled, his laughter was light and shallow, and it was obvious that he was also moved by these scenes. From this perspective, we can clearly sense the changes in Yan Tingxuan and Yan Guanqing's heartbeats. They both acted too lonely when they were dating You Mian alone, especially Yan Guanqing, Ku Xiao said. Guo Su shook his head. I'm starting to worry that we may have misconnected with Huo Yanji's heart. As soon as these words came out, someone in the observation room echoed them. I also think Huo Yanji's heartbeat may shift to You Mian. Shi Rui suddenly became alert. Isn't this the real Shura field? The retrospective scene of more than 10 seconds ended while everyone was talking. In the quiet night of the ice sculpture town, crackling typing emoticons and sound effects appeared above the 3 small houses. First is the picture of the Iris group, with 4 guests each occupying a corner and appearing on the screen. The next second, the picture focused on You Mian in the upper right corner, and expanded until it filled the entire screen. You Mian edited the text message very quickly, as if he already had a draft in mind. Shi Rui smiled and said, I remember it was like this the first 2 times You Mian sent love messages. He was always the one who sent the fastest. She didn't have any of the shyness and hesitation that other people had when participating in dating shows. Sure enough, as soon as You Mian raised his finger, he clicked the send button. The screen changed and Guantong and Shen Nanzhao appeared. The largest cabin that Guantong chose had 2 bedrooms, so he lay casually on the bed, holding his cell phone with an indecisive expression. It was also the most difficult for the guests in the observation room to guess to whom he and Shen Nanzhao sent the text messages. At the same time, Shen Nanzhao's image appeared on Guantong's right side. The embarrassed expressions of the 2 people at that time were surprisingly consistent, which made Ku Xiao couldn't help but hold his glasses and laugh. A few seconds later, Bai Lin's picture also squeezed in. Compared with Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao, who were very hesitant, although he was not so sure, he also followed You Mian and sent a heart-warming text message. Guo Su said calmly, "We have connected Bai Lin to Yan Tingxuan, right?" Judging from the heart-moving lines in the previous episodes, Bai Lin did give it to Yan Tingxuan, and they had reasons for making this choice. Without waiting for others to respond, the screen changed. The program team did not drag their feet in the post-production process and immediately revealed the love lines of the 4 Iris guests using the previously appeared pink envelope animation with wings. You Mian's small envelope flew to Pei Yg, who was in the same cabin. "Thank you Mr. Pei for your careful guidance." Bai Lin's envelope flew towards Yan Guanqing. "Brother Guanqing, thank you for your tolerance and care all the time." As soon as Lian Kuo's exclamation was heard in the observation room, the next scene made them fall into even greater surprise. In the picture, Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao held their phones in confusion, and finally put them down at the same time, choosing to give up the heart-beating text message segment and not connecting the heart-beating line to any guest from Lily of the Valley side. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. "What's going on?" Shi Rui covered her mouth and widened her eyes in shock. Did both of them give up? Guo Su took a breath and said, "It seems that in the second half of the show, neither Guan Tong nor Shen Nanzhao has found their ideal partner." Compared to the other young people present, Ku Xiao seemed more stable and had a different perspective on things. He gave another perspective. Although neither of them found their dream partner on the show, they made a group of great friends, didn't they? Everyone remembered the flying chess game that they played in the igloo until late at night. What's more, I always felt that with Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao's intelligence, it was impossible for them not to notice that everyone else in the room was paying attention to You Mian. After understanding the other guests' thoughts, they chose to abstain in a casual and refreshing manner. "Isn't it cool?" Ku Xiao said with a smile. Guo Su listened to these words and gave Ku Xiao a thumbs up. "Teacher Ku is really insightful." Shi Rui wiped away her tears quietly and sentimentally. "They are great, there will be better people waiting for them." Shi Rui not only likes Guan Tong's liveliness, but also Shen Nanzhao's quietness, so when she saw that both of them gave up the heart-warming text message segment, she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. "Okay." Ku Xiao controlled the situation and said, "Let's continue watching." The program team's screen changed, and the 4 guests from the Lily of the Valley group appeared in the center of the screen. Yan Tingxuan took off his glasses and stood in the cabin with a very different image, clicking to send text messages. 4 heart-warming text messages with wings flew together to a small house. Shi Rui got angry and said subconsciously, "Oh my god." Guo Su also widened his eyes slightly, and everyone in the observation room was waiting for the next scene. Finally, the scene changed again, and You Mian appeared sitting on the edge of the bed. The boy seemed to have just finished a shower, with his chestnut-brown curly hair wetly draped over his forehead. His eyebrows and eyes were clear and bright, and his amber eyes looked particularly warm under the warm light. Drop. The phone in You Mian's hand rang with a message alert. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Pei Yg. "Want a match next time? Congratulations, genius." Pei Yg was congratulating him on learning a new skill and hobby. You Mian's fingers gently stroked the English letters, genius, in a place that the program crew's camera could not capture. Pei Yg was sitting next to him at this moment, but You Mian suddenly didn't dare to look up and look at him, even for just a glance. You Mian's fingertips felt slightly hot, and a soft halo spread across the bridge of his nose. His cold white chin slightly lifted, and he pursed his lips to reveal his mood. But within a few seconds, 3 consecutive heart-thumping text message alerts made You Mian's hidden emotions disappear by half. The little green lake at University A should be frozen soon. It must be as beautiful as in previous years. Where the one I gave you next time, okay. Sorry. The guests in the observation room looked at the cursive text message that was placed next to the screen in post-production and began to speculate. This must have been sent by President Pei. They discussed this topic during dinner. Guo Su analyzed seriously. "I don't know who Xiao Bihu from University A is, but this, where the one I gave you next time, is it Yan Guanqing?" Shi Rui nodded. Yan Guanqing gave him a pair of blue plush gloves before he was kicked out of the room by You Mian. Ku Xiao sighed. Now that the show is in the later stages of recording, You Mian has never worn it. It seems that his attitude is very clear and there is no possibility of any change. Shi Rui chuckled a little and said, You Mian wore Mr. Pei's pair of leather gloves when he was at the exhibition. Guo Su's eyes stayed on the content of the last text message, I'm sorry who sent it. Shi Rui couldn't hide her excitement, I can't guess the content of the text messages for now, but You Mian really received 4 heart-warming text messages. Ku Xiao laughed innocently, I didn't expect that the real Shura field would appear on You Mian. You Mian lowered his head and quickly scanned all the remaining 3 text messages. He did not stay there like he did before, but just read them once before exiting the message bar. Who sent this? I'm sorry. You Mian probably had a name in mind. The Shaobi Lake of A University is a treasure trove for collecting inspiration in the school. When You Mian first entered school, he would often bring his easel there and sit there for a whole afternoon. The person who was with him at the time was Yan Tingxuan, so this text message must have been sent by Yan Tingxuan. But now You Mian didn't want to reminisce about the past with him. Then, using the simple process of elimination, You Mian guessed that the person who sent the, I'm sorry, was Huo Yanji. The small craft workshop in the ice sculpture town has a carved wooden door full of artistic temperament. The 8 guests walked in while talking in low voices. Huo Yanji was at the end of the crowd, staring fixedly at You Mian in front of him. Huo Yanji struggled for a long time before sending that heart-warming text message last night. He knew that the word, sorry, was too pale, but this overly pale, sorry, was something he had to say. Huo Yanji deleted and edited the text for a whole night, and finally deleted all the explanatory sentences, leaving only the 3 words, I'm sorry. He didn't know whether You Mian could recognize that he was the person who sent the text message, nor did he expect You Mian to guess it. Huo Yanji felt that this apology was more of an attempt to relieve his own guilt than an apology to You Mian. Welcome everyone to the handicraft house in the ice sculpture town. The owner of the craft workshop said welcome loudly, instantly drawing everyone's attention. There were 2 long tables in the room, which was neither too big nor too small. On them were various tools used for handicrafts, including baking machines and molds used for making cakes and chocolates. The scattered ingredients and cheese were neatly placed in the freezer. So this cabin is more like a bakery than a craft workshop. Just as You Mian withdrew his gaze, Hong Sheng's voice was heard behind the camera. This is the last stop of our 3rd episode of Heartbeat House, and it is also everyone's last group date at this stop. Hong Sung said, the content of this date is to make a box of chocolates for the guest of your choice and attach a winter card. You Mian blinked and noticed the exquisite little cards and various colored pens on the table. Guan Tong didn't show that he didn't send a text message last night. Instead, he was still excited and asked, chocolate. Can we make chocolate ourselves? Hong Sheng nodded. Guan Tong instantly became excited, and his happy look made You Mian smile. Yan Guanqing curled his lips and said, I'm not good at things like this that require manual labor, tisk. Shen Nanzhao and Yan Tingxuan should be very good at it, right? Yan Guanqing asked with his head tilted. But Shen Nanzhao and Yan Tingxuan just shook their heads. Shen Nanzhao said, I have never made baked goods, nor chocolate. Yan Tingxuan nodded and said briefly, me too. Yan Guanqing raised an eyebrow, it seems that we are all standing at the same starting line. It doesn't matter if no one knows how to do it. While everyone was chatting, Hong Sheng suddenly added something. This time, the handmade pure chocolates and the winter cards written by everyone will be given out in the upcoming final episode. As soon as these words were spoken, the relaxed expressions of everyone present suddenly disappeared. Huo Yanji frowned and asked carefully, what do you mean? Hong Sheng explained, it means that on the last confession day, when you confess to the guest of your choice, you have to give out the chocolates and handmade cards you made today. The whole place was silent for a few seconds. Just as everyone was looking at each other in bewilderment, Yan Guanqing was the first to quickly walk behind the long table, rolled up his sleeves, and waved to the owner of the craft workshop, boss, come and teach me. I'm a novice. How do you make chocolate? Upon seeing this, Huo Yanji immediately followed and stood opposite Yan Guanqing, vying for the boss's ownership. Boss, please teach me. I have never been exposed to these things before and I have no idea where to start. Guan Tong watched their performance and became excited as well, how can you monopolize a teacher? Boss, please teach me too. You Mian stood there, looked at Guan Tong helplessly and smiled. Bai Lin, who didn't receive a single heart-warming text message last night, felt out of place standing here. His overtures to Yan Guanqing were ignored by the other party, and even his previous request for the other party's help in suppressing public opinion was inexplicably left unresolved. Bai Lin originally didn't know whether the text messages from those three people were really sent to You Mian. But now looking at the performance of Huo Yanji and Yan Guanqing, Bai Lin felt that he had guessed it almost right. The boy lowered his head and frowned. But it doesn't matter, the results of the Star Cup will be out soon. Bai Lin thought of the messy sculpture classroom and smiled happily in his heart. Just as everyone was scrambling to become the owner of the workshop, Hong Sheng said leisurely, "Don't worry, we still have a baker here." As soon as Hong Sheng finished speaking, a young lady with short hair came out and waved at You Mian and his group, saying with a smile, "Hello everyone, I will teach you the simple steps of making chocolate next, but when it comes to actually making it, I won't help you." Shen Nanzhao, who was lagging behind in the competition for recruits, breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, everyone." The baker lady gently handed over a few aprons. "Chocolate is very simple." You Mian took the apron handed to her by the baker and just put it on her head. Pei Weiji's voice sounded behind her, "Do you need my help?" The man stood beside You Mian. The warm winter sun outside the window fell on Pei Weiji's profile, making the lines of the other half of his face submerged in shadow appear particularly sharp. Pei Weiji pursed his thin lips in restraint, his dark eyes staring at You Mian quietly, his Adam's apple rolling, as if waiting for his answer. You Mian always felt that Pei Weiji's eyes looking down always had an indescribable charm, especially when his deep and handsome eyebrows were no longer as cold as usual. He was too handsome. You Mian blinked lightly and whispered, "Okay." Pei Weiji's big hands went around You Mian's waist and tied the straps of her apron. When the man leaned closer, You Mian's hair brushed across his tall nose, causing a tingling sensation. In the observation room far away, the celebrity guests couldn't help but cover their mouths and scream when watching this scene. Yan Tingxuan, who was standing opposite the long table, seemed to have heard the screams of others. He suddenly lowered his head and tried to avoid the interaction between the two people in front of him. Huo Yanji, who was sitting diagonally opposite him, was suddenly stunned. He held the half-opened butter tightly in his hand, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. The atmosphere in the workshop became slightly stagnant because of this small interaction, like ripples on a lake stirred by the wind. The water surface swayed gently, and a breath of wind blew away the tea leaves floating on top of the thermos. Chai Dao hissed, coughed to clear his throat, then raised his hand to tighten the lid of the thermos cup. It was still drizzling outside the window and the sky was gloomy. In the review room lit by incandescent lights, he lowered his head, raised his reading glasses and squinted his eyes to take a look. Sculpture group, how many are left? Several staff members who had just moved the last piece replied, "This is the last one, number 0409. Jaeger Hillman did comment quickly, but after just over 40 minutes, most of the sculpture group's works had been reviewed. Marcia was a very careful person. After seeing 0409, she slowed down her voice and reminded Hillman in German. "That's the player you were paying close attention to just now," said Marcia. Chai Dao didn't know what Marcia and Hillman were talking about, but he had already focused 200% of his attention on it and was determined to eliminate You Mian's work. Just now, several people were eliminated because they strayed from the topic. Chai Dao looked at Hillman with a polite smile. "I think we have reached a consensus that the theme of the competition cannot stray from the topic, right, Dean Hillman?" Hillman listened to Marcia's translation and nodded calmly, then replied with a sentence. Marcia said, "It is the most basic thing for the theme competition to stay on topic. Mr. Chai, please stop saying this again and again and just look at the works." There were other people on the Xingqian Cup judges panel who didn't like Chai Dao's style, so when they saw that Chai Dao was wary of Hillman's attitude even though he was unhappy about it, the others toughened up a bit and stopped being so concerned about being harmonious. Hillman raised his hand toward the competition staff, signaling them to lift the white cloth covering the sculpture. At the same time, photos of the sculpture taken from various angles appeared on the huge screen in front of him. In an instant, everyone under the incandescent light couldn't help but hold their breath, as if afraid of disturbing something. All I saw before my eyes was a gauze sculptured out of hard plaster. The light gauze fluttered in the air, part of it folded into extremely soft lines and bodies, part of it showed cold and hard sharp angles, and part of it was a smooth and blunt circle with a transition. Clearly, what is before my eyes is a plaster statue, but the carving technique has transformed the cold, hard, gray plaster into the softest gauze in the world. Its folds are intricate and gorgeous, one side is soft and the other side is hard. The plaster-textured gauze floats in the air, resembling a female body as a whole, with a strong side and a soft side. The work combines these contradictory characteristics to the extreme, which can amaze people at first sight. Just when everyone was holding their breath, Chai Dao suddenly spoke up and shook his head, saying, "What's wrong with this contestant?" He even deviated from the topic with the portrait sculpture. "How can you tell that this work is about maternal love?" The judges' eyes were focused on the sculpture in front of them, and voices of opposition were heard one after another. "I don't agree. Anyone who has studied art will say that this work reflects maternal love. Its body and softness, not to mention the sharp angles mixed with a sense of fearless power, isn't it the embodiment of maternal love?" This contestant used gauze to metaphorically represent the softness of a mother's love, but deliberately chose hard plaster and polished it beautifully. Chai Dao was annoyed by the sudden uncontrollable situation at this moment. He raised his voice a few degrees, "It's just a trick." Everyone immediately refuted. As the argument became more intense, Hillman suddenly directed everyone's attention to the giant screen in front of them. "Jaeger," Hillman said in a deep voice, "please zoom in on these wrinkles." The staff standing behind the computer did so immediately. The next second, a high-definition, enlarged picture of the sculpture's details appeared in everyone's eyes. Most of the contestants are college students and independent artists who have just graduated. Therefore, although they will look at the details of the sculptures during the judging process, they will not magnify them to such an extent as Hillman is doing now. Because under such a high-definition lens, no student's work can be completely free from any criticism. But at this moment, a high-definition photo that was enlarged to the extreme was displayed. The folds of the off-topic sculpture that had just been severely criticized by Chai Dao were magnified. In the dense folds of gauze, there were statues of the Virgin Mary with expressions so different that they were jaw-dropping. Without waiting for the others to come back to their senses, Hillman immediately said, "Enlarge all these wrinkles one by one." The staff immediately complied. It turns out that every fold, every corner and arc of this gauze is painted with lifelike images of the Virgin Mary. Their postures and expressions were all different. Some smiled gently, some lowered their eyes in sorrow, some were serious and cold, some cried with joy, and some hugged and kissed the babies in their arms. These incomparable and exquisite carving skills left Chai Dao so stunned that he could no longer utter a word. The first smile of the day finally appeared on Jaeger Hillman's serious face. After a while, everyone heard him speak something in not-so-standard Chinese. "If this is considered off-topic, I will be extremely disappointed with the Star Cup." Hillman raised his eagle eyes, his gaze sharp to the point of being harsh. But even when he scanned the work with an extremely critical eye, he could not find any flaws. "He will be the first in the sculpture group," Hillman said decisively. Chapter 89. Chai Dao frowned fiercely and said, "I don't think so." Hillman glanced at him coldly and said something in German. Marcia translated, "Mr. Chai, I don't need to accept your questioning." The atmosphere in the judging room suddenly became stagnant, and Chai Dao's face became increasingly gloomy as Hillman spoke bluntly and mercilessly. Chai Dao's face was very long, but he still smiled and said, "Dean Hillman's Chinese is sometimes good and sometimes bad. He was speaking fluently just now, but when it comes to talking to myself, he switches to German." Chai Dao felt deeply humiliated and it was almost difficult for him to maintain his calm expression. With so many highly educated colleagues sitting around him, Chai Dao could only do something secretly, but he couldn't be so stupid as to give others a handle, so he raised his hand with a smile and flipped through the information of the first contestant in the sculpture group. Dean Hillman eliminated this contestant in less than 2 seconds. They were both the same Madonna. Chai Dao deliberately left his words unfinished, causing others to become suspicious. Dean Hillman seems to have been paying close attention to candidate No. 0409 from the beginning. The other judges looked at Hillman with hesitant expressions. But You Mian's sculpture was so beautiful that even when Chai Dao used his usual rhetoric to interfere, the other professors were almost unmoved. In response to Chai Dao's unfounded doubts, Hillman said calmly, "I am not as careful as Mr. Chai. I only saw the 1011 statues of the Virgin Mary in front of me, and I don't remember 0409 or 0809. Hillman didn't even bother to remember the name You Mian. Chai Dao suddenly paused for a few seconds. Yes, the judges of the Star Cup have to look at so many works every day that they don't have time to remember the names of individual contestants, let alone their numbers. So at this moment, after this conversation was translated by Marcia, Chai Dao, who was able to quickly say You Mian's contestant number, became more suspicious than Hillman, who was guided by Chai Dao to go backstage. Marcia's clear voice echoed in the judging room. I believe that the organizers of the Xingqian Cup will host a fair and just competition, and I also believe in the artistic aesthetics of the honorary professors present here. This sculpture in front of me obviously cannot be simply described as 1001 statues of the Virgin Mary. Its carving technique, its distinct layers and the concrete maternal love that contains huge vitality. Marcia quickly translated the answer, and Hillman said in a deep voice, I believe everyone will make their own independent judgments. The professors present looked at each other, and their eyes showed unanimous agreement. The 1,000 statues of the Virgin Mary carved on the plaster gauze before our eyes deserve to be first in the group, with unparalleled strength and unparalleled works. Without further hesitation, the judges lowered their heads and ticked the boxes on the review forms. Chai Dao could no longer control his expression when he saw this. He took off his reading glasses and said angrily, Mr. Hillman, you are abusing your power to ensure that a contestant enters the finals. He deviated from the topic. I will not agree with such a judging result. Chai Dao's angry shout rang out in the judging room, and the others looked at each other for a few seconds. Lao Chai, what you said is a bit too much. Yeah, are we the ones who can change the grading criteria just based on someone else's words? People who pursue a career in art inevitably have somewhat arrogant and self-centered personalities. Chai Dao's words clearly showed that he did not take the other judges seriously and was only concerned with refuting Hillman. Chai Dao was stuck for a moment. Before he could explain, he heard Hillman say, each of the 12 judges here has the right to make independent judgments and give scores. I did give this contestant a score of 10. This is my right, isn't it? You can give him a 0 if you want. Chai Dao stood up with a bang, and the chair behind him made a harsh sound when he pulled it. Chai Dao's chest heaved violently. All 12 people scored high. Even if he scored 0, he couldn't pull down You Mian. Since things weren't done properly, Chai Dao was worried that Yu Jiwan would expose the matter in anger. At that time, not only will he have to return the things he received, but he may also lose his position as a judge. But at this moment Chai Dao did not have the ability to think too much. He was angry and speechless. Didn't Bai Lin tell him in advance that You Mian was at a loss on the subject of maternal love? How could he create a work that even Hillman would look at it differently? Chai Dao slammed the pen onto the table and said, I want to report this to the organizer. Hillman nodded slightly, his voice deep and cold, please do as you please. Chai Dao immediately raised his hand and submitted an opinion to the staff of the organizer, specifically expressing his objection to You Mian's first place in the sculpture group. Hillman didn't even bother to look at him. He lowered his head and flipped through the documents of his subordinates. Next, let's look at the oil painting group. 5 or 6 staff members walked in quickly, moved out the sculpture group's works, and moved in 6 easels. Chai Dao noticed that there were works signed by Bai Lin in the oil painting group, so he suppressed the urge to leave and stayed. Hillman noticed the first place work in the preliminary round of the oil painting group, and his eyebrows knitted tightly together. He said in a German accent, bullshit. The professor sitting on the other side of Hillman couldn't help but notice that the work Hillman was looking at when he said this was exactly the one of Bai Lin, the contestant that Chai Dao had tried so hard to keep in the last preliminary round. It just so happened that Bai Lin's number was very high, and the first oil painting work that everyone judged was his. The white cloth was pulled aside, and a colorful oil painting representing the theme of maternal love appeared in front of everyone. A simple, conventional portrait of a woman. The woman wrapped her head with a dark red headscarf, which was covered with mud and dust. She was sitting by the river washing clothes. Her hands, which were covered with chilblains, were rubbing the clothes in the basin vigorously. On her feet were a pair of worn-out shoes that were brushed white. The clothes she wore were a bit like those of a minority ethnic group. Her face is simple and honest, yet reveals an indescribable feminine charm. A gentle smile that is tolerant and generous appears at the corner of her mouth, as if there is a future ahead that she looks forward to. It was rare for Hillman to say, pass, without opening his mouth, but his evaluation could not be compared with that of You Mian, whom he had liked before. Just barely qualified, he said. Chai Dao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai Lin had argued for him. He changed his fierce rebuttal and nodded repeatedly, saying, there is no quarrel over art issues, only discussion. This time I agree with Dean Hillman. This painting is a qualified work. Hillman's eyes fell on the previous preliminary work for a few seconds, then he looked up at the oil painting of maternal love in front of him. Suddenly, when the judges were bowing their heads to give their scores, Hillman raised his hand slightly, just like Chai Dao had raised his hand just now, and said in a deep voice, "I also have a little objection to submit to the organizer." The drizzle outside the window finally stopped and the sky gradually cleared up. The group date in the workshop of the ice sculpture town was about to end, and the 8 guests received a card and a signature pen from the owner of the workshop. The boss knew that this group of people were filming a dating variety show, so he smiled amiably. "The chocolates you have carefully made just now will be kept with me for the time being. Don't worry about them being damaged or expired. The director will return them to you when the time is up." Hong Sheng hid behind the camera and nodded with a smile. The long table in the small workshop, which was clean when I first arrived a few hours ago, is now piled with half-used ingredients and cream, and the air is filled with the sweet smell of chocolate. "When will the next recording be?" Guantong took off his disposable gloves and threw them into the trash can beside him, with a rare look of reluctance on his face. "This episode of Heart Beating House is going to end so soon, I'm really reluctant to let it go." Huo Yanji said cheerfully, "Isn't it over yet? Relax and don't look so sad." Upon hearing the voice, Yan Tingxuan silently looked up at You Mian's back, then stared at Huo Yanji, who still had a smile on his face, with a half-smile. The verdict of the trial had already come out, and only a stubborn person like Huo Yanji didn't understand it. Yan Tingxuan lowered his head. Guantong curled her lips at Huo Yanji, but the feeling of reluctance was still there. You Mian raised his hand and rubbed Guantong's head, only to hear Hong Sheng hiding behind the camera saying, "The next episode of Heartbeat House will be the last episode of our Matching Heartbeats program. We will still notify everyone by phone of the time. Anyway, it won't be too late." Yan Tingxuan straightened his apron, which was a mess from making chocolates just now. The eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were calm yet fraught. On the other side, Young Guan cleaned his hands, took the card, turned around and leaned forward on the table, saying confidently, "I'm going to start writing, don't peek." You Mian shook the hard card in his hand, thinking about what to write down. Hong Sheng said that this was a gift to be sent out on the last day of confession. You Mian pursed her lips slightly and wrote more solemnly than ever before. Pei Yiji stood beside You Mian, looking down at the blank card in silence for a long time. He was the last person to start writing among the 8 people, and also the one who took the longest time to write. Pei Yiji had never hesitated like this before. He always hit the target with one shot and was always confident and frank. This was the first time he hesitated before picking up the pen. Pei Yiji felt the turbulent emotions brought to him by the presence of another person at this moment. 10 minutes later, a line of sharp words was written on the hard winter gift card. Pei Yiji stood up and gently covered the contents of the card with his fingers, savoring the confession that was about to be sent out but had not yet been sent. The card covered by Pei Yiji was taken away by the program staff and carefully packaged together with a box of chocolates he had just made. You Mian tilted his head and asked curiously, "What did you write?" Pei Yiji said, "It's a secret, but you can guess." You Mian frowned and thought for a while, then finally admitted defeat and said, "I can't guess it." Pei Yiji stood by the window, letting the sunlight outside fall on his straight shoulders. His heroic and deep eyebrows formed a gentle smile. "Wait." You Mian blinked, and suddenly guessed the second half of Pei Yiji's unspoken sentence from the sunlight on her shoulders. "Wait, you can always see it. Wait, I will eventually get the card that Pei Yiji personally hands over, then open it and see that line of confession." You Mian lowered her eyes, and her beautiful eyebrows blossomed into a brilliant smile that was extremely heartwarming. You Mian lifted her eyelids and looked directly at Pei Yiji, also scanning the golden sunlight on his forehead, nose, and thin lips, and said softly, "Then please wait as well." All around him were the sounds of other people talking loudly, as well as the sounds of the program staff discussing the next episode's filming and the editing of this one. Amidst the countless noisy and chaotic light noises, Pei Yiji accurately counted the frequency of You Mian's blinking. Normally people blink once every 2 to 3 seconds, but You Mian blinked 2 or 3 times in just 1 second. He is nervous. The boy smiled candidly, raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose and the auricle of his ear, looked up at Pei Yiji in an overly sincere and overly cute way, and asked, "Am I blushing?" Pei Yiji's deep eyebrows and eyes were as black as obsidian. For the countless times, he took on You Mian's embarrassment and uneasiness, supporting him and giving him the safest support. It's because the sun is too strong, Bai Lin said in a deep voice, but his voice was a little hoarse. You Mian tilted his head, and his eyelashes, which were bathed in sunlight, trembled slightly. Hong Sheng's voice finally appeared in their ears, making everyone move much faster. Once you're done writing, you can hand it over to the staff. Guan Tong wrote all over the card in a very eloquent manner, and finally handed it over while jumping. The celebrity guests in the observation room thousands of miles away took off their headsets as they watched the screen go black. Shi Rui smiled and said, "The third episode of The Heart-Beating House has also ended." After Ku Xiao finished his closing remarks, several commercial vehicles from the program crew drove out from under the arched gate of the ice sculpture town. You Mian sat in the car, looked down at the message box on his phone that showed he had successfully added a friend, and smiled. According to the program team's rules, Hong Sheng actually didn't allow them to add each other's contact information privately, but the program was about to end, and Guan Tong kept pestering Hong Sheng around for a few times, and finally he added his WeChat separately from the small group. Guan Tong's friend message had just been approved by You Mian when Shen Nanzhao's application was also sent in. You Mian calmly ignored other people's friend requests and only added Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao. Just as You Mian was about to put away his phone, he suddenly received a text message from the organizer of the Xingqian Cup. You Mian paused, clicked it, and the first thing that caught his eye was the word, "Congratulations." Congratulations to contestant No. 0409 You Mian for entering the Xingqian Cup finals with the first place in the sculpture category in the Maternal Love theme competition. The final will be held on November 20th. The detailed theme will be sent to your mailbox via email, please check it. You Mian blinked, and emotions gradually surged in his amber eyes. The first person he thought of was Bai Lin, and he wanted to share the joy of the moment with him. But when the voice call was made, You Mian suddenly came to his senses and realized that Bai Lin should be very busy now. But before You Mian hung up the number, Bai Lin was quickly connected. "Hello." The man's voice was deep, and he seemed to be sitting in a car as well. The sound of a car driving could be heard from the other end of the line. Bai Lin closed the laptop on his knees and asked, "You Mian, what's wrong?" You Mian's fingers gripped the phone slightly, and he took a deep breath. Although he couldn't say he felt relieved, he still smiled and said easily, "I made it to the Star Cup finals." Bai Lin's eyes softened immediately and he immediately celebrated, "Congratulations." You Mian looked out the window at the snowy scenery that was quickly moving behind the car. "I should thank you." If he had not met Bai Lin's mother by chance, if Qian Li had not invited him to spend that pleasant night at Pei's house, You Mian didn't know whether he could have solved the problem head-on. Bai Lin was the one who understood best what You Mian had not said. They never had to talk everything out to each other, so at this moment they were just sharing joy and the sound of their breathing. You Mian could hear his heartbeat becoming increasingly disordered. "Boss Pai." When You Mian used this name again, Bai Lin no longer felt alienated, but tacitly accepted that this was just a little fun between them. "Can I still use JL's sculpture studio while preparing for the finals?" You Mian asked with a smile. Bai Lin said in a deep voice, "Of course, you are welcome anytime." You Mian lowered his eyes and whispered in the warm afternoon sun, "See you tomorrow then." Bai Lin's voice became a little hoarse, "See you tomorrow." At the same time, the results of the second round of the Star Cup were also posted on the official website of the competition for public announcement. After the JL official website account reposted the public list to express congratulations, Yan Guanqing, Guan Tong and others also sent their blessings. Yan Guanqing, at You Mian, congratulations on entering the finals. Guan Tong, I knew you could do it, dear. Keep going for the finals. At You Mian da Xin Xin JPG. Not surprisingly, You Mian's name once again appeared in the sight of Bai Lin's fans. As a well-known top-level art competition in China, the Xingqian Cup has rightfully occupied a position on the hot search list as soon as its public results list was released. However, when passers-by or people interested in art click on the entry to read it, what they see is not the comments and analysis of the second round works by major art bloggers and art students, but a lot of crazy doubts and insults. Opening square bracket ? I am speechless. How can anyone make it to the finals? An amateur college student with a background is actually the first in the sculpture group. It can't be so exaggerated, right? If this continues, the Star Cup will soon become a second-rate award. At Xingqian Cup official blog, I hope that this kind of national competition will not only examine the strength of the contestants' works, but also their personal conduct. Otherwise, even if such people win the gold medal, it will be difficult to convince the public. Yan Guangqing and JL both spoke out to celebrate. I want to block them. Do you take sides with everyone? Have all the public transcripts come out? Why is Linlin's not included? The oil painting group came out, but Linlin's name was not on it. Was it a mistake? There's no way Linlin is not on it. Fuck, I'm going crazy. I don't want to talk about conspiracy theories, but what's going on here? Please give a reasonable answer to why Linlin's work did not appear. The announcement of the results of the second round of the Star Cup has attracted more attention from industry professionals than the preliminaries and preliminary rounds. Because there are a large number of participants in the preliminaries and preliminary rounds, the works are mixed, and the analysis cannot take everyone into account, so the second round of the Star Cup is the beginning of focusing the attention of industry insiders. Therefore, when Bai Lin's fans tried to mislead passers-by by insulting him as they did before, they found that this method no longer worked because more rational and knowledgeable people joined the topic. Isn't this the topic of Xingqian too? Why are there so many fans here? A kind reminder, if your name is not on the public list, it means you have been eliminated. You're welcome. There's no point in going crazy, just speak with your strength. This guy named You Mian is really awesome. Go and see his sculpture on the theme of maternal love. 1001 statues of the Virgin Mary. Just hearing this description doesn't seem that novel. No exaggeration or slander, you will understand everything after watching it. Why are these people only scolding the first place winner in the sculpture group? Isn't that Bai Lin a contestant in the oil painting group? If they are jealous, they should be jealous of the first place winner in the oil painting group. Wow, this engraving technique is amazing. Gold prize for sure. This carving technique and technology deserves the first place. Are there any bloggers who can analyze and appreciate it? Looking forward to it. His first round of work was also great. How Jay explained it, I don't know why the video disappeared, I even liked it. Bai Lin's fans were excited when they saw that not only was Bai Lin's name not on the public list, but now even public opinion was leaning towards You Mian. A shady deal, right? You Mian entered the preliminaries through internal referral. His mentor is Qin Lan, who was recently announced on the Xingqian Cup official website to have expelled him. How can such a tainted player continue to participate in the competition? Disappointed, speechless. It is normal for contestants to have internal referral qualifications. Don't you know that the Star Cup has always had internal referral qualifications? How come a lot of strange people have mixed into the topic this year? Qin Lan is a master of wood carving and a judge of several small and medium-sized domestic competitions. The notice of the Xingqian Cup is not a notice of expulsion, but just a notification. Qin Lan must be in poor health. It is said that the newly invited judge is Jaeger Hillman. Oh my god, Hillman. Did they really invite Hillman? There is nothing to fault with this result, since the Dean of the Academy of Fine Arts in Creus is in charge. What's Hillman? Professor Spielnock praised Bai Lin's oil paintings and said he wanted to hold an exhibition for him. He's much more awesome than Hillman. The screenshots are still here, and they were trending on the internet. I don't know what to say. Where did this stupidity come from? Punik, the one from the water school. It really made me laugh. If you give him 30,000, he can tag you on Instagram and praise your paintings. It's not worth much, ha ha ha. Punok's reputation in the art world has been ruined for several years, so why are there still people using him as a banner to praise others? Just when the fan group and the spontaneous passerby group were arguing fiercely, a notice suddenly appeared on the official website of the Star Cup. Notice hereby. Judge Chai Dao has repeatedly accepted bribes from others during the judging process of this Xingqian Cup, and deliberately guided the judging results, causing extremely bad influence and seriously infringing the principle of fairness and justice in the Xingqian Cup competition process. We hereby make a decision to resign, and will never hire Chai Dao as a judge for domestic art competitions again. As soon as this notice came out, Bai Lin's fans, who had just been at a disadvantage, instantly became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Who did you cover up for the bribes you received? Whose review results did you change? Reveal. Reveal. Is it someone named you? An amateur college student, right? I laughed my ass off, ha 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 ha. Before the group's self-congratulations could stir up trouble, the second notice from the Xingchen Cup official website was issued shortly afterwards. Notice on cancelling the qualifying, preliminary and second round results of contestant No. 0129 Bai Lin. This contestant bribed the judge Chai by improper means and colluded with him to successfully enter the qualifying round. He also used other people's works and changed other people's signatures in the preliminary and second rounds, causing serious adverse effects and infringing on the fairness and justice of the competition. All competition results are hereby cancelled, and his school is informed, and a joint disciplinary punishment of probation is issued. Chapter 90. When Bai Lin's Xingchen Cup result was cancelled, public opinion on the internet was once again faced with crazy questioning. Please give a reasonable explanation to the Xingchen Cup official website. Lin is not that kind of person. The Star Cup is rotten to the core. Everyone from top to bottom is protecting You Mian. Please explain what the using other people's works and changing other people's signatures in the notice means. Don't just accuse someone of this out of the blue. We need evidence. I am extremely disappointed. I will not participate in this competition. They are all bastards. Lin is so unlucky, so pitiful, he must be feeling so helpless now. Faced with these pitiful remarks and groundless doubts, knowledgeable industry insiders explained with a smile as if they were watching a show. Using other people's works means that Bai Lin's paintings are not his own, and changing other people's signatures means that he shamelessly took other people's works as his own. Do you understand Chinese characters? Brainless fans. I suggest fans not to ask for a hammer. Isn't a disciplinary punishment of probation enough now? Ha ha ha. Crying in bed. How could someone who used someone else's work to participate in the competition cry? He must be regretting being discovered. Fortunately, the Star Cup has done something, otherwise it would have been ruined by these two bad apples. The Xingchen Cup is quite authoritative, and the competition process is fair and just. Just as Bai Lin's fans were anxiously pushing #Give Bai Lin Justice # to the top of the trending search list, a newly opened account named Fang Xiaofeng suddenly posted a blog post. Not only did he admit in the blog post that he was the one who reported Bai Lin, he also posted the works from the second round of the oil painting group. Fang Xiaofeng. Regarding the report, I want to restore a fair and just competition environment for the Xingchen Cup, so that those who deserve it can win the gold medal, and those who take shortcuts, abuse their power, and commit crimes will receive the punishment they deserve. The following is a recording of the entire painting process. The two works that Bai Lin used for the competition were both made by me. I hope everyone can see his true face. In an instant, countless spectators and fans flocked to this amateur account, and the abuse and curses increased at a rapid rate. It was almost impossible to bear the sight of it. Most people would collapse immediately after seeing it, unable to bear the public opinion. Fang Xiaofeng put down his phone with trembling hands. In the coffee shop, Lu Hao, who was sitting opposite him, also sent out the video he had edited long ago. Lu Hao glanced at Fang Xiaofeng's expression, closed his notebook, sighed, and suggested, from now on, for the next half-month, don't look at this account anymore. After all, Fang Xiaofeng is only a sophomore student and has never been exposed to this kind of online public opinion. Compared with the strong-hearted Lu Hao who can fight back against the insults and curses in private messages, Fang Xiaofeng seems much weaker. Fang Xiaofeng nodded with a pale face. He had never dealt with such a thing before. At the moment he was obviously nervous and terrified to the extreme. Obviously he was not the one who cheated, but Fang Xiaofeng still trembled uncontrollably after reading those comments. The Xingchen Cup accepted my letter of complaint, and they demoted Bai Lin's score. Fang Xiaofeng's voice was dry and trembling. Lu Hao reached out and patted Fang Xiaofeng on the shoulder. You are very brave. Lu Hao said this from the bottom of his heart. Fang Xiaofeng dared to come forward and report it, so no matter how weak and scared he looked at the moment, Lu Hao still respected this young man very much. Lu Hao sincerely suggested, you did a great job. From now on, stop watching those things and calm down. My video has also been sent out, so it can help you take some heat. So just when Fang Xiaofeng was caught in the vortex of public opinion, a long video released by Lu Hao attracted the attention of fans and bystanders. Damn, this melon has strings on it. I can't finish it. Ha ha ha. Brother Hao has done this explanation of Bai Lin before, and he is just as venomous as ever, but that video has been taken down, otherwise he would be able to whip the corpse repeatedly now. Although Lu Hao was the only one who showed his face in the video, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he must have contacted Fang Xiaofeng, who sent the report letter. At the beginning of the video, Lu Hao came on and started outputting a lot. Nowadays, the oil painting circle is full of all kinds of monsters and demons. Today, I will name and criticize a person, and at the same time, I will peel off his bright and beautiful appearance to see if he is the oil painting genius that his fans say he is. Accompanied by the intense drum beats in the background, Lu Hao immediately gave the answer. Yes, I'm talking about Bai Lin, who is called the little prince of oil painting by his fans. I tied a paintbrush to my dog and asked him to paint on paper. His painting was better than Bai Lin's. Lu Hao slapped his mouth after he finished speaking, his expression extremely annoying and arrogant. It was a slip of the tongue, I said it wrong. I should have put paint on the soles of my feet and stepped on the painting. Lu Hao smiled, guess what? It's better than Bai Lin's painting. There were a lot of ha 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 ha's filling the barrage. Brother Hao, hold on, the locust powder will be here soon. Is the first battlefield here? Finally, it's hot. Although Lu Hao is usually sharp-tongued, he has never scolded someone by name. Who is this Bai Lin? What is going on? Friends in the front, you are too late. Go and read the cancellation notice issued by the official website of the Star Cup. This is the first person to have his 3 rounds of competition results cancelled since the Star Cup was held. He was also given a disciplinary punishment of probation by University A. Lu Hao's video continued to play. He posted a detailed video of Bai Lin's oil painting during the first round of the competition, emphasizing the sense of incongruity he had mentioned before. At the time I felt that these 2 strokes were very different, and they didn't look like they were drawn by the same person. Now I understand, they weren't drawn by the same person. Lu Hao frowned in disgust. This guy is fucking not following the right path and came to ruin the Star Cup. He even gave himself the title of genius, which is bullshit. The entire second round will be recorded and videotaped by real creators, and everyone can take a look. Lu Hao released the oil painting submitted by Bai Lin in the second round. Is this his mother? Lu Hao hissed. Sorry for using too many swear words. What I meant is, does Bai Lin know the person in the painting? How did he know him? If he doesn't know him, how did he draw it? If any fans come to confront me, you should first figure out who this person is, Bai Lin. He can't possibly draw him. Why? Can a blogger with millions of followers slander others like this? What can the audio and video recordings represent? Why can't it be that a group of you teamed up to peek at Linlin's painting, and then sat in front of the easel and painted another one pretending that it was your own work? I don't want to start a conspiracy theory, but such audio and video recordings cannot be used as evidence, right? Is the painting in the video necessarily the one Bai Lin handed over? It could be that you imitated his painting. Brother Hao, keep going, this video is so delicious. Lu Hao's video and Fang Xiaofeng's report letter complemented each other, nailing the fact that Bai Lin used other people's works in everyone's hearts and hanging him on the pillar of shame forever. Lu Hao slammed the table, his brows furrowed, and he was obviously very angry. Because the person in this oil painting is the mother of the young man who painted this picture. Lu Hao pointed at the camera, as if he was scolding Bai Lin by pointing his finger at his nose. This is his motherly love, the motherly love in the creator's heart. Lu Hao sneered, now I want to ask again. Bai Lin. Lu Hao asked, do you like to look for mothers everywhere? This figure painting, which Lu Hao hung on the left side of the video in post-production, shows a woman wearing a headscarf washing clothes by the river. Her eyes are gentle and full of hope, and her fingers are covered with chilblains. He doesn't look like the Han ethnic group, is he a minority? This headscarf and clothing do have unique patterns that I have never seen before. Let's not talk about family, just say that Bai Lin really can't draw such a character, not to mention that she is someone else's mother. Why would Bai Lin draw someone else's mother on the theme of maternal love? Such a detailed portrait oil painting with the texture of the clothes can't be called inspiration. Nail him to the pillar of shame. You did a great job in the Star Cup. People like this should be disqualified. What the hell? I suggest you check out his previous paintings. How did he get into school if he can't even draw a single picture? This is a clip from the second episode of Matching Heartbeats. Bai Lin can't even draw a sketch. Isn't it really weird? Can't even draw a sketch. I suggest you check the entrance exam and final exam. I guarantee you'll be able to draw something. Lu Hao remained calm as he watched the insults and curses popping up crazily in the background, only frowning in disgust when a ghost picture appeared. Where does Bai Lin get so many die-hard fans? Lu Hao opened the search bar. I don't even remember how many movies he has acted in. Can a small actor really have so many die-hard fans? Fang Xiaofeng's emotions have calmed down slightly at this moment. His father is the chairman of Shuming. Fang Xiaofeng said, his mother is Bai Lin of Wanhua Jewelry. Lu Hao immediately exclaimed, I see, it's awesome to have financial backing. The insults are getting more and more crazy. I don't know if there is any involvement of robot internet troops, but Lu Hao's videos are being reported continuously. Even Fang Xiaofeng's Weibo was reported and received countless adjustment messages. Lu Hao gasped, I didn't expect Bai Lin to be so difficult to deal with. Fang Xiaofeng's heart instantly rose again. Will the truth be suppressed by the fans' public opinion? Half an hour ago, Lu Hao could still confidently tell Fang Xiaofeng not to worry, but now, as he looked at the platform notifications that kept showing adjustments to the content, he fell silent. Lu Hao's brows were tightly locked. Before he could say anything, Fang Xiaofeng's cell phone suddenly rang. Fang Xiaofeng held his breath when he saw the strange call. Lu Hao noticed that his expression was not right and asked, who is it? If you don't know me, don't answer the phone. Fans can do anything, and finding a phone number is a piece of cake. Fang Xiaofeng was shaking with his hands and wanted to press the reject button, but he never expected that his finger would touch the answer button. Fang Xiaofeng was stunned and his heart started pounding. He originally thought he would hear some foul language and insults, but he didn't expect that the other end of the line would remain silent for 2 seconds before a soft voice rang out, is that Fang Xiaofeng? The boy's voice is clear, clean and soft like the warm sun. Fang Xiaofeng sniffed uncontrollably, his eyes instantly turned red, and the moment he made a sound, he actually sounded like a weeping child in a weak voice. Senior. Fang Xiaofeng called out. You Mian sat at the desk in the apartment, looking through Fang Xiaofeng's Weibo and Lu Hao's videos. An hour after public opinion grew, You Mian belatedly realized that such a big thing had actually happened on the internet. Bai Lin's work originally belonged to Fang Xiaofeng. You Mian got Fang Xiaofeng's phone number through Ku Miao. He knew that Fang Xiaofeng was a young man who was devoted to painting. He was handsome but a little dull, and his mind was obsessed with a beautiful utopia. You Mian was worried that Fang Xiaofeng would not be able to bear such public opinion, so she called him as soon as she got his cell phone number. You Mian used the mouse to scroll through the comments, then clicked out to edit a new Weibo post. Fang Xiaofeng, you are very brave. You Mian smiled and comforted him, put away your phone, change the SIM card if possible, and I will take care of the rest. I'll take care of the rest. Fang Xiaofeng felt that he was not doing well. He raised his arm and wiped his eyes fiercely with his sleeve. Senior, this matter is not as simple as we thought. You don't have to help me. You Mian's amber eyes curved, and her voice was still soft but full of power. You know the relationship between Bai Lin and I, don't you? You Mian thought of the fanboy expression on Fang Xiaofeng's face when he looked at her. You Mian thought for a moment and thought that if it weren't for the relationship between Bai Lin and himself, Fang Xiaofeng would not have reported Bai Lin in such a radical way, given his habit of settling things peacefully. He even contacted Lu Hao. Fang Xiaofeng was stunned, not knowing how to answer You Mian. Because You Mian's guess was indeed correct. If the target of this incident was not Bai Lin, but some other contestant, Fang Xiaofeng would only ask the other party to remove the painting or apologize in private and that would be the end of it. But the other party was Bai Lin, the Bai Lin who had made You Mian endure countless insults. Fang Xiaofeng didn't know where he got the courage from, but he actually did expose and report it. So You Mian smiled and said, thank you, Fang Xiaofeng. Fang Xiaofeng took the tissue Lu Hao handed over and wiped his nose, then said with a blocked voice and a heavy nasal tone, Senior, how are you going to solve this? You Mian's tone was normal, but it instantly swept away Fang Xiaofeng's nervousness. Leave it to me, You Mian said. After hanging up the phone, You Mian opened his Weibo account, which he hadn't checked for a long time. The insults in the private messages were even more than those from Fang Xiaofeng. You Mian opened the photo album without changing his expression and pulled out a surveillance video and audio recording. A few seconds later, You Mian's Weibo account posted a new blog post. The video shows Bai Lin sneaking into the sculpture room of University A and smashing the sculptures at will. The recording contained Bai Lin screaming hysterically. Those trending searches and those quarreling comments from fans, you were the one behind all of this, right? I don't care what agreement you have reached with Jiwan. Bai Lin is your brother. What's wrong with helping him? It's just a matter of a painting. Quote. Ignorant bastard. I've raised you for over 20 years in vain. As soon as You Mian appeared, those crazy fans who were scattered under other bloggers and accounts almost instantly rushed into his Weibo, and insults came at him with thunderous force. How dare you show up? It's amazing to have a big background. Is the video fake? Is the recording also made up? It's all because of you. You ruined Linlin's future. I haven't watched the video or the recording yet, but I'm here to scold you. How did Linlin end up with you? You're so unlucky. I can understand that brain-dead fans can't read Chinese characters, but can't they understand Chinese either? Fuck, the more I eat this melon, the more it appears. Is the person smashing things Bai Lin? He's so crazy, just as crazy as his fans. Is the hysterical person in this recording Bai Lin? I can't recognize her. They are all crazy people in the same family. Is that the point? Isn't the point that Bai Lin broke into the sculpture studio and destroyed other people's works? And what does this woman mean by that? She wants You Mian to paint for Bai Lin. My god, my worldview is ruined. What kind of family is this? I am speechless. It is You Mian who is miserable, having to deal with this pile of garbage. In the coffee shop, the message alerts on Fang Xiaofeng and Lu Hao's phone stopped at the same time. Fang Xiaofeng suddenly thought of something and hurriedly opened his Weibo, only to find in disbelief that You Mian had actually managed to keep him away from the vortex of public opinion, but the price was You Mian's own standing up. The content of the Weibo post that received over 10,000 comments in just over 10 minutes was very simple, consisting of only a short sentence. You Mian wrote, "The person who dares to stand in the sun with integrity has always been me." Chapter 91. The person in the recording is so cold and vicious. Why is he forcing You Mian to help Bai Lin? And what is he helping her with? Helping Bai Lin draw in the Star Cup. It's quite ridiculous. As a mother, she is so partial. Even if You Mian is not her biological child, she shouldn't be so cold and selfish. From the tone of her voice, it seems that You Mian has a very difficult life in the You family. Hysteria is scary. Why should I help you? Why should I let myself be caught? The You family is really stupid and has no sense of breaking the law. No wonder Bai Lin is like this. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, a mouse's son knows how to dig holes. This is talking about Bai Lin, ha 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 ha. Did I miss something? Mian has signed a share transfer agreement with the You family. She has nothing to do with the You family anymore. That's terrible. Look at Bai's expression in the recording. It's clear that he wants to exploit Mian and make her draw for Bai Lin. As a loyal fan of Matching Heartbeat, I can honestly say that brother Mian and Bai Lin are nothing alike. They don't look like they were raised in the same family. Bai Lin looks stupid and vicious, but he looks exactly like the woman in the recording. It would be better if Mianbao's household registration was not in the You family. I wonder what the situation was like when he was adopted. I have a question. The hot search about the real and fake young master was suppressed very quickly. Since it was the You family who took the initiative to adopt Mian, why did they pretend to have always misunderstood him as their biological son? It's terrifying to think about it. Bai Lin is so evil that he broke into the sculpture room in the early morning and destroyed other people's works. He is too vicious and too stupid. Doesn't he know that there are surveillance cameras in the classroom? A mortal stupidity, utterly evil. Is he going there for You Mian's Star Cup work? This kind of person is so scary, pretending to be harmless and pitiful, but he is obviously the perpetrator. Look at what Mian posted. He is so open and honest, he is really not afraid of anything. Fuck, Bai Lin is just as disgusting as his fans. Thumbs up for the good comments and suppress the abusive ones. It's really annoying to read. Anyone can have fans. Why does he have so many fans? Are they all real people? I am speechless. Compulsory education has a long way to go. I am a student in the oil painting department of University A, in the same class as Bai Lin. This year, I saw Bai Lin's name on the makeup exam list for the art history exam, but I don't know why, but he was suddenly no longer on the list. This is something that should be thoroughly investigated. Please ask the Xingqian Cup officials to give Linlin an explanation. Thoroughly investigate the background of the amateur college student. Thoroughly investigate the background of the German Jaeger Hillman. Did Hillman and You Mian take back the bribes? You Mian fans, stop pretending to be passers-by. You have stolen the spotlight in matching heartbeat more than once or twice. Who knows what's going on? You started by writing on Linlin's popularity, and now you're tying up young Guanqing in jail. Who is the scheming person? Please don't confuse the public, You Mian. It is a fact that the Yu family raised you for more than 20 years. As the recording says, it cannot be severed by a shared transfer document. It is too terrible to publicly expose your brother's privacy like this. It's so funny. You guys can actually call Bai Lin, You Mian's younger brother, now. Fuck, I want to kill all these idiots with a bomb. Just as waves of quarrels were brewing on the internet, the Huajiang City Public Security Bureau suddenly issued a notice with white text on a blue background without any warning. Huajiang City Public Security Bureau. Huajiang police received a report from a university and detained Chai, male, 57 years old, and Yang, male, 61 years old, who were suspected of embezzlement at 2 p.m. today. The person involved in the case, Bai, was summoned according to law. As soon as this serious notice issued by the police came out, the internet completely exploded, and countless related hot searches were pushed to the top of the hot search list, and even the Star Cup and the Matching Heartbeat program team were included in the entries. The incident of Bai Lin and Chai Dao colluding to cheat in the Xingqian Cup to affect the fairness of the competition has turned from a topic of conversation in the art circle into a confirmed criminal case. Almost instantly, Bai Lin's number of fans dropped from 6 million to 5 million, and in just a few seconds, countless people unfollowed him. Fuck, I'm shocked, is he in? I didn't expect this to happen. Chai is Chai Dao, and Bai is that Bai Lin. Who is this Yang? The person who reported the case was University A, not the organizer of the Xingqian Cup, so it may not be about the cancellation of the results. This melon is getting bigger and bigger. I wonder how many people will be involved. Fans are still jumping. What explanation do you need? The police have issued a notice, go and rescue your young actor. I really got to eat some big melons, so cool. Look carefully, the person who went in was Chai Dao, not Bai Lin. Bai Lin was only summoned according to the law. Summoned according to the law, that's all. How dare you say that's all? At this time, Bai Lin still has fans speaking up for him. I am really speechless. A huge group of passers-by poured into the entry like a flood. Bai Lin's fans, who were very powerful in the art circle, had no power to resist such a huge number of passers-by and were defeated in an instant. In less than a few minutes, all those who claimed to be Bai Lin's fans disappeared without a trace. Bai Lin had just returned from the police station. He looked down at the group chat where people kept leaving, his face gloomy beyond words. Just as he pushed open the door and walked into the villa, the housekeeper Wang Mao was standing at the entrance and shook his head with a worried look. Before Bai Lin could come to his senses, Yu Jiwan's serious voice came from the study upstairs. Come up. Bai Lin's hand holding the phone trembled, and he walked upstairs with a thoughtful look on his face. Just as Bai Lin, with a pale face and trembling hands, stepped into the half-open study, a pile of documents was thrown at him by Yu Jiwan. Bai Lin subconsciously covered his head, but he never expected that Bai Pilin's cry of pain would sound in front of him. Jiwan, are you crazy? Bai Pilin blocked the documents that were thrown at Bai Lin, and her arms were scratched by the sharp corners of the documents. Bai Lin was so frightened that he burst into tears. Yu Jiwan had never been so angry with him before. Complex emotions of anxiety, regret, anger, and uneasiness all flooded into Bai Lin's brain, causing him to fall to his knees, unable to hold on any longer. Yu Jiwan was still furious. He stood behind the desk, pointed at Bai Lin's head and yelled, "Idiot! How come you don't have any of Yu Mian's brains? You went to the sculpture studio to smash the works. Don't you know that being so stupid will leave evidence behind?" After Yu Jiwan finished scolding, he immediately turned his gaze to Bai Pilin without waiting for her to come to his rescue. You two, we've already taken care of Chai Dao, right? Why did we have to go to the trouble of looking for You Mian? And he even recorded us. Yu Jiwan was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. He was an expert at gift-giving and behind-the-scenes manipulation, and he believed that even if Chai Dao was arrested, he would not give himself up. But now, Bai Lin and Bai Pilin have managed to produce surveillance video and audio evidence. This made Yu Jiwan extremely angry. Bai Pilin held onto Bai Lin's shoulders and scolded him angrily, "Didn't you always get straight A's abroad? Didn't you say that you drew those paintings yourself? Why did you lie to your mother?" If she had known that Bai Lin had no talent in painting, she would not have let Bai Lin find someone to paint for her. Young people's methods are still too immature. 2 lines of tears fell on Bai Lin's face. Until now, she was still angry that Bai Lin's methods were not smart enough. How much does Chai Dao's arrest have to do with you? Tell us everything. Yu Jiwan sat back in the wooden chair and rubbed his temple tiredly. Bai Lin wiped away her tears, pulled Bai Lin and stood up. It can still be saved. Things haven't reached the end of the road. Bai Lin patted Bai Lin's shoulder hard and said. His cardamom-colored nails dug deep into Bai Lin's shoulders, but at this moment he couldn't let Bai Lin let go. The more pain he felt, the more he felt he was standing on solid ground, and he wasn't as panicked as he was just now in the police station. Chai Dao embezzled government funds allocated to University A, with a value of over 1 million. He will be in prison for more than 5 years. Yu Jiwan lit a cigar and smoked it fiercely, his brows tightly furrowed. Did you know about this? To be honest. Bai Lin leaned against Bai Lin, trembling with fear, his face a mess of tears. I don't know. Bai Lin shook his head vigorously, trying his best to distance himself from the matter. Bai Lin wiped away the tears on Bai Lin's cheeks. Come on, tell mom why you were summoned by the police. Is it related to Chai Dao? Bai Lin choked up and said, it's really okay. I just failed 1 course this semester. I found Teacher Yang and gave him a red envelope, and he removed me from the makeup exam list. Bai Lin observed the expressions of Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin as he spoke, and immediately added, Teacher Yang said that this matter is not that serious, and the police only reprimanded me. Bai Lin and Yu Jiwan looked at each other. Real. Bai Lin nodded repeatedly, looking terrified. It's really just like that. Bai Lin and Yu Jiwan both breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Jiwan exhaled a long puff of smoke, his voice hoarse and tired. If it's just this, it's not a big deal. Bai Lin's legs went weak when he heard that and he almost fell to the ground. Bai Lin quickly helped him up and let Bai Lin sit on the double wooden chair in the study. Bai Lin hugged Bai Lin's waist and cried bitterly, Mom, I'm sorry. Bai Lin stroked Bai Lin's head gently. Yu Jiwan rubbed his temple with a gloomy face, and the deep fatigue could be seen in his eyes. The shares of Shuming and Wanhua have fallen by more than 30 points together. If the reputation is not restored quickly, the company will be ruined. Yu Jiwan's brows were so tightly locked that they could pinch a fly to death. He looked at the cigar in his hand and suddenly thought that if he could get JL's help, perhaps this crisis would not be worth mentioning at all. I will first withdraw all the internet troops that the PR department has assigned to you. Yu Jiwan said coldly, don't record that program for now. Just stay in your room and don't show up until things calm down. When Bai Lin heard these familiar words, he knew that he would be locked up at home by Yu Jiwan again. But at this point he had no way to refute any of Yu Jiwan's arrangements. Even Bai Lin rubbed Bai Lin's head and said, listen to your father. As soon as Bai Lin walked out crying, Yu Jiwan said, go contact You Mian right now. Under the warm soft yellow reading lamp, You Mian sat behind the desk and coldly hung up the call from Bai Lin, and by the way, simply blocked all contact information related to the Yu family. You Mian found a well-preserved contract document from the drawer of the desk. This was the severance agreement he signed with Yu Jiwan when he was just reborn. You Mian acted promptly and took a photo of the contract without any hesitation and edited it into the blog post. The closer it gets to the final moment of hunting, the more careful you must be and the more you must not be lenient. You Mian lowered his eyes, especially now it was just the beginning. He doesn't mind adding fuel to the bloody public opinion. A few minutes later, You Mian sent out the agreement contract signed with his and Yu Jiwan's names. After clicking the send button, the boy's eyelashes trembled violently, and his hand that covered the notebook trembled slightly. The emotions in Yu Mian's amber eyes were so complicated that there was a moment of blankness. The curtains beside me fluttered in the wind because of the half-open window, and outside the glass was a bright moon hanging high in the sky. The boy took a deep breath, emptied his mind and let these chaotic thoughts entangle him. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yu Mian had regained his composure. He opened his mailbox and checked the topic of the Star Cup final. When a simple word came into his eyes, Yu Mian was stunned at first, then his eyes softened, and finally he smiled with relief. Amidst ***'s laughter, I saw that the theme of the Star Cup finals was written with 2 words, rebirth. Chapter 92. Yu Mian stopped looking at any of the confusion on the internet. Countless inspirations burst into his mind, making his heart excited. This theme is really very appropriate. The format of the Star Cup final will be different from the first 2 rounds. It will be open to the public and held in a giant open exhibition hall. Due to the lengthy carving time and preliminary preparations required, organizers usually ask contestants in the sculpture group to prepare the general outline and framework in advance. All the contestants have to do is transport the semi-finished sculpture to the stage of the exhibition hall and continue to carve it in front of thousands of spectators. The judges will score on the spot and decide the final gold medal winner. The wind outside the window blew the curtains, and You Mian couldn't hide his excitement when he stood up. What materials and themes does he want to use? The word, rebirth, represents countless possibilities. It can be resurrection after death and nirvana, or it can be awakening after severe setbacks and blows. It can be physical or spiritual. The boy's eyes were filled with a determined look. Different from the theme of maternal love that made him hesitate, this time, You Mian forced himself to come up with the most amazing work. The moonlight shone on his cheeks, creating soft and beautiful colors. You Mian stood by the window. Outside, the street lights were neon, and the streets were crowded with people and cars. The lively atmosphere was full of the smell of fireworks, and hope and life were flourishing here. Suddenly, You Mian lowered his head and saw a black Maybach next to the street light downstairs of the apartment building. A tall, stern-faced, broad-shouldered, long-legged, handsome man with a strong aura and a strong sense of oppression was standing in the light of the street lamp downstairs. Bai Lin stood quietly in the night, his long black coat making his figure more outstanding and his look more handsome. The night before winter was very cold, and there was an invisible layer of frost on Bai Lin's eyelashes. When the man exhaled, a cloud of mist rose, and the tip of his nose was slightly red. I don't even know how long I've been waiting here. You Mian was genuinely stunned. Before he could look away, his eyes met with Bai Lin's, who happened to look up. You Mian clearly saw Bai Lin's slightly widened eyes and surprised expression. It seemed that the other party had not expected that You Mian would see him unexpectedly. Half a second later, Bai Lin's cold aura faded, his eyes softened, he raised his hand and waved lightly in the direction of You Mian as a greeting. You Mian immediately put on a simple coat and ran downstairs. As soon as the glass door of the apartment opened, You Mian saw Bai Lin approaching. The man put one hand in his pocket and handed out a small box with the other. Bai Lin lowered his eyes and smiled faintly, a belated celebratory gift. You Mian looked up at his expression and found that Bai Lin looked a little tired. It seemed that You Mian's doubts were obvious, so Bai Lin explained, I just came back from a business trip to the UK, and I have a lot of work to do while recording the show. You Mian smiled with his eyes bent, why didn't you call me when you got downstairs? In the biting night wind, Bai Lin did not answer, but silently and stubbornly handed the gift box in his hand to You Mian. You Mian pursed her lips and said, you gave me too many gifts. Bai Lin seemed to have known that You Mian would say this, and he continued without hesitation, as a viewer, thank you for the wonderful visual feast you brought. Bai Lin said, the works in the second round of theme competition are unparalleled. Worthy of many, many gifts. It sounds like you like that sculpture very much. After saying this, You Mian looked up and laughed heartily. Her amber eyes were breathtakingly beautiful in the moonlight. Bai Lin had seen You Mian smile before, but he had never seen such a happy and hearty smile from You Mian. It was as if all the burdens had been unloaded, with a light, bright and carefree smile. You Mian has always been a person who can clearly distinguish between you and me. Just like when Fang Xiaofeng helped him without telling him, You Mian would immediately repay the other party and try not to owe anyone any favors or kindness. Whether it is Qin Lan, Ku Miao, or Guan Tong, Fang Xiaofeng, and Lu Hao, who they have known for a short time but have a good relationship with. You Mian always remained polite and never troubled others too much. To describe it as Ku Miao said a long time ago, You Mian looks very approachable, very gentle, and always smiling, but in fact, as long as you get close to him and want to know more about him, You Mian always builds a high and thick wall to block everyone from crossing the line. Distant and polite. But at this moment, You Mian finally realized that his attitude towards Bai Lin was different. It's different from all the others. When You Mian accepted the celebratory gift from Bai Lin, she unconsciously slowed down the frequency of her blinking. It seems like, but it also seems deeper than more. Just as he opened the gift box, Bai Lin's voice sounded softly above his head again. But on the other hand, as someone who sent you a heart-warming message, please allow me to be a little selfish. Pei Yiji turned his face away, his ears were red and his voice was hoarse and low. You Mian, congratulations on entering the finals. You Mian looked down in a daze and saw the fortune slip in the gift box. It was a very good fortune, standing alone in the clouds, the first among the thousands of officials in the Jade Palace. The words, Shang Shang, were engraved on the wooden stick, and a peace amulet was placed under the stick. Pei Yiji never believed in gods or Buddhas, and he never gave anyone anything worth less than 1 million yuan. But it was not until he passed by the incense temple on the mountain and looked at the pious faces of the passers-by that his heart was moved. It turns out that if you really like someone, it's not just about wanting to give him all your precious things. I hope he is safe. Pei Yiji immediately stopped the car and walked into the temple, clasping his hands together devoutly to pray for the lot. A top 1.8% probability. For the first time, Pei Yiji felt that he was lucky. He didn't even take a rest. He landed in Huajiang City without stopping and drove to the downstairs of You Mian apartment. But it was not until he really stood here that the dark night woke Pei Yiji up. It was too late. Pei Yiji held the small box in his hand and refused to turn around and leave, but he didn't know what he was waiting for. He just stood quietly in the cold wind for a long time. Maybe I can wait for You Mian to wake up and give it to him in the morning, Pei Yiji thought. When another gust of wind blew, Pei Yiji looked up unexpectedly and suddenly met those thrilling amber eyes. Pei Yiji was startled, his expression filled with indescribable surprise. It was as if the lucky fortune in one's hand really brought luck, making the encounter that should have been missed turn around and be called a coincidence again. The night obscured the emotions in his eyes. Pei Yiji rolled his Adam's apple heavily, then raised his hand and waved. A few seconds later, You Mian flew down like a bird spreading its wings. You Mian stared at the lottery ticket for a long time. He looked up at Pei Yiji and invited him with a smile. On the day of the Xingqian Cup final, each contestant will have a seat. Pei Yiji's breathing was light. You Mian really said, does Mr. Pei have time to come? Pei Yiji put his hands in his pockets, his emotions fluctuated as he lowered his eyes, and said in a deep voice, it's an honor. You Mian tilted his head, then it settled. As soon as Pei Yiji responded softly, You Mian noticed the frost on Pei Yiji's shoulders. Have you been standing here for a long time? Pei Yiji said, not long. You Mian raised her eyebrows and nodded slightly. Just when Pei Yiji thought that this night's coincidental encounter was about to end, You Mian raised her hand and pointed to a convenience store not far away. Walk around. The wind by the river is moist and fresher than the wind downstairs in the apartment building. Pei Yiji drove the car and the two of them came to the Huajiang River. Behind them was the bustling and towering Cross River Bridge. You Mian and Pei Yiji walked to the lawn beside the bridge, and in front of them was the calm and vast Huajiang River at night. You Mian placed a few cans of beer he bought from the convenience store on the lawn, and leaned forward against the railing in a casual and leisurely manner. The river breeze blowing in his face lifted his hair, revealing his smooth forehead and making his eyes look brighter. Pei Yiji opened the beer can with one hand and handed it to You Mian. You Mian took it and tilted his head back to take a sip, his young Adam's apple rolling slightly. Pei Yiji heard You Mian say in a hoarse voice, you asked me last time if I wanted to find my biological parents. Pei Yiji leaned against the railing, his eyes fixed on You Mian's profile. The high-rise buildings across the river were flashing brilliant neon lights, and the light and shadows shone on You Mian's forehead, nose bridge, and chin, emitting a bewitching charm as she jumped. Actually, I don't know either. You Mian crushed the empty can of soda, and at this moment, a crack was finally opened in his closed heart. I don't know if there are two such people. You Mian was speaking from the heart. What Pei Yiji didn't know, and even what everyone else didn't know, was that this world was just the contents of a book. He is a cannon fodder in the background of this book, and it takes a lot of effort just to stay away from the protagonist of the story. You Mian was really unsure whether the book would reveal the biological parents of such an insignificant character. Maybe it doesn't exist at all. You Mian enjoys every minute of the present. He does not think that this world is fake. He can still change his own destiny. He is lucky to have survived and is even about to uncover the hateful and vicious side of the Yu family. But the four words, biological parents, represent too many unpredictable things. You Mian has no memories of the orphanage. All that remains of his childhood memories are Yu Jiwan's endless indifference and Bai Lin's jealous eyes. You Mian was not sure. Instead of feeling a deep sense of loss after exploring everything, it is better to maintain the status quo. I will pretend that they live somewhere in this world, You Mian said in a very soft voice. Pei Yg remained silent for a long time, quietly listening to everything You Mian said. Suddenly, he leaned over and took out a can of beer from a plastic bag. This man who never drank alcohol, and the few times he drank were all red wine, stood in front of Hua Zhang and made exceptions for You Mian again and again. Pei Yg opened the can and took a gulp. You Mian looked at him in surprise. Pei Yg. Pei Yg crushed the can and threw it into the plastic bag in the same carefree manner as You Mian had just done. Go find them. Pei Yg looked at You Mian steadily and said, you want to find them. You Mian always looks gentle yet powerful, sharp and aggressive. But now the boy revealed a vulnerable side that he had never shown before, and Pei Yg felt that he was still trembling as always. He not only likes You Mian's strong side, but also likes the vulnerable side that she occasionally reveals. In the darkness of night, Pei Yg played the role of a promoter in You Mian's life for the first time. At least you want to know their names, don't you? You Mian changed his choice because of Pei Yig's words. Their destinies are truly connected from this moment on. You Mian put his hands on the cold railing and drank the last sip of beer in the beer can. When the moonlight once again penetrated the clouds and shone on Pei Yig's profile, You Mian saw the deep love in the other's deep eyebrows. If the show hadn't been finished, if I hadn't signed a contract with Hong Sheng. You Mian looked at Pei Yg sideways, smiling brightly with his eyes curved. He thought he owed Pei Yg a kiss at this moment. Chapter 93. The number of entries related to this incident gradually dropped from the first place to the fifth place, and finally stopped at the teens. The noisy and chaotic melon-eating drama finally showed signs of coming to an end. Those who want to argue can go somewhere else. Those who want to watch the show can go to D Station and search for Lu Hao. He has the whole story. All those insulting comments have been pushed down, so the comments are more comfortable. I feel sorry for Mian. Ah, Mian, I really want to watch the next episode soon. When will it be aired? There should be a lot of interaction in the third episode, and the number of people in the cultivation cotton super topic is about to exceed 100,000. Wow, these sisters are very tight-lipped and refuse to reveal anything, but one of them posted a full-body photo of Mian, who seemed to be skiing. Damn, can I see handsome Mian again? I'm so excited. It is said to be very cool. Director Hong Sheng replied to a comment on Weibo saying that the final episode of Confession Day will be broadcast live. This should prove that the third episode will be released soon. Cotton workers never give up. I cried my ass off. Brother Yun specially sent a Weibo post to support Mian. Guan Tong also sent one. If we talk about support, JL was the first to post it. Will Mr. Pei be happy about the cold weather? Business matters are complicated, so don't speculate on this kind of thing. JL and Shuming have a lot of cooperation. Didn't Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji not make any noise to get involved? Because the Yan family and the Yu family have a close relationship, and Huo Yanji also knows the chairman of Shuming, it's not easy to come forward on this matter. The reply to the comments in the post was paused for 30 minutes, and suddenly became hot again. Oh my god. JL withdrew its investment from the Shuming Winter Exhibition that was originally scheduled. Open black lens bracket. No way, really. I was just shopping at the Itai store and saw with my own eyes that the JL store had removed all the jackets and display boards from the Shuming collaboration. All of them were removed. Where is Yiti Business District? That's the commercial center of Huajiang City. Report. I just got off the subway and all the ads placed by JL have been removed. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. This couple got a slap in the face right away. I'm going crazy. President Pei, you love me so much. How much money did you lose this time? The JL lawyers are not pushovers. Moreover, the sponsor has withdrawn his investment. Did they really need to pay compensation? Although it's inappropriate, I want to say that Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji also posted on Weibo to take sides. Who do you stand for? Stand and sleep. We don't want any dog that comes late. Those who come late are cheaper than grass. Sorry, little grass. Get lost. I really don't want to see these two people, especially after learning about the grievances of the Yu family. I don't want to see them even more. Can they quit the show? Get lost. In addition to the audience who were matching their heartbeats, there were also many bystanders who were watching the show and were paying attention to the end of this incident. Therefore, even though the Yu family and Bai Lin's agency had tried to control the direction of public opinion at the first opportunity, the results were still minimal. It was because the impact of the recording and video that You Mian sent out was too great. Hundreds of millions of yuan of stock in Xu Ming's stock evaporated overnight, and even other artists under Bai Lin's agency were affected. Agent Mu Zi was busy and exhausted. He coldly threw a termination contract to Bai Lin and also demanded a high amount of compensation. The cancellation of the Star Cup results can still be handled, but once it is related to Chai Dao's criminal case, Mu Zi will be helpless no matter how brilliant his public relations skills are. What's more, the public opinion on the internet is now all in favor of You Mian. Bai Lin is already at the end of his strength. Mu Zi also knows how stupid Bai Lin is, so he immediately cut off ties with the Yu family. Just when the agency issued a statement to terminate the contract with Bai Lin, the third episode of Matching Heartbeat, which was originally scheduled to be aired today, also released a statement saying that Bai Lin's shots would be re-edited and the broadcast time would be postponed for 3 days. All the internet trolls of the Yu family and the agency were withdrawn. For a while, apart from the sounds of gossip and ridicule, few people were seen speaking up for Bai Lin. The bustling streets with people and heavy traffic all show that this is the center of Huajiang City. And in this downtown building where every inch of land is valuable, PYG actually cleared out a huge warehouse with a ceiling height of 7 meters, and asked Vivian to move all the tools in the sculpture room of the JL building here. The warehouse is so spacious that you can hear the echo of the workers' voices. The air conditioning is always on and the temperature is kept at the most comfortable temperature of more than 20 degrees. The newly installed light strips above the head are bright enough to illuminate the entire space. While directing the workers to move the giant sculpture table, Vivian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss Pei, did you change the sculpture room for You Mian because the previous one was too small?" Vivian always follows the latest developments online, so she also knew that You Mian had successfully entered the finals of the Star Cup. Vivian has had a good impression of You Mian since she watched the first episode of Matching Heartbeats. Before the recording of the third episode, You Mian stayed in the JL sculpture studio for nearly half a month, and her relationship with Vivian became very good. She admired You Mian's sculpting ability and personality. He never tried to get close to her and was always polite and courteous, giving Vivian, who was tired of dealing with interpersonal situations, a rare space to rest. PYG stood in front of the giant plastic platform that was about to reach its ceiling, looking as cool and stern as ever, with a strong aura. The man's suit neatly outlined his broad shoulders, and his exquisitely ironed trouser legs slid straight down a few centimeters above his leather shoes. The long black coat made PYG look even more noble, and his dark blue tie was held in front of his chest by a tie clip. His jaw was sharp, his dark eyes were fixed, and when he spoke in a deep voice, his tone did not allow for any objection. "Yes." PYG changed the subject, his brows furrowed. "Has the cooperation with Xu Ming been terminated?" Vivian immediately pulled herself out of the casual chat and returned to an extremely professional attitude. She nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Pei, terminate everything." After Vivian finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she replied, "The only team that has not withdrawn is the one that contacted Xu Ming under the pretext of promoting Huajiang City." PYG's expression did not change at all, and he said calmly, "There's no rush for this." Vivian, "Yes, Mr. Pei." After the workers installed the plastic tables and lamp posts, they walked down the viaduct. PYG took a step forward, and his suit trouser legs rustled. PYG stood in front of the elevated road and pushed it gently, asking, "Safety must be guaranteed." The workers smiled innocently, "Don't worry, boss. We have checked it again and again. There must be no problem. This giant plastic table needs to be specially customized and must be used with great care." Just as the workers were leaving with their tools, PYG personally checked again when the huge warehouse door was opened remotely, and a boy wearing a black sweatshirt and a headset walked in leisurely. There was a smile in You Mian's eyes, and he seemed to be talking to the voice in the headphones. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Did you receive the draft I wrote for you? I sent it to you via email," You Mian said to Ku Miao. Miss Ku Miao on the other end of the phone had been anxious all night. It was said that she had opened 3 or 4 small accounts and cursed at the people who cursed him all night long. Now she had dark circles under her eyes and looked drowsy. Ku Miao yawned tiredly, "Thank you, brother. I received it but haven't opened it yet. I believe in your skills. You Mian said, I won't change it for you if it's out of date. Ku Miao instantly became alert. Edit. Who dares to ask Mian Shen to edit a draft? You Mian held the headset with one hand and laughed. Suddenly, when he saw the huge plastic table in the center of the warehouse, his eyes were obviously stunned and he could not hide his surprise. Ku Miao said a few more words, and when he saw You Mian didn't respond, he called him, hello, several times in confusion. Brother Mian, God Mian. Where have you been? Hello. Pei Yg stood up and swept his knees. His tall figure stood not far away. His handsome features were so profound that You Mian hurriedly hung up the call with Ku Miao. I'll call you back later. You Mian said as he tapped the screen of his mobile phone and took off the headset and hung it around his neck. Ku Miao held the phone in his hand and walked around the house in confusion. Something was happening to You Mian. You Mian raised his hand and touched his earlobe, then took a few steps forward and waved awkwardly. Morning. Good morning. Pei Yg put one hand in his pocket, and an obvious smile appeared on his cold face, which made Vivian look at him a few more times. Although Vivian had often seen her boss smiling when You Mian was at JL, it was still very rare. To this day, Vivian is not used to it and feels very curious. Did you sleep well last night? Pei Yg asked in a deep voice as usual. When You Mian heard this, he couldn't help but want to touch the tip of his nose. He drank several cans of beer by himself last night, and in the end it seemed that Pei Yg had sent him home. He didn't know how out of control he was, and You Mian didn't dare to think about it. The only thing I could remember was the small remote control in my pocket. You Mian only knew that he seemed to be dragging Pei Yg to imagine how the sculpture for the finals would be made, how tall and gorgeous it would be. You Mian's earlobes turned slightly red. I slept well, he answered reluctantly, but he couldn't help but notice the huge high-ceiling warehouse and the customized giant plastic platform in front of him. Boss Pei, have you changed the sculpture room for me? You Mian asked softly. Seeing that the other party really took his drunken nonsense seriously, You Mian became more and more uneasy. Pei Yig's observation ability remained the same. He lowered his eyes to glance at You Mian and said with a smile, JL has recruited a new group of designers. The sculpture studio in the building may have to be moved to their team. I'm sorry, I can only let you move here. Vivian, look at this ceiling light worth millions, look at this 300 square meter warehouse on a prime piece of land in the city center, and look at the custom-made elevated structure where each steel bar costs tens of thousands. President Pei can really say these words without changing his expression and without taking any credit. You Mian widened her eyes slightly, her beautiful amber eyes sparkling brightly in the faint light coming in from the window. The boy smiled with his eyes curved, his chestnut brown curly hair brushed across his eyebrows, and his cold white chin slightly raised. Really? You Mian asked in a low voice. Vivian was instantly struck in the heart, and she shouted violently in her heart long before Pei Yg answered. Really, really, does You Mian like the stars, the moon, or the sun? Vivian suddenly felt that President Pei had only built a sculpture studio of a few hundred square meters in the city center, not several thousand square meters. What's wrong with that? This is artistic. Chapter 94. There was a loud crashing noise from the top floor of Shuming's office building. Yu Jiwan stood behind his desk and angrily swept away all the documents on the table. He even smashed the office computer in front of him. Yu Jiwan panted and looked at the two staff members in front of him, and shouted again, how could such a big thing have no clues at all? Didn't JL tell you anything beforehand when he wanted to withdraw his investment? What exactly are they dissatisfied with? Yu Jiwan shouted. Veins bulged on the sides of Yu Jiwan's neck. His hot temper over the years had not subsided as he was approaching old age, but had instead become more intense. Yu Jiwan was increasingly unable to control his temper, and would smash things and curse at the slightest dissatisfaction. My bad temper is even worse than when I was middle-aged. The two staff members standing in the office looked at each other and thought, didn't Bai Lin also participate in that dating variety show? How could Yu Jiwan not know the relationship between Pei Yg and You Mian? But they didn't dare to ask these questions out loud and could only lower their heads and passively accept the scolding. JL wants to withdraw its investment, how can they stop it, and how can they possibly stop it? Instead of questioning them, he might as well go home and ask his beloved son. Yu Jiwan was so angry that he opened the drawer and took a quick-acting heart-saving pill. Investigate. Investigate for me. You Jiwan pointed at their noses and shouted, why did JL withdraw its investment? Give me a reason. Otherwise, pack up and get out of here immediately. Seeing that their jobs were about to be lost, the two staff members immediately stopped hiding the truth and said, Boss Bai Lin might know more about this than us. When he heard Bai Lin's name being brought up again, Yu Jiwan subconsciously thought that Bai Lin might have caused some trouble again. He tried his best to keep his expression from distorting and immediately called home. Bai Lin answered the call quickly. Yu Jiwan's tone was cold. Is Bai Lin home? Did you let him run away again? Bai Lin looked haggard from the exhaustion of the past few days. When she heard Yu Jiwan's tone again, she couldn't help but become a little colder. He's here. He's sleeping in his room. Yu Jiwan hummed, ask him if he has offended the top management of JL. When Bai Lin heard the word JL, her heart suddenly clenched. She had known for a long time that JL had withdrawn his investment from Shuming. Now that Shuming's stock price has been falling, and if JL continues to withdraw his investment, the whole building might really be on the verge of collapse. What does it have to do with Zhaolin? Bai Lin asked with a frown. Yu Jiwan urged impatiently, just ask if I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Bai Lin pursed her lips, but could not continue to refute, so she could only walk upstairs wrapped in a shawl. As expected, Bai Lin had been curled up in the quilt without moving. He had been frightened repeatedly in the past 2 days and was still shivering uncontrollably. When Bai Lin put the phone close to Bai Lin's ear, he was so scared that he shook for a moment. What are you scared of? Bai Lin sighed in disappointment. Yu Jiwan's voice rang in Bai Lin's ears. Xiao Lin, do you know what the relationship is between JL's President Pei and You Mian? Have you ever annoyed him? When Bai Lin heard the words, JL President Pei, he could no longer hide the anger in his eyes. But this anger had no basis and was soon covered up by his trembling and cowardly appearance. Dad, don't you know? Bai Lin's voice was weak and pitiful. Boss Pei from JL participated in the same dating show as me. He likes You Mian very much. Yu Jiwan was stunned and asked quickly, what do you mean? The malice in Bai Lin's eyes could not be concealed. Hearing Yu Jiwan's frightened voice at the moment, he actually felt a little happy. Shuming couldn't really go bankrupt anyway, so Bai Lin thought he was exaggerating and said, he likes You Mian very much, and he's probably venting his anger on him. As soon as these words were spoken, both Yu Jiwan on the other end of the phone and Bai Lin who was sitting next to Bai Lin holding a cell phone were shocked. What did you say? Bai Lin grabbed Bai Lin's shoulders, her beautiful eyes fierce, are you talking about that Pei YG? Bai Lin lowered his eyes and nodded, it's him. The moment Yu Jiwan put down his phone, the first thing that came to his mind was the word, over. He raised his hand and slammed the desk hard, shouting at the top of his lungs, why didn't you tell us such an important thing? Bai Lin also immediately stood up and wanted to contact Wanhua's finance department, preparing to settle the funds that were mixed up with Shuming's. In the current situation, if we can save as many people as possible, it's a good save. Bai Lin's voice was hoarse and had a strong nasal tone of illness. Mom and Dad, you haven't watched the variety show I recorded. Bai Lin smiled bitterly, even if you just watch the preview, you will know that there are people from JL among the guests of the show. Bai Lin was busy contacting the accountant and had no time to answer Bai Lin. Yu Jiwan, who had hung up the phone long ago, suddenly thought of something and pointed at his subordinate opposite him. With bloodshot eyes, he asked, go check whether the promotional event that JL contacted before is real or fake. This cooperation is not big, at best it can only be regarded as a public welfare activity to promote Huajiang City. Therefore, Yu Jiwan did not take it too seriously. He just heard that people from JL seemed to be very interested in the amount of funds and development history of Shuming since its founding. Yu Jiwan almost couldn't breathe. If they really found something. It's over, it's all over. Huajiang City Center. After President Pei spent tens of millions of dollars to transform the warehouse into a top-notch sculpture studio in the country, he also had people bring in enough iron and steel materials to fill up half of the warehouse. No one majoring in sculpture can refuse such a sculpture studio, and You Mian is no exception. So when everyone except Pei YG walked out, You Mian stepped onto the viaduct. As he was about to touch the ceiling of the warehouse, a strong urge to create ignited in his heart. The designs that he imagined in front of Pei YG last night were not all wild fantasies, but more of his true thoughts revealed by You Mian under the influence of alcohol. So standing here at this moment, You Mian seemed to see the moment when his work was created. It should be a work that is extremely tall, huge, and large enough to make people unable to hide their amazement at the first second they see it. It represents new life and adventure. The difficulty of creating a work that is more than 2 meters in height is more than one level higher than that of an ordinary small sculpture, not to mention the 7-meter-high sculpture that You Mian is now planning to create. All Things is a small iron sculpture, no more than 70 centimeters high. Mother's Love is slightly larger than it, but also only about 1 meter high. But now You Mian is not satisfied with these timid creations. Rebirth seemed to be a theme tailor-made for him. His hesitation, helplessness, resentment, relief, and love. You Mian wants to carve them out. Pei Yiji stood on the ground and looked up at You Mian, who was almost reaching the ceiling light. The boy's profile was tilted upwards, the light and shadow reflected on the bridge of his nose, his eyes were so determined that nothing could stop him. If Vivian were still standing here, she would definitely be able to clearly see the admiration and love in the eyes of Pei Yiji, who was always calm, rational and ruthless.